What's going on, chat? Hello. I'm looking for one of my phones. What's going on, y'all? I just heard it. What's up, Candy Shark? What's up, Kenneth? Hey, what's up, bruh? I love cats. Where do you think they'd put me in a political realm? Definitely far left extremist. What's up, Noah? What's up, Vajani? I know, y'all. I know, we're here. We're here, we're live.
Hey, my friend, how are you doing?
Doing good. How are you, Butch?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I just thought I'd saw you and I said, let me go in and give my 2 cents about current affairs. I don't know what your thoughts are on Jimmy. I actually like Jimmy. You know, I always loved the Halloween thing that he always did, that Jimmy Kimmel, my Halloween candy. I don't know if you remember,
Yeah, I love
but
Jimmy Fallon. Or Kimmel.
we're
I
we're
love
on a
Jimmy Kimmel.
yeah, we're in a situation right now. It looks like, my friend, that I don't know, man. Like, we everything we talked about is happening before our eyes. The government is now, through FCC, I mean, going after the media people. It's a sad state of affairs. I saw the UK conference with the Prime Minister and Trump, and it was an utter disgrace. Once again, spewing the same broken record lies, and and I hate to say it, but you know what? You watch that press conference, and nobody called him out on anything.
Yeah.
People are scared shitless that, God forbid, we say something or call this guy out. Our companies are gone, our licenses are gone, our jobs are gone, and he's not even shying away from it. He's even ordered the White House that they're going after everybody that made a comment about Kirk or whatever the case may be, and it's an absolute disgrace in
Yep.
my eyes.
Yep.
I don't know what to tell you, but it's another day in America where you kind of look at yourself and say, is this really happening? What's your thoughts?
I agree. I think the First Amendment is slowly eroding away, and there's been this is probably the most blatant case of it. While you can make a case that Trump's been doing this for a while already, this is the most blatant case of Trump getting the people to advocate for him for him to take your First Amendment rights away. They want to start determining what should and shouldn't be allowed in the news, even though the right is by far more violent. They spew by far more lies, more violent rhetoric. They are more violent. They're more than like 80% of almost all of the political violence and fatalities since the 1980s. They're literally like 95% of it. Even if you take away 9/11, which 9/11 is right-wing extremist terrorism, it's still real bad. It's still real bad.
Look at the guy from Fox. He literally was on TV talking about unaliving homeless people. Like, I didn't see
Yeah,
the
he didn't
FCC
even
coming.
he didn't even get his fucking morning donut taken away.
No,
But Jimmy
no,
Kimmel talking about just the nature of Trump pointing fingers
yeah,
before anything was figured out. And now you can just look at my comments. You can see the radicalized right wingers
yeah.
saying how violent we are just because Trump said it. don't care about what is actually right or wrong or trying to diffuse the situation or trying to unite the country. Trump's not interested in uniting the country. Anyway, Botch, I appreciate you coming up. I'm going to get to my debates.
Listen, I'm going to wish you a great day, my friend. I'm going to get on with work at that. I mean, and I'll just leave you on this. As I told you before, I'm in finance and we do financial products. We got a rate cut, which is a good thing for me. We get to make more money. But guess what? When there's no jobs, inflation is up. If you don't have a job to pay for the loan that I'm about to give you, what good is it?
Yeah, I appreciate you, Botch.
Take care, my friend.
All right.
Bye.
Yellow.
Pickles.
What's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Voted for it twice.
How do you feel about Trump firing or getting Jimmy Kimmel fired?
I'm good. I mean, it's like, I don't know how Trump did that. I didn't see that in the report, but private companies should have the right to fire their hosts. Yes or no?
Not at the threat of the federal government.
What was the threat?
The FCC, you can take away their media license.
Is that what they threatened?
Yeah.
Who threatened? Trump said that, like publicly, behind the scenes? What was the actual
that's what the case is. The FCC harassed ABC to take their media license unless Jimmy Kimmel's show was canceled indefinitely.
So how could they take their media license? They can just do that to any media outlet?
Do you know what the FCC is?
Federal something commission?
Communications.
Okay, I was close. 2 out of 3.
I'm
just asking.
They get to control. They can harass the absolute piss out of you too with lawfare. And if they don't like what you're saying, this is what Trump's been doing, and he's winning. This is fascism. This is First Amendment's taken away, man.
So the FCC genuinely has the power to take away any media outlet's license. So even I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just genuinely asking. Like, even a Democratic president could do that as well, or a Democrat president, right? If
he were doing overreach, sure. If he were a fascist.
So what would be your solution to stopping this from happening? Because, it's easy for me to say, yeah, whatever, Jimmy Kimmel said some bad shit that I don't agree with, and it's good he's getting off the air. But obviously, when it comes
what did he say?
Democrat president, dude, he made fun of Charlie Kirk's death, bro. That was
what did he say?
I forget the exact words, but I did watch the clip, and
He didn't make fun of Charlie Kirk's death. He talked about how Trump was pointing fingers, how everybody's pointing fingers to the left, and then we're pointing fingers to the right.
Let me share my opinion. I agree, even with you, I think you should be held to the same standard as Jimmy Kimmel when we have, obviously he's bigger, but like when
you don't believe this because Trump literally says violent things all the time.
What he did that I disagree with was he just targeted MAGA, and he said, and he mentioned violence. He basically said, these people are blaming, they're jumping at the conclusion. And then he said, what really crossed the line for me was when he said, when these people are acting like it was anyone but themselves. Like, I think that should be a line when it comes to hate speech we draw is you can't just
pointing at the fact that you guys do most of the violence.
You can't be exactly. This is the problem. And this is what's going to lead us down a civil war. And this is what the FCC is trying to prevent is like, you guys were so close.
Excuse me?
You and that guy, that first guest, were so close to having a good conversation, Pickles, until you said, "Oh, and then it's like the right wing that does all the violence." Like we have to stop that. We genuinely
no. We have to literally call it out and say, "Hey, this type of talking creates violence. We should monitor this. Maybe we shouldn't do that type of talking." And then you guys look at us, and the first instance that we do it, it's like the score's 130-1. By the way, you guys are by far the most violent. So if you want to start monitoring things that cause violence, look at yourselves. Look at Trump.
I will say the reaction to Charlie's passing wasn't really pointing fingers and saying, "Oh, another crazy left liberal." The reason
Trump said that.
You got to let me finish.
He
Trump
said the most important man in the world.
I'm talking about the public. I'm talking about the public. I'm talking about the voters. I'm talking about the people that are going to be voting for J.D. Vance in 2028. Genuinely, these people, we don't care if who did it. We understand who did it. It's common sense. Anti-Charlie Kirk is anti-right. We understand the left wing.
That's a horrible. It's a horrible.
We have to.
That's a horrible confession. If you think anti-Charlie Kirk,
my point, Pickles. Please let me finish my point, bro.
Go.
It's a little deeper than just like one sentence, and then you assume my whole position, right? That's bad faith, man. You got to let me finish.
You haven't said anything yet. Go,
dude. Because you keep cutting me off after one sentence, bro.
Go.
We have to stop pointing fingers at the other side and saying they are more violent. They are the only violent ones. Pickles, both sides are violent. What the
No.
public needs to care about is the reaction. Genuinely, what the FCC needs to care about is the reaction. If we have a nationally televised host on air doing that thing about pointing fingers and saying it's always the right, they're acting like it's not them committing the violence. And Jimmy Kimmel's up there, the right is violent. The right is violent. That's the message he's enforcing.
It's not a
That's
it's
why,
the data.
Hold on. That's okay. But that's why Tyler did what he did, is he believed Charlie Kirk was violent. He believed he was inciting bad rhetoric.
Okay, you're done.
That's only going to
False.
lead to
False.
more.
He was,
pain.
by the way, he was. The things that Charlie Kirk said, such as that Democrats want to make America less white, literally leads to violence. So the problem he creates in MAGA's head is that the existence of people is a problem. The existence of people who aren't white is a problem.
He never see. This is where you make a big jump. He says Democrats want to make America less white by letting in people across the southern border, and then you make a big jump and you say Charlie Kirk thinks
why is it worth
colored people bad. That's
okay,
not true. He's
why?
making a
Okay,
claim
why is
about
that a
the
problem?
Democrats' party's
Why is mentioning it
immigration
less white? Why is mentioning less white a thing? What do you think we really have meetings like somewhere going? We hate the fact that we're white. We want more other colors here. Like, do you really think we have meetings like that?
Again, you're making a big jump. If you watch the full clips of what he says, you'll understand his whole point. Like, again, you just listen to one sentence. Like
No,
you do
I
with
know
me.
what the point is. It's great replacement theory. He is literally spouting great replacement
There you
theory
go.
and saying the title of it, great replacement theory. It is a far right, white supremacist ideology.
It's not.
That's what it is. And no,
really
just
not.
because it's normal to you doesn't mean it's not.
It's common sense at this point, bro.
Oh
if
my
you don't
God.
see,
Just because you believe it doesn't mean it's not far right.
now, I
That's
don't know
where
how
you're
deep it
at.
goes, but the white population is diminishing, and we're going to be in the minority in about 25 years. Like, those are factual study numbers.
No, that's not even true. No, it's not.
Dude, look it up, bro. Genuinely look it up right now for your life. Look
Yeah,
up,
white people, minority in
look up
America, 20 years.
Look up United States demographics by race. How, where will white people be at in 20 years or some shit like that? Like, it's genuinely, we are diminishing. I'm not saying
And
this
why
is a
do you
bad,
care?
hold on, let me finish. I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but genuinely, he is making a point where Western culture, white Christian culture, is going to be eradicated in America in about 30, 40 years.
that is the fear mongering that he is spreading.
So what's
Correct.
wrong with Charlie Kirk saying this nation was founded on Christian principles?
Mhm.
Let's try to shut down the border for a little bit and help this
That's
last
not
a
what he's
little
saying.
longer.
He's telling you how
Let's
we
try
are
to-
evil. He's painting us to be evil, anti-white people, and for you to be like, yeah, that's horrible,
It was
anti-white.
political statements about Democrats. He's not saying colored people evil. He's saying
No.
Democrats are letting
I'm
in people
sorry.
across the southern
If
border.
you're not white, you're not in his club.
That's not true at all. He said he wants to end segregation. He said if the NBA has an all-black league, that's a good thing because it's not DEI. He is an objective
Holy
thinker,
shit!
bro.
No, he's not an objective thinker. He is he's a horrible person. He is a
why does he
spreader
vouch
of
to end segregation?
misinformation.
So he vouches to end segregation. Why?
I don't
'Cause
care.
That goes against
I
your
don't,
whole point.
but, he is against the Civil Rights Act. He says that people
okay, this is what
that
I'm
he
saying.
points
If you watch the
he
full clip-
very bad faith points to the bad outcomes of black people in the population and their poverty rates and their education rates. He wrongly attributes their doubt, like their problems in society, to the Civil Rights Act. Okay, that is evil.
Why is that evil? There's nothing racist about saying.
Is there
look,
something wrong with the Civil Rights Act?
He said, I don't know. I haven't looked at it, but the way he said it was segregation is bad. Let's end segregation. That was a good thing about the Civil Rights Act.
Just
what
because-
he said,
Go ahead.
what he said was the Civil Rights Act allowed for the policies like DEI to come into place, and that's where we have to stop it. He said the Civil Rights Act was good to end segregation, but just like any bill in America, this is a common take by Charlie. Any bill in America, anything that gets passed, they sneak a bunch of other shit in there. They pass a
Oh
bunch of other
God,
shit
like the
in
big
there.
beautiful bill. Give me a
Exactly,
fucking
Pickles.
break,
You're
dude.
getting it.
You guys
Exactly.
you guys are such hypocrites. And for you to go around saying, "Listen, what we need the highest office in the land to monitor things because it could hurt people's tummies," yet you champion Trump, who runs that office, to say the most horrible shit ever. It's the most hypocritical stance I've ever heard.
Here's my stance as objective as possible. The American people voted in Donald Trump to run the country, to run the FCC, because honestly, he got elected because of cultural reasons and because of ideological reasons. Like
Yeah, I know. Fascism.
Okay, so let me finish because you can agree with this. The whole trans thing, obviously, it's a minor issue, but that's why he got elected for things like that. It was a cultural and ideological election. Let's be real. So
Yes.
when he's running the FCC, he was voted in by the people. I think
It doesn't give him extra rights to start
who
taking
voted
away
for
our
him,
rights.
not
Just
the people
because
who
he
voted
won an
for him.
election doesn't mean he gets to take our rights. Sorry.
But I mean, he has the power to manage the FCC and threaten ABC.
I know
to
he
take
does, and he's abusing it. So,
Why
but
didn't
somebody
they
just
send it
paid to
to
kick
court?
you, Kristen. Kristen, thank you for the $40 to kick. This race is to fuck off forever. Please tell this race to fuck off forever. Got it. Thank you so much, Kristen. Yeah. These people are so lost. Fighting for the rights to be taken away. It's crazy. Hello.
Hey, how you doing, dude?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
I consider myself middle of the road, but I did vote for him.
So you support Trump?
Do you support Palestine?
Sure.
What positions does Palestine hold that Charlie Kirk doesn't? Or why do you
I
them?
support them not being killed. I don't support their politics or religion in my government.
Oh yeah, they're very anti-LGBT. They're very nationalistic. Very.
Do you think we should just kill
authoritarian.
those people?
I think the same. How do I put this?
You think we should
There's
just kill
parallels that
those
can be
people?
drawn to Charlie Kirk.
Are you trying to dehumanize them so that we're okay with their unaliving?
No, there's
Because of their
parallels that could be
beliefs?
drawn
Is that
to
what you're
them,
doing?
Their culture, their way of doing things in Charlie
Yeah.
Kirk.
You're
You
telling me,
disagree?
listen, I don't champion their
you
beliefs.
disagree?
I champion their ability to live.
So you disagree?
Yeah, I champion their belief. I don't champion their beliefs. I champion the idea of not killing everybody that don't align with my beliefs. That's my grievance with that whole thing.
Okay. In the previous guy that was up here, you said that Trump was taking away rights. Could you explain what those are?
Yeah, sure. First Amendment right. So if I had
First
a media,
Amendment.
if I had a media company and I wanted to say Charlie Kirk is a big fat cuck and a racist piece of shit, would he then harass me with the FCC and take my license away?
Well, I believe 4 years ago under Biden, that would have been classified as misinformation.
That's an opinion, and that's not
Well,
misinformation.
yeah, it totally all was opinion back then. Everybody was talking about COVID. It was all opinion. There wasn't
What
very
thing
much
did the Biden
research that was
administration
published.
do? What thing did the Biden administration do to enforce this?
Well, they censored free speech in a way.
Can
Would
you
you
tell me?
disagree?
Can you tell me how?
Yeah, COVID vaccinations. People discussing them online, talking about ivermectin, alternative remedies.
Alternative remedies. Yeah. So those things came with fact checks. I'm
Or
sorry you had to go
primary,
through
depending
that.
on what your doctor tells you, really.
Yeah. So if you had to be subject to fact checks and seeing that ivermectin was not approved by the FCC and that there's no evidence that it helps COVID, I'm sorry that's a harsh truth and you had to see that, but that's not Biden censoring anybody.
Why would the FCC approve a fucking FDA drug?
I'm sorry, the FDA.
What was Kamala Harris's biggest achievement?
She talked to 150 different world leaders. She went to the northern triangle south of the border, raised billions of dollars to stop the migration crisis for those people leaving those countries. She was a vice president, so her job was literally just to have a heartbeat. What was your favorite thing Mike Pence did? Besides believing in
My favorite
conversion
thing Mike Pence
therapy.
did actually would be not certifying the vote that Donald Trump wanted.
So you're admitting that Trump wanted to subvert the Constitution?
I told you I'm a middle of the road guy.
So you
I don't
believe
know the
that
inner
Trump is
workings
against the
of
Constitution
politics and
there?
what happens in an election during that time? So I'm not versed on the intricacies. I can't really speak to that. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like
Yeah.
a Brexit voter voting for Brexit and not really knowing what they're voting for. I don't want to speak to that.
So you're uninformed, you admit. So Trump tried to subvert our election, yet you contend he's not really taking anyone's right away.
Well, yeah, maybe you can help clear this up then. I am uninformed. What? I'm unsure about the process. Maybe you can go over it about what
Yeah, so
happens
Trump
with
tried
these
to
electors at
to
the federal level.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of rules, regulations, protocols that need to be followed for our democracy to function. Would you agree?
Yeah, and Trump literally did things that were so illegal that a grand jury determined that we should indict him on it. He sent seven.
Unprecedented. He's the first president in U.S. history that the citizens decide to prosecute after his term, which I think is kind of bad faith for the last 200 years of American democracy, because it's never happened before.
So you admit that Trump is a game changer. He's not a politician, right? He's so different. Yet
no, I think the people are the game changer. It's not Trump.
The people are the game changer. When Trump came out and started calling Obama Kenyan,
it's our feelings that are changing the game.
I think Trump is what's changing y'all's feelings, and he's slid the Overton window so far to the right that you believing middle of the road politics is thinking Charlie Kirk is cool is wild.
I mean, what's not cool about him?
He's a white supremacist and a Christian nationalist.
I mean, Christian nationalist, sure. Do you have any proof to back up your white supremacist claim?
Yeah, he's constantly talking about the great replacement
like, is he
theory.
A member of a group or something? Like, what do you got, dude?
I mean, I know that he gave y'all a very palpable. He gave you a very palpable version of white supremacy that led you down a pipeline of very dark thinking.
So what about Palestinian supremacy then? Because they believe in that. They want to massacre Jews.
Okay, I don't know if we're trying to preach Palestinian supremacy here. We're not trying to make you scared that the world is I don't know, not adopting their beliefs.
I'm sorry, dude. I think you got Trump derangement syndrome. You don't look at things fairly, and you come at these arguments in bad faith. I think you could do better, really, moving forward. I don't see any reason.
You want to attack my argument instead of grandstand?
No. I'm saying everything that you say is disingenuous at this point.
Okay. You just told me that you're uninformed.
Like saying that the right does more and more extreme violence than the left. I see no evidence of that in my personal life, my experience.
Well, why would you see that in your personal life? Why in the fuck? Do you have a clipboard? Do you track it?
I used to when I lived in the metropolitan area.
All right.
Do you know how many
I'll show you a few studies,
how many
okay?
homicides were involved with BLM protests back in 2020?
How many?
I think it was above 20.
Oh,
total
almost
across the nation. I remember there was a pregnant lady in Minneapolis, St. Paul, that got shot on the corner during one of these protests, and
yeah,
it didn't really get reported on. Why?
Reported
I don't
on?
know. I guess someone thought it was unimportant. However,
We don't really know to politicize stuff like this. You guys did also
Charlie Kirk protests. Can you tell me that?
Oh, I don't think people die at Charlie Kirk protests. He has rallies, and what he does is he indoctrinates people with dangerous ideology.
I guess it was a vigil. It was like a rest in peace. They were having memorials across the country.
So this is what happens.
Died at those. How do you say that one side is more violent than the other? It's all subjective, dude. It's all subjective.
It's not subjective. It's math. It's math, buddy. It's math.
It's meth?
Yes.
Are you on meth?
No. Why would you say that?
Listen, the more I watch Charlie Kirk...
Oh, because math is logic, and I don't know. I just like to see you provide them some sources, some proof
I got
of
you.
this stuff.
So Brookings did a thing on it. Time Magazine just released one. The Institute of Justice, the NIH, or they've all released all of these studies. The ADL, the Anti-Defamation League. This is where you find all this information, and I'm pulling it up right now for you. All right.
I mean, I'm a believer in thought that there's good and bad people of all shapes, sizes, colors, and ethnicities on both sides of the aisle. Every side of the aisle, if it's more than two.
That's cute. That's not really an opinion. That doesn't help anybody. Trump called for a crackdown on radical left versus right, but right-wing extremists are responsible for more political violence. So right-wing, 391 murders by ideology in politically motivated terrorism since 1975, excluding 9/11. So we add 9/11, that's 3,000. That's 3,000 more that we can put on your plate. But we're being nice. We took those off. 391 fatalities, and the left has 65. If you just think about this, the right, extreme right, is fascism, right? So fascism is like you hate minority groups, gay people, all this stuff that Trump has sold you on.
Fascism as well.
Okay, that's cute. But extreme left is communism, and we want to house and like feed everybody. You can see how that's not really violent. We do things like animal rights. Like PETA is actually the most violent left-wing terrorist group, if you will, in the United States. In FBI statistics, the first 12 most violent domestic terrorist groups are all right-wing. We got the Boogaloo Boys, we got the Patriot Front, we've got all of these people that Trump loves and Charlie Kirk loves, and then we've got PETA, 13th place. So 1975 through September 10th, 2025, right wing has 391 deaths, left wing has 65 deaths. So
if more people died on the right side, then how are they more violent?
No, the right wing has been responsible for the deaths. These aren't deaths of right wing people. These are right wing people committing murders.
I misinterpreted you. My bad, dude.
Committing murders. This is the NIJ. And the DOJ, by the way, Trump just removed this from the whitehouse.gov or the FBI website because he's a piece of shit, fascist. He removed this study.
Did he state that as the reason explicitly?
Do you want to, I mean, he doesn't have to say it, right? Why would he remove that?
Oh, no, you just say.
Why would he remove that study and then point? He's talking about. He said the reason he's saying the left is violent, and he pointed at Tyler Robinson as a leftist before anybody knew who the killer was at all. That's violent.
Was he a leftist?
No.
He wasn't?
No. In fact, we're finding out that he was pretty much non-political, and if anything, he was a groyper. And if you know what a groyper is, it's a Nick Fuentes fan, and those people are
it's
very...
It's a juggalo for Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, and they like femboys. And Tyler Robinson had a femboy boyfriend, roommate. There's all stuff pointing towards the fact that he was a groyper, not a left.
Did he vote for Donald Trump?
I don't know. I don't know what his voting record is.
See, I think it's pretty misguided to draw the conclusion that right-wingers would etch the word fascist on a bullet and shoot one of their own.
Oh, so you admit that you guys are fascist?
Like, are you looking in a mirror and just getting us all backwards?
You admit you're all fascist? Nick Fuentes was anti-Charlie Kirk.
The left are the ones that use the word fascist incorrectly.
You just don't believe it's fascist. Can you tell me what fascism is?
Oh, let's see. Qualities of fascism would be nationalism, authoritarianism,
check.
Censorship.
Check.
Getting rid of your political opponents.
Check. Lock her up.
Okay, now with that in mind, wouldn't George Washington count under that? Even
so you're championing fascism? So you're saying no.
No. You don't understand.
So you're likening George Washington, the person who was also against religion and government?
Of fascism, I'm applying them to a past time.
And you're saying that was a good time?
Do they apply? Is that true? No? George Washington wasn't nationalist?
No, ultra-nationalists, right? So like holding the flag and kissing it.
I'm sorry, ultra.
Yeah, so like look at Trump rallies versus...
it's good for people that have pride for their country.
I know. So you're admitting that you're an ultra-nationalist. So people...
No, I'm admitting I'm an American, you fuck.
No, listen. You have people at Trump rallies who are dressed head to toe, American flag, American bikinis, wrap their trucks in American flags, have Trump tattoos, have Trump face tattoos, clown makeup. They are insane. And then you have people at Kamala rallies who just champion the Constitution.
Yeah, there's like 15 people and they get paid probably.
I mean, Trump says that, which is a fascist talking point, but there's no proof of that, right? Right.
You're saying people don't get paid to go to
Is there proof of that?
These events?
Is there proof of that? Do you have proof of this? I know that there's an actual third party. There are companies out there that offer these services. That's public information, but you'd have to just say that we do that. You caught us doing that.
I see. I think that if you have a little bit of pride for your country, I'm looking at the chat here a little bit, but if you have a little bit of pride for your country, that makes you a nationalist right away?
No, it's too much. It's ultra nationalism. So like they sell you on this like America First ideology that is like a catch-all. So it's like when Trump is a complete dick. Excuse me. When Trump is
Biden's term and Trump's term then, as far as nationalist, like wasn't Biden's supporters, weren't they kind of nationalist towards him?
I don't know what that means, but we were helping out other countries, and
was
you
his
guys
base energized and supporting him actively.
I don't know what that means. I don't think we were energetic at all, honestly.
You know, I agree. And I'd probably be the same way with Biden as my leader.
Okay, so you admit that's not really checking the Biden fascism point you're trying to prescribe to him?
No, it's checking a Biden nationalism point.
That's not really nationalism, right? So what I'm talking about with y'all
what's
is...
nationalism?
Excuse me. What I'm talking about with y'all is...
Sorry, what's ultra-nationalism?
You're pretty much cutting off your nose to spite your face. So like if it were to be like, say, advantageous of us to do free trade and we make a lot of money, our economy flourishes because of that, but you guys come out and say, no, I love my country so much, I want to do protectionism, I want to do isolationism. That's ultra-nationalism. That's what like North Korea does. This shit where you stand up and say the American whatever.
So tariffs are ultra-nationalist now too?
Yes, it's isolationist. Isolationist economic policy is absolutely fascist. Yes.
Well, it's like one of the few bipartisan issues that Trump kind of had. Because if you recall back in the 90s...
He did this with an executive order.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi explicitly was going up against China. She wanted our trade deficit to change. It was going in the wrong direction, and she called for tariffs on China.
Cool.
Now, even though we do it 30 years later, is it bipartisan? I mean, she got rich and wealthy off of it in the meantime, and she doesn't care to change it anymore. But
that's nice, and you can just say these things.
You think this is a good thing?
No, you're just painting with a huge broad brush. You're like, oh, someone once said, excuse me,
not that broad of a brush.
Someone
it's
once
Democrat
said,
policy 30
shut
years
the
ago
fuck
and
up.
Republican policy today.
No, it's not. I'm going to mute you because you're not an adult. So when one politician just like mutters that a tariff might be good or that China might be doing something bad, doesn't mean that Trump should be able to, with an executive order, go control the whole country or the whole world's trade. That is fascist. That's authoritarianism. That's isolationism. He put tariffs on the whole world. We're talking about huge, what are they called? Blanket tariffs. There's not a single country in the world that had reciprocal tariffs for a 10% blanket tariffs. You can't name one. Okay. And for you to just go around and throw loosely around that Nancy Pelosi most evilly conspired to make money off of this is also stupid and baseless. She's been rich her whole life. Her husband trades stocks. There are just as many Republicans in the House of Representatives and Senates that trade stocks, and I invited you to unmute and make money. There's a list of these people. It's called the Unusual Whales list. You can just look it up. And this is another tenet of fascism, the common enemy thing, for you to point at Nancy Pelosi constantly as if she's even close to an outlier, when Trump just got a free $400 million jet. Nancy Pelosi's net worth is $260 million. Trump outdid her supposed corruption in one move. You don't have an issue with it. She wanted to impose country on one country, not the whole world. Yeah. Dude, I've invited you to mute twice now. gold statue of Trump holding Bitcoin. Jaforia, right here. It's a mute button. Unmute. It's right there. Hello? It is nice. All right, I'm going to let him go figure it out. Hello?
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump fan?
I won't say I'm a Trump fan. I voted for Trump.
All right, how do you feel about him taking away our First Amendment right?
I want to ask you a question because you just put out a huge lie to your audience. I want to call you out on it.
Okay.
The Time article you had up. I'm going to read it because you brought it up. I didn't make you bring it up. You brought it up. So you had it up on your screen, and I have it up in front of me. Trump called for a crackdown on radical left, but right-wing extremists are responsible for more political violence. Which Time is always lying, and this is what the left does. They lie.
This is Cato Institute, by the way. Love it.
I love it too. So what does that title say again? Responsible for more political violence.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't say. Did you read the article?
No, I'm showing a graph. I showed him a graph.
Okay, you didn't read the article.
No.
So I'm just going to read you.
I don't need to read that. I've read plenty of the articles about this. I read about the ADL. I've read the Brookings article, but no, I didn't read the Time magazine article, which you just slandered. So go ahead, read it for me.
I just want to give you the tiny part in it that you obviously didn't read.
Okay.
So the data tells a different story. In the last 5 years, 81 people have been unalived by political violence in the United States. Right-wing terrorists account for over half of those unalivings, some 54%, according to research by the Cato Institute, a libertarian think tank. Islamists account for 21%, and left-wingers account for 22%. Okay? Do we agree on that?
Okay.
That's talking about unalivings, but the title of the article says violence.
Is murder violent?
Okay, but it's saying violence. It's not saying unalivings. So if you're talking all violence, which is what the article is saying, and in the heading, it's saying it's not specifically saying unaliving. It's saying political violence. It's conveniently not taking in the 2020 riots, the Ferguson riots.
Got it.
And
did the it absolutely does. If somebody got hurt, that's tracked. It does.
Let me finish my point. The 2020 riots, there were approximately 15 to 26 million people who protested across this country. 14,000 people were arrested, at least double, triple that got away with crimes, if not well over 100,000.
And they got arrested for what?
These are all left.
Wait, they got arrested for what? Things like trespassing, maybe
looting,
yeah, sure. Looting's not violent, right? Looting's not violent. The people who burned down buildings, those were arrested. The people who burned down buildings, were Boogaloo Boys in Minnesota.
Looting is violence.
No, looting's not violent.
Sure it is.
No, it's not.
You're breaking, busting up buildings, windows, and destroying property.
Who got hurt?
That is a form of violence.
It's not violence. That's property damage. So there's two categories.
Violence.
There's two categories of crime. There's property
They're
crime.
doing it in the name
There's
of
property
political
crime,
unrest.
and there's violent crime. That's property crime. Okay, I'm going to help you out here.
You're not helping me out because I'm a former police officer. You're wrong. See, this is what
serious?
So this is what the left does. You put up an article and this is how they suck you in. It says political violence. Was the riots political violence? Yes.
What's the smoking gun in this article? I feel like you just proved my point like 30 times over.
It's unbelievable. You think someone taking a baseball bat and busting out windows isn't a form of violence?
That's property crime.
It's violence.
It's property crime. No wonder you're not a police officer anymore, dude. Were you just arresting people for assault when they hit a building?
It's still a crime.
Okay.
So again, the article says right-wing extremists are responsible for more political violence. Obviously, they're not, because they're not taking in consideration all the riots.
So you're just. Do you guys have the numbers on that yet? Did you guys collect all that yet?
2020 riots.
Show me all the numbers then. Show me where all those numbers. Where we miss them? Can you show me the study that shows how left-wing violence is more pronounced?
Upon billions of dollars in property damage.
Can you show? You're just your feelings. Tell me about your feelings. How much you hated the summer of 2020.
This is
where's the data?
Evidence.
Can you show me a data? Like it's just a study that shows your point.
What do you want to know?
Show me some data. Show me how the data outweighs on the left. Extreme violence on the left outweighs on the right again.
Look about how many people were arrested.
Just show me the data. The burden of proof is on you, right? You're making this claim. Go ahead and show me the study you're talking about. Just go ahead and show me the study you're talking about.
You put up the Time article that lies.
Oh, and then you cited it again to prove a point for me, or you?
To show that it's a lie.
Okay.
Because they're not taking into consideration all the riots that the lefties do every time they don't get their way. Oh my God! And we got to riot. We got to loot buildings. We got to assault people.
So your cope is the summer of 2020.
We burn down buildings.
Your cope is the summer of 2020, where right-wing domestic terrorists burned down buildings.
Oh, this has been going on other than 2020. It's been going on for decades.
Your tummy hurts and you hate data is all I've heard from you. Your tummy hurts and you hate data, and summer 2020 hurts your feelings.
You're the one who doesn't want to hear the facts.
Where's the data? You're just talking about. Show me a website. Show me a website. Who's put the? Surely one of y'all are smart enough to put this on paper.
Kirk was unalive. Were there any riots? Was there any burning of buildings? Were there any police officers assaulted? No.
This is
how many police officers
let me rebuttal. Let me rebuttal that. Okay. The reason the right is more violent is because Trump came out and he pointed fingers before anybody was arrested. He pointed to a political ideology for y'all to hate. And then y'all champion that. And so did Charlie Kirk. Charlie also says that Democrats also, like, quote, want to make the America less white. He says things like this that stoke stochastic terrorism. All right. That's what it does. So people, when they hear this, it leads them down a rabbit hole to where they eventually go to a supermarket in Buffalo, New York, and kill people with a gun with the N-word spray painted on their gun. That's what y'all do. When our tummy hurts and we hate the government, we go around and save animals and feed people.
Okay. Again, you're avoiding the facts. How many police officers were assaulted in the 2020 riots? You know how many?
One died, and it was from a right-wing extremist. Did you know that? One died.
How many were assaulted?
One was shot by one of you because y'all are so inflamed with hate that y'all pulled a trigger and shot one.
Here you go.
That's what you did.
You're moving the goalposts like you always do. How many police officers were assaulted in 2020 riots?
How many?
500 were sustained life-changing injuries. Over 1,500 were assaulted.
And
those numbers aren't in the Cato Institute Time article, are they?
Can you find me those numbers?
Of course not.
Can you find me those numbers? Can you find me those numbers? And with the arrests, can you show me the arrests and what their political ideologies were?
You know what they are.
Right wing?
No, those are all left wing doing the
riots. So you're literally just pointing at all these people that got arrested, say they're all left wing?
2020 rioting. Okay, now you're just being disingenuous.
Nice. Okay, so I'm being disingenuous because I don't believe you when you say all the police officers were hurt by left-wing extremists.
You have no answer because you know I'm right.
No one thinks you're right.
Are you really trying to say those
no one thinks you're right? Yes. The arrests show that the right-wingers were responsible for the violence and the burning of the police station in Minnesota. I'm so sorry this is happening to you. Yes, the Boogaloo Boys. That's the part of the right-wing extremist group they're part of. Yes.
You know, all the 2020 riots were done by leftists. You know that.
How come right-wing extremists were arrested for murder then? How come they were arrested? How come they were arrested, right-wing extremists?
And the Ferguson riots.
How did they do that? Did they just turn right-wing?
And what about the 2016 riots when Trump won? The city's burned for 3 days straight.
Dang, it sounds like we need to start electing people who don't make people riot. Who was president during 2020?
Now you're justifying riots because Trump won the election in 2016. Wow.
No, I'm not justifying a riot.
You're really intelligent.
So first of all, not all protests are riots.
You got issues, dude.
Okay, go find that article that you need to prove your point. Go find a good juicy article that proves your point instead of just saying "nuh-uh" when I show you data. What's up, Nemo? What's up, Dan? Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I just wanted to point out that I live in George Floyd Square, and I have a video of the Boogaloo Boys getting arrested right in front of my house. Day 2 of the riots.
Nice.
Yep. Anyway, talk to you later.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Oh shit! I accidentally kicked somebody. Who's Jimmy? Hello?
You Democrats are crazy.
We're crazy?
Yeah, you guys like to riot, kill people, like it's nuts.
The data says that you guys do all the killing.
That's why. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the data. You're talking about one person, Charlie Kirk. I'm just talking about the data.
Yeah, you guys are crazy.
Oh, you guys are even worse.
You guys are the party of hate.
You guys are even worse. You guys are killing everybody.
You saw what happened to Jimmy Kimmel. That's what happens when you lie.
Do you like
on
people
TV.
taking away their First Amendment rights? You like Trump taking away
When
First
you
Amendment
lie,
rights? You don't
wasn't
like, wait.
that guy dating a transgender?
No. He had a femboy. He was dating a femboy, and that is a far right thing too. The Nick Fuentes crowd, you know, like the Roman salute. The Romans, they like to fuck each other. That is if you're so far right that you do start liking femboys.
And didn't he say Trump was a fascist?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you guys are like brainwashed.
Wait,
all the media
Trump's
says,
not a
"Oh,
fascist?
Trump's a fascist," and then what happens? A crazy lunatic believes it and starts wanting to shoot up the place.
Dang. So you're not allowed to call fascist a fascist when they're fascist?
What's wrong with you guys?
We're not allowed to say, like, when fascism really does get here, are we allowed to call them a fascist?
Yeah, but nothing's happening.
Nothing's happening. Trump is harassing media companies with the federal government because he doesn't like what they're saying. That's not fascism.
Well, that's what happens.
That's what happens.
Don't you know that?
When fascism.
You know that Jimmy Kimmel and The View, all they go is, "Oh, Trump is." They have every second to bash him.
It's America. It's free speech. Welcome to America.
Yeah, but all right, free. So what if I said you were gay? Would you like that? If somebody said, "Oh, this guy Andrew is gay," like I would literally kill somebody.
You would?
Why you call it?
That's
gay?
that's violent.
That's
violent. That's you.
Like,
that's why y'all are violent.
No, I'm not violent. I'm just saying, like, would you like being called a faggot? Imagine somebody calls you a faggot.
Listen, no, you can't say that, right? So you guys are okay with saying harmful things. You can't clutch your pearls when we say fascist and then go on to slur a bunch. What's up, Mishi?
Hi, guys. I find it hypocritical as Donald Trump has called Democrats fascists.
That's true. He also calls us radical, communist, leftist, radical leftist every time he mentions us. Every time.
He's used the word fascist against us. So radical left fascists, and he goes a step further that he says are destroying our country. So when you tell a bunch of people that there's a group of people that are literally destroying our country, that we are the enemy from within, we are vermin, wouldn't that incite the same thing that they're accusing us of?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I think it's violent to espouse great replacement theory. I think that's absolutely violent.
Here's the thing, as I've been thinking about this, and even in my own rhetoric in life, is if the president is going to fan the flames of division and hate, it's going to be upon us, the people, to simmer it down.
Yeah.
Like, how are we going to do that? How are we, the people, going to get the message out that it is upon us now, Republican, MAGA, leftist, I don't care what you call yourself. We need to all, because I'm noticing like my increased anger towards people, and I have to check myself.
Yeah, same.
That down.
Same. Yeah. I don't know. You want to hang out and do some debates?
Sure. Hi, Nemo.
What's up?
Guys, if you're friendly, get out of my box. If you're friendly, go on, get. Yellow.
Yeah, Trump's finally going after the enemy instead of just arresting pro-Palestinians.
So you're okay with anti-free speech?
I mean, as long as he's targeting the people that
you hate,
want to go after us. I mean, the guy who wanted the debate and do the free speech stuff, his funeral's on Sunday. You can go to that shit. We're over that now.
Oh, he's not the only one doing debates, right? He was going around debating children in their formative years. He wasn't actually looking for real debates.
Actually, he tried not to debate people.
I tried to debate him. He didn't want to debate me. He didn't want to debate adults. He saw me, and he saw Parker and Dean, and he said, "No, I only want to debate students."
Oh, you were part of that little crew following him around.
Yeah.
It's interesting the colleges that he chose to go to. Why do you think he chose not to go to schools like Harvard, Penn?
He went to Cambridge, which was pretty high class.
And he got his ass handed to him there. Yeah.
Bad.
The ginger kid cooked them for sure.
He got cooked over and over again when he went to schools.
I mean, I think he did all right for the most part, but the ginger kid, absolutely.
Okay.
I will give him.
This guy, Pickles,
Ron Weasley.
I'm probably going to drop because I really can't stand. He's just a troll. That Demo, you know him by his voice.
Yeah, smooches.
I don't remember him.
Yeah, he changes his name all the time. He's going to have this very
I have
lazy.
no idea who you are, honestly.
Yes, you do. You've been on my live a million times.
This is like a delusional thing now. Right?
No.
Yeah, he gets cooked a lot. He's not looking for a debate. He was not looking for a fair debate. He wanted to go around and teach kids that the Democrats were the enemy, that we are anti-whites.
Wants to be doing debates now. Who's going to be sitting in front of a crowd now? Oh,
Gee,
yeah, you're sitting
I don't
behind
know.
a keyboard.
I don't know. Maybe you should tell Nick Fuentes to tell his boys. Maybe you should tell his boys, Nick Fuentes, to chill and stop chasing him off of campuses. Maybe you should tell him that.
You were just bragged about doing that. What are you talking about?
And I was trying to debate him. I wasn't trying to chase him off of a campus.
You said Fuentes chased him off a campus?
Yeah.
Which campus?
It wasn't Fuentes. It was his boys. It was
one of his followers.
Groypers. Yes, he has a whole fan base.
They asked him questions. They were asking him questions, just like Dean. What are you talking about? There's clips of that on the internet.
No, he was cheering.
Google,
he was cheering on.
No?
He was cheering on him pushing. He was cheering on him pushing. The Groypers pushing him off campus.
Google Groyper War 2. It's all on video.
Yeah.
You can watch Rob Smith. You can watch Don
Gary,
Jr.
You know what I find really hypocritical is that the one thing that Charlie said that I actually agreed with is that he believed in free speech, all free speech, whether he agreed with it or didn't agree with it. Okay, I don't agree with a lot of things that Charlie says, but he has the right to say them. And now, our president,
things in this country, your MasterCard gets shut off.
Our president actually had a man fired because he doesn't like what he has to say, and in Charlie's name. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, this is the erosion of our free speech. When you're cheering it on, you're like, "Well, I hate what they're saying." That's where our rights start to erode, and yeah, it's a very scary place.
I mean, you're acting like free speech is like already like a concrete thing that was allowed before 9/10. You say certain things, your MasterCard gets banned forever, and they shut off the power to your house.
It's the First Amendment. No, you're talking about something else. So I just wanted to play this very briefly. It's like 20, 30 seconds.
Educate me. Can you point to me a great power that endorsed same-sex marriage, not cohabitation, but marriage? Ancient Mesopotamia, as marriage, as recognized, as marriage that exists, recognized by the state, 100%. And how did that work?
The audio is all fucking cooked.
Worked out perfectly fine. It was an accepted norm of society. Okay, I still think it's wrong.
That is getting cooked.
I couldn't even hear. I heard Charlie. I couldn't hear the kid.
Okay.
What did he say?
You heard him say that. Well, I just think it's wrong.
I heard Mesopotamia.
That's not rebutting anything.
Okay.
He was a YouTuber, bro.
So what? He lost.
He was a YouTuber.
I'm not like. I mean,
he said very racist things in a very palpable way, and I think that when we start to point it out and make y'all feel uncomfortable and make you realize that that's the team you're on, I think that you should feel the way you feel, and feel those feelings.
No. I disagreed with Charlie on a lot. I was much farther right than Charlie. I think he was a moderate.
I told you this guy's a troll, Pickles.
All right.
Oh, is that a troll? You just mentioned Nick Fuentes. Do you think he's farther to the left or to the right of Charlie?
Okay,
Or
so
what?
are you telling us that
Okay, and that would make Charlie farther to the left of a mainstream figure.
Do you align
So
with
that
Nick?
was-
Do you align with Nick?
I think Nick says a lot of smart things. I think smart kid.
Yeah, my boss.
He is very smart, but he's a horrible person.
He's a supremacist dude.
When he was he was hanging out with Kanye. He ran Kanye's presidential campaign.
Have
He's
you
not a
not
supremacist.
listened to the things that come out of his mouth?
I listened to his last 3 streams. They were
Kanye,
amazing.
the man who currently has a swastika diamond chain necklace and a swastika shirt on his website for sale.
Yeah, that's the one, formerly known as Ye. Well, he's a black person. You can't be racist when you're black. So who am I to judge an African?
Okay, I know you're just memeing now, but you can't escape. Excuse me, you can't escape the fact that your ideologies are horrible. You just can't escape it. You can't meme it away.
West is an artist.
You can't.
What are you talking
You
about?
can't. You just invoked him. You just invoked him. You invoked him, not me.
Yeah, I mean, you ever listen to Graduation?
Again, you're not serious. Nobody is serious. When you want to just talk about graduation, we're talking about harmful ideologies that cause violence and murder.
Your side celebrates the murder of Charlie Kirk, and they want
nobody's celebrating
as well.
Nobody's celebrating it.
No one celebrates. Dean Withers had to apologize to his audience. What are you talking about?
He's a rage baiter, but name one Democratic leader that didn't come out and denounce what happened.
Hassan Piker, Destiny.
Hassan Piker.
Those aren't leaders.
And by the way, that's not a Democrat.
It's your side. They are absolutely
I'm
leaders.
talking about legislators.
They're just as much as a legislator. Obviously, legislators don't say this stuff. They're seasoned politicians.
No, you guys are all. Everybody on the right is cheering for this. On the right.
You see, when you bring up examples, you bring up Nick Fuentes, and then when I bring up example of Destiny, you go, "Well, he's not a legislator."
No, Donald Trump himself.
Biden got cancer. Donald Trump actually said that Mike Pence deserved it when the people in your party were going
deserved what?
To be unalived.
No, he didn't. Mike Pence never got unalive. He's still alive. What are you talking about?
When he was being threatened, when they were saying the things that they were saying on January 6th.
Mike Pence probably deserved to be pressured. I mean, he should have been loyal.
Harry, when they were saying that he should be unalived by you know what?
Who is they?
The people of January 6th.
They all said that?
Yes.
There's chance.
Every single one.
Yes, every single one.
There was chance.
I'm sure you asked them all.
Fuck off, Barry. Yeah, it was every single one.
I'm sure you asked them.
Okay, yeah, it was every single one, Barry. Shut the fuck up.
Bottom line is our president was told that they were chanting to unalive the vice president. And his response was, I don't care. He probably deserves it.
Well, that sounds like they're on your side. So the free speech, right? You're the free speech people.
Your president.
Do you want free speech or not?
Your president free speech. Wait, you just were disgusted by people celebrating Charlie Kirk, which, by the way, I'm disgusted by that.
I got 3 people fired. 3.
Great.
I got 3 people fired.
Great.
You can't focus, Barry. You're not a serious person.
Barry.
No, 3 people are on the Charlie Kirk database because of me.
Barry, listen to me. You're okay with firing people because they celebrated. I thought with Charlie Kirk, I thought people that did that are disgusting. Okay,
they want me dead. Of course, getting them fired.
No, they don't.
Barry, but the president of the United States said that the vice president deserved to be unalived. Did you actually try to get him fired too?
Actually, we did campaign against him. We did. Yeah, you could argue that. I mean, you don't watch Nick Fuentes? Clearly, we bought a billboard.
I don't watch.
We bought a billboard in Georgia. Did you see the billboard?
Pickles, he's not serious. I
am serious. Look at the board. Look
him all the time.
Google Nick Fuentes billboard.
I don't watch supremacists. My God, he just wants to get people angry. He's ridiculous. He changes his name all the time because he just does this.
Hey, y'all, can you hear me?
Yup. Are you a Trump supporter?
Okay. Are you gonna drop me if I say that I'm not?
Yes.
I love that he couldn't hear Nemo when it was convenient for him.
Yeah, of course.
Hello.
By the way, too, that was multiple people, including Mark Meadows, who said that Trump said he deserved it.
Oof. Hello.
Greetings. How we doing?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
It depends on whether or not you let me talk.
Yeah, I only do debates. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not, man.
Guys, I have 1,400 people watching. This is not a free platform for you to come up here and say something. This is a debate platform. Hello. Chat, if you are friendly, please get out of my box. Hello. This is serene.
I like that.
This guy's living life. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. Also, don't forget to give me a follow if you enjoy debates. We do these almost every day. Ugh, it's just Barry in the box. Lame chat. Lame chat. Tap the screen. We're almost at 100K.
I mean, you can talk to them. I'll probably drop because I don't talk to people like that.
He's not a real debater. He's not trying to debate.
He's just a rage baiter. I don't know where we go from here, Pickles. You know, I mean, I looked at I actually oftentimes go to the Fox News Facebook page and just to kind of get the vibe on how MAGA is feeling about like the firing of Jimmy Kimmel. Just it gives you a good indicator of, you know, their talking points and how they feel about it. And yeah, they're pretty excited. They're pretty excited. I was on another line where they said that Donald Trump prophesized it.
Yeah.
Because he said he's been after Kimmel for years. I mean. Do you think it's going to be indefinite, or you think that after this merger is done, you think that they'll try to reinstate him?
I don't know. I don't know enough about the merger.
I know that I'm canceling my Disney Plus today.
Woof. I don't have it, so.
Yeah.
Disney said they wanted it.
Last week, I would have canceled my trip. What do you think about him calling Antifa a terrorist organization?
God, it's going to be very hard to find their headquarters. Hello?
Hi.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
I am not. But I wanted to come on here real quick. I'm getting ready for work, but I just wanted to come on here and give props to you guys for staying level-headed with a lot of these punishers that are coming on here, because I've been on a few of these debates over the last week or so. And I've noticed, you know, a lot of these, you know, things are getting really heated with a lot of people, understandably, on both sides. And I have noticed, I think it's Nishi, is that how you say your name, right? I just gave you guys all a follow, by the way. You said something really that resonated with me, which is, you know, the thing that we as like society or just like individuals, I think really have to do is kind of like, you know, when our quote unquote leaders are like fanning the flames and not doing their jobs, like it's really up to us to kind of temper ourselves to try and like find common ground to get our communication across. And I think you guys are doing a pretty good job of that. It's really, really hard when we have these ding dongs like trying to just get everybody upset, especially when they resort to name calling. You know, when people resort to name calling, they've lost the argument. That's pretty much indicative of that. And I think you guys are doing a pretty good job of, you know, spitting out facts and just keeping it calm. So I just wanted to come on and say thank you for that. I also was trying to get in the chat a little bit earlier when there was some guy, I don't remember what his screen name was, earlier talking about how the left, he was like trying to pull up some article, Time Magazine or something, like, oh, the left and the protests in 2020, they did, property crime versus like violent crime. Like, I live in Los Angeles where it was bananas in 2020. And I just wanted to say, like, it's really important to remember during those times that a lot of the crazy property crime that was happening were from opportunists that, it's kind of like the whole thing with like these like nihilists on the deep internet that are like, well, first of all, we don't really know the motive of the shooter or the pewer, excuse me, right? We don't really know like what's going on yet. Everyone's kind of like trying to like figure out like what side he was on, whatever. We really don't know, but we do know that he was probably part of this like deep internet thing. And a lot of the time, there's just these nihilistic people out there that are just opportunists, right? And that's kind of what was going on in 2020. Like, people that saw this opportunity, with the protests, these giant protests that were going on, they loot, they just want to be part of the chaos. They want to like break into stores and steal things. And they weren't even part of the political like movement or whatever,
Mhm.
So I think a lot of times people who aren't here in the city, or they're just watching from afar, that's what they see. And then of course, like whatever their political leaning is, they're going to blame it on the opposite side, So we have to remember that too. Like, that's a thing that happens here. I was alive for the Rodney King riots, during the looting, during the earthquake, all that kind of stuff. Like, that's just a thing that happens in big cities. So it's not always politicized, So I just wanted to remind people of that. That's a thing that happens.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that input.
You're welcome. And keep doing the good work. And yeah, I got to go, but I'm going to stay on and listen while I can.
For sure. Alrighty. Thank you.
Yeah, you mean no, for sure. That's my screen name.
Catch you later. Guys, the reason I let her speak for a little bit, because I literally just don't have anyone in the box, but when you hop up here and I have a full box of people, I kick you pretty quickly. People looting doesn't affect me. Yeah, like, you would also have to explain the motives behind those looting. Like, if they arrested these people and they admitted to breaking into a store and be like, I did this because of my political beliefs, they would probably put that somewhere. It would not be anywhere near the political violence tracker.
Well, not to mention that there were agitators that came to those events as well. Like, we know that it was the far right Boogaloo boys that came up from Texas to set that police station on fire. They're serving in prison right now.
Yeah. Hello?
Hello. My question is, what do you think is next? Like, how do you do this without it becoming violent?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't want to do more friendlies right now, but I appreciate.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Like, if you have someone, go for it. I love hearing you go off on them.
I appreciate you. I also don't want like 4 people stacked up here ready to dogpile. We'll just keep it slim and
dropped here in a few minutes too, Pickles.
It's it honestly, I don't know. It's fine. I enjoy having you up. Here we go.
I think it's going to get worse before it gets better for that person.
Yellow.
Yes, hello. How is it not hypocritical to continue to use a platform that's being made available to you because of Donald Trump's presidential overreach?
You're telling me I should just get off because Trump is allowing me to use this platform?
No, because of his presidential overreach. You criticize him for his presidential overreach, and yet you benefit from it. It's called hypocrisy.
Okay, but this isn't hurting anybody, right? This is.
But it's called integrity, though.
Integrity?
Right?
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
It's
like,
called integrity.
It's called prosecutorial discretion, right? Like, if we were around, like I'm sure you've jaywalked before, right? And I'm sure you've sped before, and you guys are arresting everybody who's here illegally.
What? No, that's like you advocating for people to not jaywalk or speed or anything, and then you speed yourself.
Well, didn't Donald Trump advocate for the banning of this app originally?
Doesn't matter.
Wait, why doesn't that matter?
It doesn't matter.
Didn't he say
This is not the gotcha you think. Nobody cares that Donald Trump
would have vetoed the
No.
bill. Why
Okay, I'm
did
sorry.
President
Wait,
Biden veto?
wait,
because it had fucking funding for Ukraine in it, dude.
Sir, do you
It
use
had funding
do you use
for
the roads in your
No,
town?
he separated the bill. He separated the
You're
bill.
talking about the border bill.
Do you use the
No,
roads?
he separated it from the border bill.
Anti. Do
You don't even know what you're talking about, bro. What the fuck is this shit? You're sitting here debating people, making up shit. What the
Excuse me, there's humanitarian aid in that bill. Excuse me.
He separated it.
No, he didn't.
Separated it.
Anti.
The Democrats and the Republicans separated it.
Anti. Let me finish
What the fuck, bro? I can't. Well, you just said you're not gonna
Dude,
dogpile.
I need you to just stop.
I have a point. Do you use the roads that
No, I'm not talking to you, man. I'm not talking to you. Bye.
I know you don't like women.
Fucking hypocrites. You guys are fucking hypocrites.
Are you using the roads that Joe Biden has fixed with the infrastructure plan?
That's good too.
That would be very hypocritical of you to drive on those new smooth roads now, wouldn't it, pal?
It's nobody actually believes that I'm a hypocrite for using TikTok because Trump saved it. Nobody actually believes it. It's disingenuous.
And why did he save it? He's using it as a negotiating tool against China. Okay? He's saving it because his son likes it. He's saving it because he thinks it helps him with the younger voters, and he also thinks it helped him win. He doesn't save things for the people. He saved things for himself.
So the potential ban on TikTok was advanced as part of a broader foreign and humanitarian aid signed into law April 2024. There you go. He's threw a shit fit for no reason.
And by the way, I do believe he's breaking the law by extending it.
Yeah.
For what that's worth.
Thank you for the ad.
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
I am not. Is that a requirement to join the debate?
I'm trying not to do any more friendlies. I'm sorry. I love you.
That's not a problem. I just saw that you guys were debating, and this is what I do. So absolutely, I will hop off. Not a problem.
All right. Much love.
Thanks.
It's part of a separate. He keeps going on. It literally was passed because of that. What happened next, despite being signed into the law, effectively pressured senators to vote on TikTok measure without delaying urgent humanitarian and military aid. It was absolutely signed into or passed by Congress and the Senate because of humanitarian aid.
And let's be real. I mean, this app is going to change dramatically when it's a US only app. Okay. Yeah. It's not going to be an app where we get to hear opposing voices from around the world, nor will they be able to see what's happening here in the United States of America. Right?
Yeah.
Just the way he wants it, nice and isolated.
Hello.
Hey, I'm sorry. Ask a question. How long are you live? Because I do plan to debate you in a couple of minutes.
I'll be live for maybe 2 more hours.
All right, cool. Thank you.
All right.
What are you going to do when it moves over to the US app?
Be poor. I don't know.
You can start selling stuff like I do.
Yeah. I need to like build out my presence on the other platforms. I mean, if they were smart, the way that they would do this is all in the back end. Because if they build a separate app, like they could literally achieve what they want to do, which is fully separate it purely in the back end.
Yeah.
And so they don't actually need to build out a separate app.
Hopefully.
If they do build out a separate app, they are fucking their revenue. Like, that's insane. But they could literally just isolate on the back end.
No, I saw all this coming. Like what happened to Charlie, like I could feel the political edge, if you will, a couple months ago. Like I'm sure you guys have, because you're really in tuned. And you know, my kids basically were like, Mom, you need to stop. Like my kids were doxxed by the right. You don't do that. You don't do that to my kids. So they asked me to stop posting political. So then I was like, I have an account that's big. What am I going to do with it?
So it looks like it was separated when Joe Biden signed it.
Yeah, they had it was called Project Texas, right?
Oh, you're talking about
Texas
the
via Oracle.
Cisco, yeah, Oracle.
I think that was the separation.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the legislation when Joe Biden signed it, protecting Americans against foreign adversary-controlled applications in the law. The legislation did not impose an immediate outright ban, but it required TikTok's Chinese parent company ByteDance to sell its stake in U.S. version. So Joe Biden basically just accepted the fact that Congress thought this was a threat to national security.
Jesus Christ.
Which I guess now it isn't. I mean, Trump said it was a threat to national security, and now it's not. Like, what changed?
Yeah, like if we're going to actually approach this fairly and honestly, and not do this, plain coy political bias dog and pony show, does TikTok have actual national security implications for the U.S. government? Yes. Does that mean that the American people should be subjected to this standard of, oh, this is a threat to this could be used for snooping, therefore we're not allowing? That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like if they came out tomorrow and said, okay, this is what we're doing, we're changing the policy. Americans, if you're a civilian, you can have fun. It's an app. You should know about these things. If you accept the risks, so be it. If you are a government employee, you are subject to a different set of rules.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot have this on your phone. If you want to have it on your phone, then you're going to have to use a separate government issued phone. I mean, that's already standard practice for a lot of stuff anyway. I mean, especially the higher up in national security you go, they have like government issued and managed phones. So I would be fine with that. That makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, it makes sense to me too.
Hi, Dolphin.
I can't see the scrolling. I can't see the comments. It's weird.
Did you accidentally swipe on your screen?
Did I? Maybe.
I obviously make my living on this app for you to come up and be like, oh, why aren't you poor because you hate Trump so much? It's not a gotcha. Nobody believes you.
Oh, you're a socialist? Well, then why do you use money? Boom.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hi, from Syria. Need help.
You what?
From Syria. Need help.
People come on from Syria. I've had them on my before, asking for gifts to help pay for things.
Yeah, and you never know if it's
real or not.
Yeah. You never know. Like some people are actually being held against their will to do that, to collect money for T groups.
I didn't know that. That's horrendous.
Homies paid by the DNC. I wish, dude. I wish. I would take it all day.
Me too. Someone think they're like, you're traveling on your DNC. I wish. I can't believe they're sending.
Hi, my brother from Syria.
I can't believe they're sending. Why can't I come up with his name? To Syria.
Dr. Anxious says the only good socialist is a dead one. It's really, really hitting the nail on the head there, guy. Hitting the nail on the head with the right wing being violent.
Yes, it's funny. The socialist countries seem to be the happiest. If they look into it. But I guess I'd rather just, pay through the nose for insurance and, work, not get paid leave, things like that. I mean, I know it's horrible. You guys are just fighting up against the right battle. I want to pay insurance. I want to go bankrupt because I get cancer.
I want Blue Cross Blue Shield to deny my claim for the 5th time in a row because it was an out-of-network, out-of-pocket maximum, random, a non-covered prescription on a Tuesday from someone named Bob.
Yeah. I want to help the rich at my demise.
Yeah.
It's so fun. It's those people who actually can't afford things that are fighting the hardest for the wealthy. It's just crazy to me.
Meredith, thank you so much for the Cash App. Caffeine money. Love the DNC. Thank you.
I was in Disney last week and I was talking to my daughter. We were walking together. You guys know where she's on the app. And I was like, oh gosh, I'm like, America like sucks right now, right? And this guy next to me was like, watch your mouth. And I was like, okay, calm down. And he was like, you need to, I go, he like was about ready to lose it at Disney. Okay. And I'm like, dude, it's free speech. I can say whatever I want to say. And he's like, you can't, like his wife had to hold him down, I was like, we're in trouble, people. We're in trouble when you're at the happiest place on earth, supposedly. I would have canceled my trip had they done that to Kimmel last week.
Yeah.
But, anyways, it was nuts. I
Hey,
thought he was
what's
going
going on,
to.
y'all?
Hello.
What's going on?
Hello.
Are
you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm 25 and I'm from Beverly Hills, California.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
As you can see, we're all basically living the American dream right now. The economy's doing good. Stock market's doing good. House ratings are doing good. What more can you ask for? We're the border's closed like he promised to do. What more could we ask for?
I don't really care. My life doesn't change when Trump does terrorism at the border. I don't like the way Trump's doing the border thing. We're spending $140 billion on ICE, which is more than any country on Earth's military besides China, to make y'all feel better about immigrants not being here or something. I don't know. That doesn't do anything for me. That's hurting our economy. Our GDP is shrinking. Inflation is up. Unemployment is up. That's the only reason that the housing market and that we're loosening interest rates is because unemployment's so bad. Good stuff.
Okay, I mean that's your opinion, really.
No, that's the truth. That's what the Fed said.
I just got a raise from work. So I'm doing pretty good.
It's anecdotal.
GDP is GDP.
Yeah. I'm listening to what you're saying. Continue.
Trump has absolutely wrecked this economy, and he's also projected unemployment will be going up for the next few years. And most economists say that this will not be good long term either. It's just Trump, I don't know, shaking down each country to get whatever he wants out of them. I don't get anything out of it. My taxes are higher now. I have to pay tariffs to get anything from Amazon. My money goes a lot less further. So I'm not happy about that. Trump is also about to oversee the transition of this app. I'll probably go broke during that as well. So anecdotal doesn't really do anything for me. When you look at the economy as a whole, I can't really care about your personal achievements.
Yeah.
I mean, I can give you anecdotal evidence of all my friends' kids graduating from college. They can't get jobs.
Okay, continue.
And yeah, the cost of goods has gone up for everybody. The cost of energy is going up, and the cost of insurance is going to go up quite a bit. So, I'm glad you got a raise at your job. I don't know if it's an annual thing most businesses give raises on some sort of annual basis. Were you not getting raises for the past 4 to 8 years?
No, I just got a raise today. Okay. And unfortunately, that was under a Donald Trump administration.
Okay, so Donald Trump is the reason why you got a raise.
Yes.
Okay, what kind of job do you work in?
I work in financing. Okay. I'm an accountant.
Okay, and you've not gotten a raise in the past 4 years?
No, because of Joe Biden and his policies.
What policies of Joe Biden did he do to the economy?
I mean, first, like I said, he let millions of illegals into this country who were benefiting from us taxpayers getting free food, free healthcare, just free everything. And now it's over with. That gravy train has stopped.
My daughter was an accountant under Joe Biden, and she got a raise every year. But at Ernst & Young, maybe they pay better.
Yeah, I mean, it's normal, even if you're like a subpar employee, to get what's referred to as like a cost of living adjustment, which is somewhere in the neighborhood of like a 1%. If you genuinely suck as an employee, that's what you'll sometimes get.
And I also, again, it's just anecdotal. I was making $30,000 a month under Biden. Does that mean I should vote Democrat for the rest of my life?
Unfortunately, that's not enough to live off of. $30,000 a year?
No, a month.
A year, you said? A month. Can you show us a bank statement?
Oh.
I'm not showing anyone my bank statements.
Then, I really can't take your word.
Okay.
But anyway, look at what Trump is doing for D.C. There's literally residents of Chicago calling him personally to bring in a National Guard to Chicago.
That doesn't mean
Do you know people in D.C.? Do you know people in Washington, D.C.?
Yes, I know a few people that are happy about what he's doing. He's bringing in a D.C. to clean up crime. How can y'all be against that?
It's not cleaning up crime. It's going to go right back to normal when he leaves. It's just a very expensive political theater.
You like using the military against our
literally getting phone calls.
You like using the military against our U.S. citizens?
If it's necessary to keep down crime.
Why is it necessary when D.C. had the lowest crime rate it's had in 10 years?
30.
Can you prove that statement?
30. Excuse me, what?
It was at a 30-year low. Yeah. It was a 30-year low in D.C.
I'm waiting for her to prove her statement, please.
I got you.
Sure. Thank you, Pickles. It's a fact.
So no
I got
statement.
you.
Oh, Pickles is pulling it up, honey. Just have to wait, okay?
Just how bad is DC crime? The studies both crime, highly interested. The human drama around crime, politicians.
Anecdotally, I go
the
to
president
DC.
says crime is up in DC. Who's right? NPR, extensive resources. DC National Guard. DC's crime rate. There was no mention of what DC's crime rate is compared to other metro areas. They are doing lower crime rate on their own, or why the current crime rate is acceptable or unacceptable. Without that context, buzzword NPR loves to use in fundraisers. Oh God.
Not to mention, did y'all see what Trump did? The no taxes on overtime. That's a good thing for us too.
You're bouncing all over the place. Let me just play. It's an audio clip. Just listen closely.
Why didn't he finish showing me the data?
This is about that. Just listen closely.
Crime is down in Washington, D.C. Street crime, violent crime by 25%. And it's people have seen, they've noticed a big difference. So I didn't know that. But if anybody voted against, so I feel very badly about it, only in the sense that in this short period of time that he's been there, crime is down 25% in Washington, D.C. But that's really up to the senators.
That was Donald Trump in, I think it was late April or May.
Before he sent the guard in.
Okay, here we go.
Stop
Reports.
a second. Do you believe Donald Trump's words?
Yes.
Okay, so you believe that crime is at an all-time low then?
No, I do not believe crime is at an all-time low. I mean, like I said, look at Chicago, for instance. It's a war zone.
Ryan, stop for a second. You're not listening. You said that you believe Donald Trump's words that crime was down in D.C. Yes or no?
No, I do not believe that.
Okay, Donald Trump just
I know
told
people
you that
personally.
Donald Trump lied to you?
I know people personally in D.C.
Stop. Did Donald Trump lie to you?
I know people personally.
Did Donald Trump lie to you?
I know people personally.
Did Donald Trump lie to you?
I know people.
Did Donald Trump? You're not answering the. Why can't you answer the question? Did Donald Trump lie to the American people when he said that crime was down in D.C.? Yes or no?
Crime is down in D.C. because he brought in the National Guard.
This is before the guard.
This is before the guard.
The clip that Nemo played was before the guard went in. So my question for you, and answer it, was Donald Trump lying to you, yes or no?
No. Move on.
Okay, so then the crime rate. Wait.
Show me the thing.
Then the crime rate was low. So why did he need to send in the guard if the crime rate was low?
Okay, Overall violent crime in 2024 was reportedly down by 35% compared to the year prior. As of late 2024, the city was on pace to have its lowest reported crime in 30 years. According to 2024 year-end data, they were already at a 10-year low. In 2023 was its highest, and it reduced by 30% in 2024. And to give you, just because you find a friend that says that they're unhappy doesn't mean we need to spend billions of dollars on crime. If we can just look at
billions of dollars in Ukraine, we spent billions of dollars.
Yeah, I know.
Ukraine. We
That was
spent billions
actually
of dollars housing illegals.
Housing
Now you're
illegals.
mad about you're housing illegals.
We only house legal migrants, for your information. So
Illegals.
we don't house illegals.
Illegals been getting free healthcare and free food under Joe Biden.
Yeah, can you tell me what bill he passed for that? I'm gonna let you pull that up for me,
He
okay?
let them come wide in.
Yeah, what can you tell me? Can you tell me
everything they wanted.
what if I showed you evidence that Joe Biden was stricter on the border than Trump? Would you not believe it because Trump said that was wrong?
Joe Biden had the entire border wide open.
Wide open? What if I
Wide
showed you
open.
that he had a higher arrest rate than Trump?
Look at Lake and Riley.
Like
That's one death.
Joe Biden.
To do with the person.
Because of Joe Biden.
That's one death.
Oh my God, this is scary. Do you know that Joe Biden actually deported a higher percentage of people that tried to come over than Donald Trump?
Do you have stats for that?
Yes,
Yeah.
51% Donald Trump, 48% Joe Biden. I mean, 51%.
Don't go back to the-
51% Donald Trump, 48% Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Here you go. 50%
the opposite. Thank you.
Biden, Donald Trump 47% likely to be expelled. So even with higher numbers in the millions, Biden was more strict on the border.
Yeah, you're still coming in.
No, they're not. They get kicked out. 40%, 50% get kicked out. That's what this says. That's what our own border protection agency says. The people that love Trump.
Joe Biden deported a higher percentage of people coming over the border.
He didn't deport them. He just sent them back. There's a difference.
Okay.
He gave them
What's
a place
the
to stay and
difference?
sent them back
What's
home.
the difference? What's the word
Trump is
deportation?
actually going after criminals.
What does the word deportation mean?
70% of the people Trump is arresting are not criminals. That's a lie, too.
Trump is going after criminals. Look, like
That's 70% of the people he's arrested are not criminal. That's a lie.
It's not a lie. Look up the.
No, you look it up. No, wait. You look it up. You actually made. You're making us show our claims. You show us the claim that most of the people that he's arresting are criminals. Go. We're gonna sit back and wait.
How many?
Go ahead. Show your claim.
I'm looking it up now. Give me a minute.
Yeah, you go ahead and do that.
Is there anybody else that's coming up?
No, you're not gonna be able to find it.
I'm looking it up now.
Okay.
So only 41% of the people arrested in Washington had criminal records. Another 16 had pending charges, a rise from the previous year. 41%. So nothing. 60%. 60% had no crime in either country. And just because you saw one person on TV that was a bad man, that's called propaganda. It doesn't make it true.
That's not propaganda.
Okay. Yes, it is. It is. It's actually the definition of propaganda.
Yeah. So like highlighting one murder for 2 years is propaganda. When they only do like 29 murders last year and you think that they're killing hundreds of thousands because you saw it on the TV a bunch, it's propaganda.
Well, wouldn't you think the way that Donald Trump speaks about it, that we should be able to see a Lake and Riley every week?
Yeah.
Who since really you name all the people, because it would be a lot, right? Italian, the way that Donald Trump talks about it. Why is it just her name that you evoke? Why?
Why don't you guys care about Molly Tibbetts?
I shouldn't have been here.
What about Molly Tibbetts? You guys care about Molly Tibbetts?
She was also killed by somebody who shouldn't have been here.
Under Trump's administration, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, do you know that migrants commit 50% less crimes than U.S. citizens and therefore are actually safer than U.S. citizens?
Well, they shouldn't be here to commit a crime regardless.
Why shouldn't they be here?
They're illegal. Come in the right way, and that's a different discussion.
Okay, so you're telling me that people that he's arresting at immigration hearings, showing up at their immigration hearings, are not trying to do it the right way? Is that what you're telling me?
Or the 500,000 people, the 500
the right way.
No,
Right, so
they came the right way. They're doing the court process, trying to do it the right way.
Yes, after they were already here.
That's what
After Joe
you
Biden
have
let them in.
to
how do you
do.
seek asylum in our country? How do you seek asylum in our country?
You go through immigration portals.
No, you don't have to do that.
No.
I don't know why you're giggling. Is it because you're uncomfortable? Do you know that to seek asylum in this country, you
I'm a
just
troll. I'm like, I'm just here to make y'all mad, and I think
to
I've
seek
accomplished
asylum
that.
to seek asylum, you just have to get 2 feet on the ground. That's it. No portal.
Hello, Patriot Daddy.
How you doing?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
I did vote for Trump.
It's a weird way to say you're a patriot.
Well, you know I'm a patriot. That's my handle.
Yeah.
So
Can you hear me all right? Can you hear
Patriots
me all right,
usually
guys?
believe in free speech. Patriots usually believe in free speech. But
I am for free speech, yes.
so
How
are
do
you
you-
upset with Jimmy Kimmel? Sorry, go ahead. It's your live, Pickles. I'll
Go ahead.
be quiet.
Do I now?
I'm taking a break.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay. What was that?
That with the fact that Jimmy Kimmel got let go?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody should be canceled or fired or whatever, unless they make a threatening comment. But he did not. He just had his opinion. Whether I agree with it or not, it's still just an opinion.
Do you feel that this is a dangerous direction our country is going in when the FCC is pressuring companies to fire people like Steve Colbert and Jimmy Kimmel because they criticize the president?
Well, I think the rights had their fair share of problems with social media and mainstream media.
Yeah, but you
stifling.
can't name a time that Biden pressured a media outlet to fire somebody because they criticized him.
They pressured social media tech people all the time.
They
Now,
didn't.
saying that.
There were no threats. They made suggestions, no threats.
Okay, well.
Because ABC has a merger going through right now, Patriot. So
Yeah, I know.
right now the government has like some power over that media outlet because the government can say no, we won't allow that merger. So now they can say things like, "Oh, you want this to go through? Well, then you got to get rid of that Jimmy Kimmel guy."
Yeah, but okay, and I would disagree with that too. I don't know, is there information out there that's solid that's been said? I don't know.
Well, what do you don't think that what Jimmy Kimmel said is a fireable offense, right?
No, I don't know.
Okay, so
I
why?
actually like Jimmy Kimmel. I just sometimes I wish they would all the late night hosts would just talk about other things than just politics, because it seems like, because I grew up with like Johnny Carson and all them, and they rarely ever talked about politics and religion, which is like something you don't want to talk about because it's an argument. You alienate half your audience. So
Well,
I kind of was disappointed.
That's not all they talk about. That's not all they talk about. I mean, they make jokes about lots of things that are in the press, and you have to admit that Donald Trump is in the press constantly.
Yeah, but they didn't make jokes. They just made like stabs at it. Which, look, I don't have a problem with that. It doesn't matter to me. They can say what they want. I don't have a problem with any of that.
No, they can't, because Donald Trump is threatening them. He didn't like Jimmy Kimmel, and now he's lost his job. He didn't like Stephen Colbert, and now he's lost his job. So no, they can't say whatever they want.
Well, what I know about Colbert is he lost his job because they lost money. Now, if there's something more to that, I'm sure there might be, but I don't know what the details are.
Saying he lost his job because they lost money? Who lost money?
The show lost money, $40 million a year.
That's been the case across the board. Like late night's been kind of going down the tubes for a while.
Okay, so if you lose money, you cut it off. You got to cut it off somewhere.
But it was still number one in its time slot. So the Stephen Colbert show was number one in its time slot. Would you get rid of the number one time slot?
If I had a business, I don't care if it was, you can be number one. If the outlet is, it's still losing money, then you have to stop your company from losing money. So it's a catch-22. I get it. If it's number one, you got to figure out how you're going to make money off the number one time slot. Now, I don't know if they did not have the capabilities of doing that. I don't know. I get what you're saying. Number one in time slot, but you're still losing $40 million a year. So what does the company do about that?
I hear you on that. And it was losing money. I mean, if we're gonna have an honest conversation, they are losing money on that.
Right now, if I had a company and let's say I believed in the cause, but I had other ways of making money that overtook the loss of that certain outlet, if I was, adamant about the cause, I would absorb the cost. But I don't know if that company, that media outlet, even did that or even thought about that.
Do you find it concerning that Donald Trump has now explicitly named 2 other late night hosts?
Donald Trump names a lot of things, so no.
Okay.
I really he makes I get it. He makes things personal, and
I think that's
not why
I think
not why I voted for him. But I get what you're saying.
I think it's worth mentioning that when he says this stuff, it is in itself divisive. Like when he says that certain news media stations should be made illegal or kicking them out of the Oval Office and all this stuff, this causes divisions. He is not somebody trying to unite us. I think he constantly fans the flames of the division, and when it's convenient for him, he doesn't try to address Melissa Hortman or anything, like that. He wants to make this one-sided. It really hurts his cause. And him deleting the FBI statistics that show that right-wing domestic terrorism is far more prominent than left. He deleted that off the government website yesterday, which is
okay. I'm curious about that, and I'm asking this as an honest question. I live in the real world like everybody else. I hear about these statistics, right? More 76% more chances of right-leaning violence, political violence, or whatever, towards the left and the left towards the right. Well, I'm out here in the real world, and I don't see that. So I guess I would like to know.
Because there's only a few hundred of these murders over the course of tens of years, so you're not going to see them.
It's a very rare circumstance that people unalive people for political reasons. Thank goodness.
We have 17,000 murders a year. I've never seen a murder.
Well, I'm not saying seeing it. I'm saying the information on it, like when it's reported, like in recent years, you hear one thing originally, and then you give it a week or two, and then the narrative changes a little bit. But I don't really see.
If anyone on the right were in the business of doing statistics and feeding y'all messaging on statistics, they would be a leftist. There's nothing in usually the right does politicizing of very singular events and spends hundreds of billions of dollars giving y'all political theater or solutions to those problems.
Well, I mean, it's supposedly it's a government statistic, so I just when somebody lists the statistic, I want to see, I guess, time and events. Which event are you talking about that makes it a?
They're talking about murders.
Yeah, it's just murder.
No, I got that. I'm saying instead of just saying the statistics, I like to draw down and know what each
case was?
Each event it was, yes.
Yeah.
That's what
I don't know. If this paints the picture for you, this is what I've been saying the last few days. If you look on the extreme left, we have communists, we have socialists. They want to feed and house everybody, or they want to save animals and shit, like PETA. And then on the far right, we have, I don't know, fascism, authoritarianism, people who hate minority groups. We have Nazis. We have anti-LGBTQ people. We have white supremacists. We have the Triple K, actual groups that are here for violence. They do things with violence. That's what they're calling for. That's why there's so much more on the right. There's political zealots. There's people who unalive themselves with explosives. That's all right-wing ideology.
Okay.
I have the
numbers. I don't know any. I don't know any Nazis. I don't know any fascists. I don't know any supremacists. So that's, I guess, in my world, I don't I don't know any of those people. So
Well,
I
do
guess
do you
I
also
don't
just
see
so
it.
happen to live on a farm in the middle of nowhere?
No, I live in Springfield, Ohio. That's the Haitian invasion, the eating the cats and the dogs. Trust me, I know where I'm at.
So
Did you see someone eat a cat?
They do eat cats. It's not a.
Oh my
It's a
God.
proven deal.
No,
It's a
it's
proven
not.
deal here.
No,
It's a proven thing here, guys.
It's
No, they
not.
don't.
It is.
Go
It
ahead.
actually is.
Go off.
Really?
Yeah. Can you show me an incident?
Can I show you instant? I can show you. They actually have stores now that has like it's not voodoo. They call it something else, but they literally have stores here, and they also show the history of it in their country. So, I mean, yes, I know an HVAC person who found a bunch of the remains so at one of their homes, and
Yeah,
it
there
was
was
brought
someone
to.
in California that did that. That they unalived a bunch of cat. Like, I mean,
I
Yeah.
mean, also,
Yeah.
and this is, I live in Georgia, and like growing up, sometimes I would have to go and like, I don't know, clean out the unfinished basement that we had. It was like under the house, and you had to like climb up, and I had to go up and under there to like do chores for like if something was broke or some shit. It happened a few times, and when it did, I mean, number one, you're gonna see bugs, right? That's normal. But
You're
guess
gonna
what
find
else I
carcasses.
saw? Guess what else I saw while I was down there?
Carcasses.
What?
Carcasses. Dead animals.
Yes.
Yeah,
Dead
I get
cats.
that.
I like,
Well,
and
I
not
get
just
that.
like one, but like a couple. And it's because like over time, cats will climb up and under there for heat during like the winter or something, and then some will just and they'll die there, and it's just a fact of life. So like whenever an HVAC guy, especially an HVAC guy, doing basically what I would be doing in that scenario, climbing up and under a house or into like an area that's not normal for foot traffic, they're probably going to see dead animals.
Yeah. Christy Gnomes just likes to shoot them. She
Well,
likes to just shoot them. So
I'm not here to debate my town and what people believe or not believe. I was letting you know where I live. I don't live out in the country.
you would also know that they saved your town economically. All of these horrible people that come and they eat all of the cats, they also just so happen to save your economy. You would probably know that too, right?
Actually, they did not. Whatever.
They did.
They did not.
Statistically,
I live here. They didn't.
Yeah, and that doesn't prove it. I live. There are dumb people live everywhere. It doesn't mean they know anything about the economy.
you know what? Deport all the
Dumb.
Haitians out of Springfield and see what happens.
You can't just say they didn't when I can just show you an article with economic data showing that they came in and they filled like 15,000 jobs because nobody was working them. It literally is fact that they saved your economy.
What
No.
would happen to the restaurants? What would happen to the area? I actually think that they should all leave. Okay, I have
No,
numbers
they're
for
not.
you.
No, I don't believe they should all leave either.
Okay, I think they
disagree with
should
that.
all. I think they should all leave Springfield. Good luck. So there's been 81 politically motivated unaliving, sir. 81 since 2020. So stay with me. 81. You with me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Of those 81, the right was responsible for over half. 44 of those were from right-leaning. It was right-leaning, politically motivated. Okay. Of that 81, 18 were from the leftists, 17 from Islam, one unknown, and one foreign nationalist. So literally, the right was responsible for over half.
Do the next year. It's 100% the next year. 100% of them all.
No, I was just doing overall from 2020 to today.
Oh,
Okay,
2023, one of those years, 2022, they were 100%.
So you wanted to know these aren't made up facts from liberals. Like there's 81. They know the political motivation in all but one of those. Okay, sir, one of them is unknown, but 80 of them they know the political motivation of. So for the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States to come on national television and say that it's the radical left that are overwhelmingly doing this, and that the right doesn't do it. It's really, they're the ones that we need to be terrified of, is just divisive and downright dangerous, don't you think?
Okay, no, I agree with that, but I'm
So
going to
why is
say
the president, why is the president, the
these
vice president
groups,
doing this?
these
Like,
groups
why are
that
they
you're,
doing this? Why are they lying to the American people about the actual statistics? Why would they do that?
because you put too many groups, and I get what you're saying to the right, but these other groups, these Nazis and these white supremacists, the KKK, even though they're considered on the right, they're not really considered
Okay, but the people
the
that
whole
killed Hortman,
totality of it.
but the people that killed Hortman, okay? And I don't own Tyler Robinson. I don't own, if he's a leftist and he did this, I condemn him as much as I condemn anyone else. Why isn't the president of the United States giving this message to the American people? We need to bring down the temperature in this country. We need to find ways to unite, even though we don't agree on everything. Why isn't the president of the United States leading us towards trying to bring down where we're at? Because it's scary out there right now, Patriot. I mean, Americans, we have brothers hating brothers. I mean, we're on the precipice of like a civil, right? Because people just hate each other. And
Oh
the
no,
president needs
I
to
have an
bring
aunt that
down.
won't even talk to me, so I know what you're talking
Okay,
about.
but so the president needs to bring down the temperature, and instead he's fanning the flames of hatred, fear, and division, which is only going to make that family member hate you more.
Well, the thing is because of my political view, there was a time. I've been my family's been my family since I was born. So up until 8 years ago, it was never an issue. I've always been the way I am, and my aunt and uncle's always been the way they are. It's fine. We always agreed to disagree. We never had an issue. All of a sudden, this new political atmosphere, however you
You
put
said
it,
8 years ago?
yeah, I know who you talk. Yes,
I agree with you, dude. I was a Republican my entire life. Like, I left the party because of Donald Trump, because he does not really represent what it was okay about the Republican Party. Where you and I, if we were family, we could have disagreed on military spending, right? And military spending, okay, Democrats want to spend less, Republicans want to spend more, right? We could argue about universal health care versus, regular insurance. Like, those were the conversations we used to have. Now we're talking about human rights. That's why your aunt and uncle won't talk to you, because literally, because of these policies, people are losing their rights. My daughters are losing their rights. People in the LGBTQ are losing their rights. And people are going to be unalived because of these cuts to Medicaid and USAID, et cetera. So that's why they're not talking to you. This isn't the way it used to be.
It's also just very hard to, Trump has pushed the right very far right over the course of 8 years. So if he were to have said that Kamala just became black, or he said that migrants are poison the blood of the country, if he said that in 2015, he probably wouldn't have got elected. I think he's slowly kind of inched y'all to a position where you've accepted all these horrible things that he's said, things that no leader should ever say. Things that we have to fight over every day. That's what happened 8 years ago. That's what happened. Trump said Obama was Kenyan, leader of ISIS. He said that Ted Cruz's wife was a dog in a presidential debate. I don't think you see it the same way we do. We've drawn the line in the sand on what's acceptable from our leaders, and for y'all to come back this week and tell us that we're the violent ones or we need to calm down our rhetoric, it's just been this wild adventure for me. It's been quite the journey.
You voted for someone who's known to sexually assault women. I mean, let that sink in. For me, I don't know what your aunt's situation is, but as a victim of sexual assault, I find it really offensive that people I know and family members and friends voted for somebody who would do that to a woman.
and I get you on that, but
Shouldn't that be a line we draw in the sand? It used to be for the Republican Party.
oh, it truly is. I'm a big proponent on the Epstein files
But you voted
being
for him.
released.
But you
Well, yeah, I
voted.
did vote for him, but
Okay, so you don't care that he essays women. That wasn't a line. That was okay that he crossed that line. You were okay with voting for him after you knew that.
Well, see, I didn't exactly know exactly what you're talking about per se. I know some of the allegations and then some of the narrative of information, um, but from the outlets that I pay attention to, you got to understand the outlets that you're
I
paying
know how
attention
they
to.
work. I used to watch Fox News exclusively.
Well, I try to watch everything, but I don't really get. I, I guess everybody has their bias. Everybody gets in their corners and they just want to like come out of their corner with this information, and then on the other side they want to come out of their corner with that information. And there's always, I have this information. Well, I have this information that can counter your information, and then now, well, I got something that can counter your
Okay, fine.
information.
For whatever the media is saying, 28 women have come forward. One was gone through a court of law, and a jury unanimously said that he essayed her.
And who's that?
E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, let's can we be intellectually honest about that situation?
Sure.
It was a lawsuit, and it was supposedly 34 years ago, with no witnesses, no story of anybody in her circle of her actually telling them that at the
Incorrect.
time.
Incorrect.
Who?
Incorrect. Wait, incorrect.
Okay, who?
Two people in her circle actually testified in court that she told them about the incident after it happened. Two people came forward and testified that she told them after it happened.
Okay, how come this didn't come out in the
It's
legal
because
side
you
of it?
don't watch the media that would tell you that.
No, I mean when they actually went to court to charge him
Because
for it,
they
not to sue him
testified in
for it.
court.
Okay, in a lawsuit, I'm talking about in legal court where he can be charged and arrested and locked up.
You're talking about criminal court. It was past the statute of
Yes.
limitations. The statute of limitations were gone. E. Jean Carroll was able to do this because there were a bunch of far-right weird kitty diddlers in the Catholic Church that a bunch of victims came forward and wanted to sue their assaulters past the deadline, and they opened a window for people to do that, and E. Jean Carroll jumped on board.
She also wanted to wait because her parents were extremely conservative, Patriot. And as a woman who is SA'd, it's really hard to tell your parents when that kind of thing happens, particularly if you have conservative parents. So she also waited to write her book and share her story until their passing. So that was a piece of it as well. Not to mention Donald Trump, as you would say, is a very powerful, wealthy man, and he would have completely, utterly destroyed her career. Thank you.
Ooh.
Thank
Do you guys like my new sounds? I got a new sound.
I
The
know, I love
Galaxy.
that.
So yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm new to my daughter turned me on to TikTok like 3 days ago, so this is all new format for me.
Oh, welcome.
So I applaud you for listening to people like Pickles, and there's a lot of great people on here who have debates. I would suggest that you pop in. I'll meet.
Yeah, see, I agree with debate but if you can tell, my opinion is malleable because I believe in a conversation before I believe in barking at each other trying to be right. You know, and so I get information and on the lawsuit thing. I guess I'm gonna look into that. I promise you I'll look into it and do real research on that. I'm not gonna say I'm for him on that or not, but I did not know about the other part of that. So so forgive me if I don't take the time or I don't have the right answer for you today. So I need to research it and for something I did not look into because I was just going by, it's lawsuit, it's this, it's that, they're in the news. I'm one of those guys that just sees the headlines and then goes back to work. You know what I mean? I'm just a regular person. I wasn't really political until I don't know this whole. Y'all may not believe this. It's you think they rescued our town, but our town was bleeding businesses. There was no jobs here. That's why our population shrank because people were moving away. And then George Tin and DeWine and all them made a deal, and they decided to make a deal with these and gave these companies all these huge tax breaks to come in and start building these little factories in here. And then this whole other deal was in the works since 2014. So I do know about my hometown and about the stuff here. That I would adamantly debate anybody, but that's not what I'm here for. I'm here to listen, and I want to learn. So
For sure. There's a good article from Reuters, How Haitian Immigrants Fueled Springfield's Growth. It's right here.
I know about the articles. I live here. I know the politicians here. I know what goes on and what gets overlooked. I mean, we could go into a deep dive if you wanted to. Unfortunately, I don't know how to. I don't have my paperwork here. I'm old school, guys. I'm 60 years old, so the internet's something I don't really know how to look through too much. But I do know how to look things up, and I also go to our meetings here. I talk to our politicians here. I talk to other people who live here. I see what goes on. I experience it, so I can only tell you what I experience here.
Well, there's some good graphs here that may be overlooked in city council. The rents, the rent trend, the population, the unemployment, all of this stuff is traceable through data. And while you might have a few friends that might not know this stuff and the intricacies of actual like economics, we have all of these like manufacturing facilities that said they needed workers. And we have a shrinking population, right? So when we were shipping people that were seeking asylum from Haiti because they had horrible shit and earthquakes and political bullshit going on over there, they came here and they helped everybody. And while one may or may not have eaten a cat, I think that's I mean, that's not something you could paint all Haitians in doing, right? Like this is not an actual problem. What do we want to do about that, right? Like Trump hasn't done anything. He used it in a political debate. That's about it.
Oh, I know. I completely agree with you. Let's talk about the rent thing because that's something I do know about because I'm in a little bit of real estate. This town was obviously this Clark County was not a rich county at all, and so rent was at a certain level. But now we have so many of these bunk houses that where they have 12 to 15 people living in them, and they now all pay, a portion of their income because the temp services, the houses that they live, let me back up, the houses that they live in, the temp service owns the houses, and then these Haitians rent the house from them, and then they pay like a couple $100 per person that lives in the house. So all these other homeowners who have rentals decided to jump on board and get involved with that, and then they started making their homes available to them as bunk houses and started doing the exact same thing that this temp service is doing. So now average rent went from like $650 to like $1,200 to $1,800 a month, and the regular person here can't afford that.
Mm-hmm.
And those individuals, if they were if they was like a family unit living in a home by themselves, could not afford that rent. But because 12 or 15 of them live in the house, then they can afford it. But that's not how most people live.
Just give a rough time frame, very rough time frame over like when it was 600 and then what it is today. Like when was it 600 roughly?
650, I'd say 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Okay, so that was kind of my expectation. So 5 years ago was 2020. So 5 years ago, 2019, 2020, that's when there was a massive uptick in rent prices. Rent was already going up pretty steadily, but 2020, after 2020, that's when it got ridiculous. I know I live in a 1-bedroom apartment. It is not fancy at all. And rent that year shot up, I think it was like $200 for me, which normally it goes up by like 50, maybe 75. It shot up by, I think it was $200 the next time that I signed the lease. And that was the case for pretty much everyone because what you're describing, which is homeowners who have a home, but then also have another property that they're able to rent out, which to be clear, that's not most people. But homeowners who are in that situation, they can make they realize that they can make a fuck ton of money getting in on the rental market. And then people who wanted to get in on that market took advantage of the fact that interest rates were at rock bottom. Insane. My brother was telling me right before the shit hit the fan, hey man, you need to like look into this, like, try and get a property, because if you can get in at a good interest rate on like a 30-year mortgage, if you get a fixed rate on that, you're good, which is true. A lot of people that got a 30-year fixed rate in 2020, their mortgage is like, $600-700, right?
No, I agree with that. But that 650, I'm telling you, that's like a 3 to 4 bedroom house here.
Well,
But in
I mean, yeah,
2020,
but the principle still holds regardless of the size, right? So the point is that there were a lot of people who got into the rental market. They entered the rental market because interest rates were low and they had disposable income. And that is part of the reason why rent skyrocketed. Also, it should be noted, tariffs absolutely had something to do with that, because there were tariffs on lumber. And so any type of new construction or maintenance or whatever, for that lumber cost goes up, that means that manifests elsewhere. There are ripple effects to that. Same thing is true for like metal and other building
well,
materials.
yeah, no, I understand real estate and construction. I do. I'm just giving you the scenario of the things that happened here, as far as
Yeah.
a low rent area, and then also let's not even overlook the idea that 12 to 15 people are living in these homes, and most of these homes that are doing that are owned by this George 10, this temp service, which basically it helps the Haitians get all the jobs that you're talking about. But they're making a ton of money off these people. I think these people are being mistreated by this George 10 and his partners.
So
Because
that happens in college campuses all around the U.S. Okay, you see college kids jammed into homes. But wouldn't you say, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, Nemo and Pickles or anyone, there's a couple things. Donald Trump made it easier for corporations to come in and buy up property,
Yes.
and they increased costs quite a bit as a result of that.
Correct.
And he will continue to make it easier for corporations to buy up property. And second, if you did live in a depressed area, your rents were going to be lower. And as that area becomes more vibrant, you would expect that rents to go up. You
Yep.
talk about Washington, D.C., there's certain area along the waterfront where they cleaned it up, and rents, quadrupled as a result. So I would imagine that it's not as simple as let's blame it on the Haitians.
no, I don't blame it on the Haitians. I blame it on the individuals taking advantage of the Haitians. I'm not blaming nothing on the Haitians, guys.
Listen,
there's a few.
You can
I'm sorry.
if you
Go ahead.
talk to some of the Haitians and ask them would they prefer being here or back in their country, I'm sure they would rather be here.
Oh no, I already have. No, I agree with them, and I have no problem with that. I don't have a problem with them being here. It's just they've overwhelmed the system, because here's what's happening, and I know you guys don't know this, but it's not the 12 or 15,000 that came here to work. It's in this county alone. You file for the application for parole, to where they can come in, they can get a work visa, to where they can file for citizenship to stay here. So if there was only 12 or 15,000 people brought here to cover jobs, which is the narrative, why was there over 32,000 of those applications filed in Clark County alone last year?
I don't know. You're just saying that there's more?
Yeah, they come in. Yeah, they keep coming, and that's what I'm saying. There is a person named Carl Ruby, who actually is ahead of they got like a group of NGOs they get together and they do all this processing to help the people get immigration laws. They got lawyers and stuff, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that if they were doing that for the people who were living here. But they keep bringing in people, and they're filing their applications through here. And it's, when I say it's overwhelming the city, I mean it is super crowded here in most places, and traffic accidents are through the roof. and it's overwhelming for a city of this size.
I think y'all are just going through growing pains. It sounds like y'all need infrastructure for the population you never had.
Okay, that's easy to say, but that's not the population that's staying here. That's the problem. It's the one that's coming through to do all this.
I think that Springfield should go back to life before migrants.
Yeah, that'd be fine now that there's jobs here to have. I'm telling you, those jobs were not here. They did come in and they did do this incentive. This is not an overnight plan, I guess. You know what I mean? So there, like I said, I don't have the problem with the ones who came here, and some of them are buying houses and they're actually learning English. The ones that don't want to learn English are the ones that I have a hard time communicating with. But that's fine if they stay here long enough, they'll eventually get that. But they're just using this area as a jumping off point. And that's what I disagree with, because we don't have the infrastructure that you're talking about or the facilities to handle all that. So,
well, I think that them fueling the jobs there will eventually raise tax money for y'all to do that.
yeah, once they get past their tax break, they give these businesses for coming in here, which I know that's typical. That's not nothing new.
Well, also their presence there alone is going to increase the amount of tax revenue. I mean, a fair point about the business that employs them having a tax break. Fair enough on that. I'm saying just them buying stuff, living there, right? Like money is circulating in the economy there that was not previously circulating there, and that money will be taxed. So that is the benefit. Like if that this is how capitalism works. Like if there's a demand for housing, if there's a demand for infrastructure or demand for, X, Y, and Z, I mean, that means that people will literally pay money if you can provide it to them. So a business would be dumb to pass up that offer.
We're also about to be at a point where, we already are at a point where we can just talk to anybody using Google Translate. And the new AirPods do that too.
Oh yeah, I communicate with them like I'm medically retired, but I have a part-time job, and the field that I was in before I was medically retired, I kind of still do that in a way, but in a different position. So I actually interact with Haitians every week, and the translator thing is great.
Yeah.
Do you like the rhetoric that Donald Trump uses to speak about people from Haiti? Or I mean, because you've gotten to know some of them personally, I hope. Do you think it is good and helpful? And do you believe they suffer from more attacks because of the rhetoric used by the president?
Not the president. Yes, I disagree with that, and I wish he'd have never said that they eat the cats and the dog, because I mean most of that is just, I don't even know where the dog thing come from, guys. I never even heard of it. Nobody's even ever had a problem with that here. So that's what I'm saying.
Did he apologize for it though and say he was wrong, or did people in your community get threats as a result of? I mean, the president's words really matter, sir.
Did they get threats? This whole town, when that happened, turned into a freaking circus.
Yeah, who's to blame for that?
Well, no, I'm not disagreeing with you. I told you I wish he'd have never done
But you
that.
but you voted for him after that. So I think you actually are probably more liberal than you realize. You sound like a really kind man. I'm a little confused as to why you keep saying, yeah, I don't agree with him on that. I don't agree with him on that. I don't agree with him on that. What was so bad about Kamala Harris that you couldn't vote for her against a man who says the things he does?
Well, I tell you, I am financially conservative but socially liberal.
Yeah, I used to say that too. But that was just a way for me to say I care more about my money than people.
Well, what that tells me is we need to make money so I can care for my people. I was all about bringing manufacturing back. That's been a big proponent for me because, like I said, I'm 60. I've been on the road for a long time. I've seen the ups and downs. When I bought my first house, interest rate was 13%. And we were just getting out of the Carter years.
Yeah, I'm 54, but listen, what we're seeing with Donald Trump is actually a decrease in jobs. And we saw manufacturing plants shutter under Donald Trump the last time. So I don't know why you thought that this time he was going to bring jobs back.
And fiscally conservative is also a weird stance to have. I don't think you can point to any conservatives that are
Well, I don't know.
fiscally responsible.
Are you in the top 2%, Patriot? I mean.
Oh no! Let me tell you something.
Okay, then by the way, then Donald
the same
Trump's
5% people, the same 5%. Look, I'm not a big government. I hate government. I just know this is the system we live in. I think they need to go back to the complete basics with government. I think people in towns and each other can take care of each other better than the government can take care of. So, but
you can't rely on the people to take care of each other. You have to have a system where we help the impoverished. Because if we have a community where the rich keep getting richer and the poor keep getting poorer, what do you think is going to happen? And that includes crime rates, et cetera.
Well, I'm poor. Trust me, I'm medically retired, so I'm on a budget.
So you voted against yourself, and you voted for people like me. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I voted against myself because I was more concerned about bringing manufacturing back that I knew as a young man, and my parents in this town thrived with manufacturing at one time.
Nobody wants those jobs, though, sir. Like anymore, people don't want to work. And by the way, robotics is going to take over most of those anyway.
Okay, well, somebody has to know how to fix those robotics.
Yeah, and that's still like one job, dude. Robotics is going to take over manufacturing. It's not going to be the people.
Well, that's easier said than done. And if that's the case, then why are there 15,000 jobs open here? If that's the case, because not all jobs can be done with robotics. But the jobs, let's see here. I understand that the AI and robotics and everything, it's a new world. I get it. It's far different but I was a mechanic growing up, and that was my job for 42 years. So there are plenty of jobs, HVAC and all this other, it's still available or still is needed from human abilities. And these other jobs required it. Let me see if I can explain myself when I
have to go. It's not about you. I'm sorry. You seem great. Thanks, Pickles. Nemo, good to see you.
Thanks for hanging out, Mishi. Love you. Follow Mishi right now.
Thanks for listening.
Patriot, what if I told you that, I broadly agree with the idea of, oh yeah, like if we can onshore stuff, that could be good. Just on the surface, I'm open to that. I do think that there are disadvantages to onshoring some things. So I as a rule of thumb, I'm not gonna, just make a blanket statement and be like, yes, all onshoring is good. But yeah, if we can bring some jobs back, I'm fine with that. What if I told you that was happening and was successful prior to Donald Trump? The jobs that you're talking about, like manufacturing jobs.
Okay.
So what I'm talking about is the Chips and Science Act. That's what it was called. Sometimes it's just called the Chips Act. All right.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, you can probably find this yourself. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is a goddamn Neanderthal troglodytic piece of shit. I hate her.
I know who she is.
She represents the area of Georgia that I was born and raised in, and it's embarrassing. But she bragged about the fact that there was a plant that had opened up in that area, which, to be clear, that area of Georgia, there's not much there. It is very much rural, small town type living. A lot of trailer parks and substance abuse. So anyway, there was a plant that was being opened up there from a company called Q-Cell. They make, I think, it's solar panels. And it was projected that they were going to do, I think, 1,000 jobs initially with the construction and stuff. And then it was going to go up to 4,000 jobs. Now, in that area, 4,000 jobs, that's a shit ton. And we're not talking about just, minimum wage. We're talking about good paying job, like high paying union jobs. That's an incredible thing. That's awesome. And she tried to take credit for that, tried to brag about it, point to, like, see what I got for my community, except that was there purely because of the Chips and Science Act, which she voted against, of course. That is an example in my state. I guarantee, actually, you live in Ohio. There's I think that Intel was going to open up some stuff in Ohio. There was a lot that was centered in Ohio, actually, from the Chips Act. And that is manufacturing, that is high paying jobs that are like for manufacturing adjacent things. That's great. And that was something the Democrats put forward. That is something that Biden signed. That was an accomplishment. Awesome. Hell yeah. Donald Trump gutted it. And I don't understand why. Because the argument for the CHIPS Act is Taiwan has a stranglehold on semiconductors, on chips.
Right.
Taiwan, like most chips are manufactured there. Yeah. That's a national security risk because, China invades Taiwan. Oh, shit. So the idea was, hey, let's bring some of that back. That way, if that does happen, it's not the end of the world. And that was the smart way to do it. It didn't increase cost for everybody else. In the meantime, while you're waiting for the plant to be built, that to me is the smart way to do it. What Donald Trump is doing with tariffs is the dumb way, which is, hey, let's jack up costs for everybody immediately, and then hopefully some jobs will come back, some plants will be built, whatever. But in the meantime, while you're waiting for that to happen, everybody's paying more for whatever. That's bad. That's not the right way to go about it.
Yeah, the industry in my state is the steel industry that is probably when it started closing down steel plants was probably the worst economically for our state. I was all for, I want to see stuff like that happen again here because those are also good paying jobs. And I agree with everything you're saying, but we can bring stories up from both sides of our politicians doing something not good for their district or taking credit for something that they didn't really have nothing to do. They're politicians. When a politician's lying, they're talking. So I don't trust it. I get it. Like I said, I'm not your typical Donald Trump voter. But I guess,
like I can tell just in these conversations that you are listening, which is good because most Trump supporters don't listen. So the only reason that I brought up the thing in Georgia is just an anecdotal example, but this was happening all over the country. There was hundreds of projects all over the country employing God knows how many people that were started up because of the CHIPS Act, and now that's not really happening anymore. And that's because of Donald Trump. I think that's a bad thing. Now, you had said that you were fiscally conservative.
Yeah.
One thing I'll say about that, and then I'll stop, is so when people say that they're fiscally conservative, what they mean by that, I'm assuming, is you want the government to be smart with money, not overspend, not spend it on stupid shit, just smart money management or frugal, strict money management. That's typically what people mean when they say fiscally conservative. Okay. Out of the last 10 recessions, 9 started under Republican presidencies. 9. And also, since 1989, there have been 3 Democrats as president and 3 Republicans as president. So 89, that's Bush 1, W. Bush, Trump and Clinton, Obama, Biden, 3-3.
Correct. Yeah.
Since 1989, about 51 million jobs have been created. Net new 51 million. 50 million of those jobs were created under Democratic presidencies. Only 1 million were created under Republican presidencies. I know that sounds crazy. I know it sounds like I am lying. I promise you, go pick your fact check. Go for it. I didn't believe it when I was told this either. Okay? I swear on my life, that's what it is. Now, if you think that I am like kind of cherry picking the data and it's like, well, you're not counting Reagan, and fine. Let's go back to Truman. So 1945, 46, I think, right after World War II. All the way back to then. If you take the timeline all the way back to then, the numbers are, I think it's 33 million net new for Republicans and 88 million net new for Democrats. So on a timeline like that, at a certain point, it's clear that there is one party that is better. They're just better with economies, and it's the Democrats.
You can also just look at the spending. We spend way less. You guys just fucking hemorrhage money, or the right does. Sorry.
I think they both have their fair share of screw ups on that. And here's what I say about that. The numbers, you're probably 100% right, but what I've seen in the area, I have to go by where I live, guys. I apologize. You know, national statistics and facts, I'm sure you're completely right, but I have to go by where I live, because this is what like I said, I didn't used to be political. I'm one of those guys that got up, went to work, raised his kids, read the headlines or heard the headlines, and okay, well, that sounds either good or that sounds bad, and then I'd go back to work and make a living and basically head in the sand, if that makes any sense to you. Mm-hmm. But I started seeing where we started getting more service type jobs than manufacturing jobs. Their manufacturing jobs are going away, and service jobs will come in. And service jobs cannot be service jobs. It's just impossible. You have to be able to make stuff that's tangible, whether anybody agrees with it or not. But I'm also, when it comes to the spending, I am so disgusted about the whole system, about them being able to take any amount of our tax money and spend it where most of us wouldn't even agree where that money should be spent at, because like I'm all about America first, and I say that it's not a right wing talking point. I believe all the foreign aid spent on countries that we give money to just to make them our friends, because we buy our friends, you know that. Most other countries wouldn't give
it's a lot cheaper than bombing our enemies.
Well, I don't think we'd be bombing people. When I'm talking about we give money, we also are in conflict with people we actually give aid to also. So I'm all about bringing the money home and keeping it here. And I'm all for pulling a lot of the military bases back. We don't need to be all over the world. That's what we are in the UN for. You know, United Nations. That's the whole thing. That was what that was generated or created for. That we don't need American bases all over the country, all over the world.
Putin would love that. Putin would love that. China would love that. That would be great for them. Not for us, though.
Why? I mean,
because they would have an influence over the world, and we wouldn't. They would go around to all of these developing communities or these developing nations, and they would influence them and say, "Hey, look to us. Look to China. Become communist, whatever." And they would say that America is evil, and then we have nations that we are not allies with, that we have to conflict with years down the road. We have to fight T groups. We have to bomb them. Do all sorts of stuff. Or we can just teach them ABCs. We can give them Sesame Street. We can make sure that they don't grow up to be radical T groups. We can give them food and clothing and shelter and say, hey, we're the good guys. We're not bad guys. And then they don't grow up to say death to all America.
They still say death to all America, brother.
Well, you can't just say they. Who's they?
Well, the groups that I know we spend the most money with, it's like the Middle East.
You're
That
just
is
not going to say Iran used to actually say something else that you would probably translate to "Death to America," but it would actually it meant end America, like end America in politics or something like that. And if you were to ask these people recently, before we bombed them, if they should continue saying these things, they actually were saying no. The consensus was mostly that they were against saying that in Iran.
Well, Iran is a different place today than, like, say, the 80s. It's a completely different country. It's ran a completely different way. So there's, Iran was a very thriving, almost westernized type country until they started being controlled
And so they
by
started putting religion in the government.
Islamic, because I really have a problem with the Islamic faith, but it is what it is.
Yeah, but you were wrong about the decade. But yeah, so
It was the
the
80s.
Islamic Revolution in Iran happened in I think it was 79 when it happened.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. It changed from the early 80s till the religious zealots, I don't know, the imams or whatever they want to call them, actually got a foothold into the government, because they used to do regular elections, and now, the actual president ain't really got no power there anymore. So it changed in the 80s is what I'm saying.
So,
but you're right. The 79, you're exactly right. That was when they held all the hostages.
Yeah, that's when they became a theocracy, essentially, and they did that because we had meddled with them. The U.S. prior to that had gotten into Iran and fucked around, and by the U.S. I mean the CIA, right? This is the Cold War. We did a lot of stuff, a lot of bad stuff. Okay. This is something that we have to accept, right?
I do accept that.
We funded
100%.
We funded was it Hussein? We funded Iraq.
Yeah.
To go against Iran. Like, they have a reason to hate us. And what I'm saying is, like, it's much cheaper to like, I don't know, $9 billion a year in USAID to like feed kids than to convince them that we're not horrible people in 20 years.
Which I don't have a problem with aid per se, but I think a lot of money is multiplied for no reason, just to pad the pockets of the people that they want to, you know what I mean, like up in their governments.
I think it's dangerous thinking. I think that there's a case to be made where, like, if I think it's like 7% of the aid we send just about anywhere in the Middle East, T groups will take it and they make money off of it. So, like, they do that. We can't stop that, but I think it's worth it sometimes in most cases to like, I don't know, feed kids.
I have no problem feeding children to people. I really don't. Humanitarian aid is okay. I'm saying that a lot of the money spent is not for humanitarian aid. It just isn't. I mean, they can say it is, but like I said, politicians hasn't told us the truth on either side for a very long time.
I don't know. That's a very vague thing to say, but I don't know. If we want to talk about the nuances of it, I don't suspect Trump is where we're going to see any of that transparency. I don't suspect that one bit.
I mean, don't you think that no matter which side of the aisle you fall on, that our government doesn't work like it should, like it did when I was a kid? They used to negotiate and make deals work across the aisle, and the whole idea of America is not everybody gets 100% of everything they want, because as long as everybody gets what they think is reasonable, okay, you like this, I like that, let's find something in the middle. You get a little bit of what you want, I get a little bit of what we want, and hey, guess what? We're American. We're Americans. We're still neighbors. We still love each other.
This is why we need to dump Trump. This is why you need to vote for anybody but Trump, or anybody that champions or campaigns like Trump, because Trump is the person who stopped all of that, in my opinion. When Trump has said these things, these politically charged, horrible things that you can't walk back, and he's never said sorry for, you have to be, you divide your house, you divide the country, and Trump fans those flames, and you can't just say it's all the same. Biden absolutely did not do that. He said that some of y'all might be like a little bit fascist, but when he did things, he paid more attention to the red states because he said they quote needed it more. The red states need more attention. They need more infrastructure. They need all this stuff. Biden was in favor of doing that. Trump will go, oh, California didn't vote for me, I'm going to withhold aid. Fuck them. That's why we're more divided. That's because Trump came in and with like WWE rap battle level shit talking to anybody that opposed him, and you guys said, I love that. That's where we started getting a divide.
Yeah, you do have a point. That is true because I am, I guess, I tell you, I've been called a Neanderthal before, so I'll just give you that. But I never did really consider myself such as that because I'm willing to talk to anybody, whether we finish the conversation with agreeing or not agreeing, or 50% there or 30% there. But I was fine with talking to him, and I always open the door up to say, hey, we can have this conversation again. Maybe you might have something new to tell me, or I might have something new to tell you, and continue on with the conversation. So I'm not your typical MAGA person, I guess, what you think. And we're not all alike. We're not all the same.
I agree. I like to think of myself as somebody who can have a much more productive conversation than a lot of people.
And see, and like I said, I never did really consider myself, like hardcore political. So like a lot of the research information, it's like you guys are telling me, this is what you do. This is, and there's a lot of, and the people do it on the right too. They do all these deep dive researches, which that's not me. I'm just now getting into this. I need to look into this a little further. You know what I mean? But average Americans expect to just vote their interests and hope that the government represents them for their interests and compromise with the other side, because a president is supposed to be over all people, not half the people.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't look. I know what you're saying about Biden, but I have no problems with Biden also, because I heard that lady talking earlier about immigration. I really have a problem with just opening the borders up. It just, to me, you just can't do that. It's not a secure way of doing it.
I don't think you'll be able to articulate how Biden opened any borders or laxed any laws.
You don't think all the hundreds of thousands of people that come in on a regular basis was not a problem?
Can you tell me what the problem is with people coming here?
Well, yeah. You have to do it a slow roll, because, for one thing, because of simulation. And when I say that, I mean, you come here, there was a time when somebody would apply for citizenship, and I agree that the immigration, the length of the law by the time they apply to be a citizen, but till the time they become a citizen, is way too long. I never did understand why it was that long. But you can't just walk in here and then.
And that's the caricature that most conservatives would have you believe Biden was saying, hey guys, just let everybody through. But that didn't happen. It was just a bunch of people came to the border, and Biden had to kick a bunch out immediately. The border was not wide open. He didn't invite them. Trump gave temporary protective status to Venezuela 4 hours before he left office. So, of course, they came a-running. But COVID wrecked economies. You could see it on a satellite. People moved around all over the earth. Europe, Africa, the Middle East, everywhere, where economies were going like in the shitter, people would leave because crime would just get out of control, and they just left, and that's
Yeah,
what happened.
but the thing is, guys, agree with me or not, we wouldn't leave. We would sit here and try to make our country better.
That's not true.
Oh, it is true on my side. Me, at least in my family.
I have plenty of conservatives that come in here and said I was leaving the country if Biden was going to be elected again, or if Kamala won, I was going to leave the country. Plenty of people have left. In fact, the leading authorities, like the professors who were specialists in like fascism, they left immediately. I do have a rightful claim in a lot of countries right now for asylum. I absolutely could seek asylum considering what I do and what the nature of the country and what Trump does to people who dissent.
Well, I would not leave. And my family through several generations have paid the ultimate price to keep this country. So to me, and I know you probably don't like that type of language, but to me, it's to keep America, America.
Well,
And I just think things need to be, and it's just say I did not agree with the, and I get it. Everybody has problems all over the world, but you cannot help somebody else until you help yourself. You got to be healthy yourself to be able to help others.
We're the richest country on earth.
We're in debt, $36 trillion, and both sides created that debt. I get that, but that's still you can't sustain the debt.
That's debatable. Trump is responsible for like more than a quarter of all of that.
More than a quarter. Okay, I explain this because I realize that Trump, Biden, and Trump have all 3 4-year deals. They've added to the debt or added to the budget, whatever you want to say.
This is a graphic I like to show everybody.
But Bush also added to it. Obama added to it.
We're talking about the deficit. So Bush came in, Bush Sr. came in, ramped it up. Clinton balanced it. Bush Jr. came in. The economy crashed. So this is Obama bailing everybody out and still reducing the deficit. And Trump comes in and just, even without the pandemic, spent $4.4 trillion. It was 8.3 by the time he left with COVID. Biden immediately reduced the deficit. Every single time Democrats come in, we reduce the deficit. Y'all come in like the big beautiful bill and just fucking explode it.
Can I ask you a question? Where's that chart you got there? Where's that from?
I don't have a source for what this is from, but I guess you can just look at the Fed.
Yeah, I'll look at that. Yeah, it wasn't a gotcha question. I was going to look it up myself. That's why I asked.
So the other thing that people need to realize is that when you look at the Fed, when you look at the deficit, you need to also look at spending. You need to look at how presidents spent money 10 years out. So you can look at Biden's deficit or his debt and say, oh my gosh, look at the debt going up. But it was a lot of legislation from Trump's administration that he was spending money.
Yeah, and I know the excuse used was COVID, and I know this, and I disagreed with that too. But then again, I didn't, COVID took a toll on our whole economy, so I didn't know how bad or how much money was needed or how bad it really was. But I know it was an issue. So, like I said, as an average person who wasn't 100% political, you just listen to the narrative, and then you hope you make the right decision and go from there. So that's why I like to see this chart, because I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
And when I say that, because like I said, I may change my point of view or my direction of argument about it or whatever. So that's why I'm trying to educate myself today, guys.
For sure.
I'm 60. I'm behind the curveball here.
You're good.
So to answer your question on where that chart came from, Granola in the chat, shout out to you. It's Keystone Research Center. If you type in Keystone Research Center federal deficit graph, you'll find it. Just go to images, you'll find it.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know. This better illustrates COVID versus non-COVID spending. The bright red is the bright red is COVID. The dark red is non-COVID. This is Biden versus Trump's spending. So, and then Trump just did the big beautiful bill. It's expected to cost us $2 to $5 trillion. And
Right. Two added $1 trillion to the bill. Yes, I get it. Just I was not happy with that either.
So I don't know.
But he's already in office. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, he's already in office.
But this is how Republicans are operating right now, and I just don't. The pattern seems to be that Republicans just come in and they just tax cut, and they don't bring in any revenue, and they just deficit spend. They hate. They are pigeonholed because they campaign on doing nothing but cutting taxes. So of course the debt is just going to explode every time they're in office.
Right. And back to the immigration thing. My question about that is the southern border. I still believe that should have been better controlled. And like I said, I do get it. People have shit economies everywhere. Sometimes the government is so oppressive to them that they have no choice but to leave. But they still needed to set up a better system to process them through instead of just.
They did.
A lot of
they did, and Trump deleted it. It was the CBP One app. We had an app so that you didn't have to trek in the desert 300 miles. You could just apply online, and we vetted you. You wouldn't have to remain in Mexico in a tent city like Trump wanted you to. And it was a lot better.
But see, they're vetted by person. They give their own information, and how do you vet those from a lot of these countries where like a lot of people are born at home and they don't even have a birth certificate until they go and file it through their local governments. So it's just
those people are probably going to be denied. Like I can tell you, my ex.
But they're already in the country though. That's what I'm saying.
How do you know that?
Well, no, like you can deny an asylum claim. Most asylum claims are denied. So that can happen. That is absolutely a thing. Now then you can your asylum claim can be approved, but you still have to go through the court stuff, right? So
let me ask you,
those are two options, right?
You're right. Two options. That's right. I agree.
So,
but the thing is, if they're already let into the country, so without going through the court first, they're already here, and they may or may not show up for the court date. My question, I have another question though, and this just out of curiosity: how many in the past 4 years do you think actually come into the country?
We have the data on this. Trump likes to exaggerate the fuck out of it. The data when Trump left, we had 11.7 undocumented migrants, 11.7 million. And when Trump came back into office this time around, we had roughly 13 million. So we have roughly 1.3 million more people here. It's hard to say what the big deal is. They don't commit crime. They've come in here and they've just raised a ton of fucking tax money. They work a lot of jobs. Trump's pumping the brakes on deporting them because it's hurting the economy.
Well, can I question that number? Because Biden's monthly numbers, the Biden administration giving out the numbers puts it at a much higher rate than that.
Listen, these are put out by the Customs Border Patrol and Department of Homeland Security. And until we have anyone like a whistleblower, because these administrations are mostly made of like Republicans, like the Border Patrol, surely they would be like, hey, these are fake numbers. Nobody's said that. We just have Trump saying fake numbers all the time and make you question it. He says 20 million or 30 million sometimes. And the truth is, it's nothing.
Cameras were at the borders, guys. There were people down there reporting on it.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. Is in Biden, even though let's say it is conservatives ran, border patrol people or conservatives or Republicans or whatever.
Thank you,
Biden's people are still over them while his administration's still in office. So how can the numbers get inflated during the 4-year administration? I can see if later on another party says, well, here's the numbers, and it may or may not be true, but this is reported numbers.
When you say reported numbers, what is the number?
Monthly recorded numbers. Well, I don't know what the exact number is.
No. So like I guess the statistic, like, are we saying, what kind of number is it? Is it, this is how many people came in, or what?
Yeah, come through the southern border. At the time, if I'm not mistaken, it was somewhere close to 10 million.
Those are the people, that's encounters. All right. So this is what Trump does. He went around the country showing y'all a graph of all of the encounters and doesn't tell y'all that that's just before they get expelled from the country. Biden was far better at expelling people from the country when they were at the border. So they did not relax the law by any means. We just had a large influx of people coming.
Okay. I guess my next question is, how come that wasn't highly reported? Hey, yeah, we expelled this many people this month. Instead of, it was all about the information of people coming into the country, not how many they were sending back out.
Because we don't politicize deportations. It leads to right-wing domestic terrorism. And we just do it. We always do it better than Republicans. You remember Obama? He did far more. He just didn't politicize it and call them demons and vermin and say that they're poisoning the blood of the country, and then spend $140 billion chasing them around and like tackling them at birthday parties or outside of courthouses.
I actually did know when Obama was sending them back out because that was reported.
Yeah.
It was not during the Biden administration.
Yeah, it was. You're just questioning it. It was.
I'm not questioning. I'm questioning it because I didn't see it.
Well,
so you know what I'm saying?
Where do you live?
You know where I live, Springfield, Ohio.
Well,
I'm talking
when you
about.
say you didn't see it,
right.
like what
television,
reporting?
on the
When
news.
you say you didn't see reporting on it, what outlets do you typically use?
Okay, well, I watch CNN, MSNBC, I watch Fox, I watch ABC. I also go to now, and I didn't used to do this, guys, so I'm all new at this past few years. So I go to and I learned that I started watching YouTube, guys, believe it or not, because when I was medically retired, I was laid up in a bed for a while. So I have a smart TV, so my girlfriend put YouTube on my TV so I could watch something, which is always something new you could find, instead of just a regular network stuff. But anyways, I started looking at everything that I possibly could, and I couldn't really see.
Did you just look at the numbers? Did you ever just look for the numbers of people being deported? Like we just have the numbers, and nobody contests that the numbers are fake. I don't think Trump does even contest that the numbers are fake. He just constantly spouts random shit on Truth Social and hopes some of it sticks.
Well, and I like CNN and MSNBC. I feel like they lean left, and that's fine. But so why did I not hear these numbers on their outlets?
I don't know. I can show you a clip of Fox saying that that migrants approaching the border have dropped 40% or 50% after Title 42 was rescinded. Fox did report on a bunch of this stuff. I don't know if that's really the point to make. Like I don't know why you didn't see the news, but the news is flooded with a bunch of shit. It's got mostly Trump saying they're eating the cats and the dogs. They don't have boring stuff like here's the deportation numbers of Biden. if my mom were to saw that, even if like I've watched my mom like snap at the TV when Fox said that, actually, when that migrant encounters were down 50%. I don't know if I rely on news anchors to tell me what I need to know as much as I just like looking at the data, because news anchors, they have a job. They have a motive.
But you realize you're not the typical person then, because the average individual watches the news, reads or hears the headlines and then goes back to work. So
Yes.
your research is valuable, but not everybody does that.
Yeah, I know. So yes, there's a lot of news channels alluding to the fact that the border was wide open all the time, and it probably attracted even more people to come. And I don't know. It's just a thing that if you just look at the bad outcomes, like you're so scared, you're like, why didn't they do thorough background checks? Or they should have done even more. How do they tell who these people are? The truth is, they literally come over here and they commit almost no crime. So if you want to ramp up and spend hundreds of billions of dollars on like doing FBI background checks on every one of these individuals, sure. But we don't have the bad outcomes to justify that. Not even close.
Well, I'm not one of those people that really worries about the crime rate, is because I agree with you. They do it at a far lower level. The thing is absorbing the numbers that I've seen is almost an impossibility. To everybody can just walk in here, they're going to have a job somewhere. So
it actually is. We have 8 million open jobs right now, and if you just do the math, there's like 13 million people that are undocumented here. We have 4.2% unemployment. They're like 3% of our population. They've gone from 2.8 to 3% of our population. It's not a big deal. It's not.
Well, I don't know. I don't see it, because, like I said, in my town, it's a little different. There's more people here than there are jobs. And it's you can say what you want. You don't live here. You may go buy the news outlet yourself on this deal, but it is true that. Getting back to that, I wouldn't worry about the crime statistics. I worry about the strain on our social programs, and we have that same strain here immensely. And it's not news outlet. It is experience.
The biggest strain on our social programs is Trump or Republicans. He just cut 12 million people off of Medicare or Medicaid. Like, they weren't doing that. They paid $97 billion in taxes last year.
Okay, so you got that number. So what was the purpose? And I know you say it's a cut. I don't have no fear of losing any of that, because I'm medically disabled. So who got cut off those roles?
Well, 30% of them were people who weren't working, and then 70% were just people who are just losing eligibility.
Okay, those who weren't working, you say there's this many jobs open up in the country. What keeps them from working? It's an honest question.
I don't know. Why are you so worried about a couple people not working, considering you're in the position you're in right now? Why are you sitting here auditing everyone else's life? Wouldn't you have the same problem with someone coming to you being like, why can't you work?
Yeah, but I went through all the process. They know I can't work. Plus, I've paid in 42 years of having the ability to get something that I need. What I'm saying is those people are just not working. I'm saying everybody has their circumstances of what they do and do not do. But as a whole, we have to at least ask these questions, so we know that the money is either being removed from a program responsibly or added to a program responsibly.
I think that when we start just yanking people off of these programs in the name of giving tax cuts to rich people, I really don't care. I don't care. The truth is, like 11,000 people will die. Like, it's just, that's how that's going to work out. And I would rather be in the richest country on earth and figure out ways to save more people. Like you said, like we need to take care of our own first. When are we going to start doing that? Now that y'all are in control, you guys are pulling more people off of their safety nets, their social programs. How? And you're spending more money somehow.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I don't know how they come to be saying they're doing this, but yet we have this opposite side of the equation that it's like every time you think there's going to be a positive, there's also a negative at the same time, and it seems like we get nowhere lately.
I don't know. It seems like my side tends to add people to programs. Every year Trump was in office last time, he cut people off of like welfare programs, took away food stamps like he just did. And Democrats tend to always add, and we spend less money, and we bring in more income. It's crazy.
Okay, well, I know you add, and I gotta look at the less spending money. I don't see how that's even possible if you can add and then spend less money. That don't make sense to me. But that's like I said, that's just because I'm not knowing where.
Because we're not too pussy to raise people's taxes.
Okay.
It's also like the whole ounce of prevention, pound of cure thing. Like if we spend money in one area, then that can prevent greater expenditures in another area. So for example, like if you can get somebody onto Medicaid so they can actually go to the doctor to get checkups or whatever the hell, or even just, treatments for whatever it is. If you can get them on there and okay, cool. Now I can go to the doctor. Or you can throw them off or not let them on, save that money today, but then that person, a few years down the line or something, goes into the emergency room because something wasn't treated, and now it's a way bigger cost. And if they don't have insurance, who's going to bear the cost of that? The taxpayer.
Yeah. Let me give full disclosure here. So I am medically retired, but I don't have Medicaid, and I pay for my insurance, my premiums every month. I pay extra actually, so I can keep my copays down. I don't have pharmaceutical assistance. I don't have food assistance. I don't have any of those things. So I agree to a point, but I don't get those assistance. And so if a 20-something-year-old that's just not working, it's kind of like
that is the whole 20-something-year-old that's not working. I promise you, that is not a thing. It's just not. It is a thing that Republicans, J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, have been hammering repeatedly. They always bring that up. They always say, yeah, but then there's that 20-year-old able-bodied kid who's just not working. Yeah, they keep mentioning that because in your head, you're like, okay, well, if you're a 20-year-old able-bodied kid, you need to get off your ass. I can promise you that's not happening. They're saying that so you're distracted, and now you're thinking about like some snot-nosed entitled 20-year-old. I promise you that's not happening. The people who are using Medicaid need Medicaid. The people who are on these programs need these programs. Like making it harder to access these programs doesn't help anybody.
And 1 out of 5 rural hospitals are about to close down. So we're just going to create a bunch of health deserts. There's going to be just collateral damage everywhere.
Well, our governor had to give Springfield, Ohio, $2.5 million to assist his local clinic because of the excessive amount of people using it, because it is one of those government-assisted clinics to where if you don't have, these programs, you can walk in there and get what you need. So it's kind of like a problem here for sure. But like I said, I don't get Medicaid or any of that. So, and I'm not a rich person. And if it wasn't for the simple fact that because I'm 60 and I bought my house a long time ago and I don't have a house payment anymore, I'd be screwed.
And I think there's a lot of people in America that are in that same position. And I think, I don't know. I'm worried. I'm worried for my mom. She's around the same age, and they're going to keep pushing Social Security. Government Republicans keep chipping away at Social Security. She doesn't have anything. Like we're fucked. Like I don't know. You're not the first person I've talked to that I don't know. It's just never been so plainly to see for me that I just don't think it'd be good. There's no shame in taking government assistance. There's no shame. Like, we live in a society where I don't want to live around a bunch of people who like are just poor. That we could easily like my Social Security. I think we saw poverty and like life expectancy reverse like a motherfucker. Like life expectancy went up like 10 or 15 years. Like
now it dropped. Yes.
Yeah. And yeah, we're not, we're the richest country on earth, and Canada just north of us has 4 more years life expectancy than us. They have this little thing called socialized health care. I don't know.
Well, I'm all for it. No, I'm all for having a standardized health care for the entire country. So, like I said, I'm not your typical Republican, if that's even what you want. I don't call myself Republican anymore.
Yeah.
I just don't, because I'm disgusted with the whole system.
I mean, if you're for having a standard for healthcare, like an option, a public option or whatever, voting for Republicans will never, ever, ever lead to that. Donald Trump is doing nothing but taking us further and further away from that reality. Like, Obama's presidency, there were plenty of fuck ups, and I have criticisms of Obama and the Democratic Party, all day, every day, right? But before he was put in the White House, people could be denied for having a pre-existing condition.
Correct.
You cannot be denied for a pre-existing condition anymore. And that is one tiny thing that is an example of getting us closer to, what you're saying. I mean, shit, Obama campaigned on, let's do a public option. That's what Obamacare originally was going to be. But
right.
Republicans fucked it up. So, like, it's frustrating because I fully agree with what you're saying that, hey, we should have a public option. I mean, I've lived in countries where they had socialized healthcare. It was fine. It was great. Awesome. I wasn't poor. I wasn't destitute, and I was able to go to the doctor. I didn't have to worry about it. It was great. And, just coming back here and just seeing the ridiculousness that we are dealing with on a regular basis, and sitting there and pretending that the American system with health insurance, with healthcare, clearly we've got it all figured out, and if we are doing it better than all the other developed countries that have socialized medicine. Like, every single developed country on the planet except for us has socialized health insurance. Every single one of them. And to sit here and be like, well, we're America, we do things different, we're going to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. At a certain point, we're just being different out of just stupidity. Like, it's kind of like the metric system. Like, I mean, damn. I understand it's a pain in the ass to learn the metric system and the conversions and stuff, but also, holy God, whenever you learn it, it's amazing. Same deal. Like, at a certain point, we are just doing it to be different, not to be smart, not to be better. We want the worst option because we want to be different. That's dumb.
Well, you'll probably find this to be humorous. Let me tell you why like I said, I'm all for I have manufacturing stuck in my head, guys. I don't mean to. That's just what's important to me. But so Donald Trump, before he ran for president, was a complete liberal, and I had this idea that he was running as a Republican to try to get the backing of them to get into office, and then turn back into a liberal a little bit, and then work. I still wanted him to be a businessman to create, you know, uh, wealth in this country as far as more and more people having good jobs. But I also thought that he would go back to his original ways and the socialized health care and all that stuff. I thought that he would probably work on that and fool the hardcore Republicans basically. Uh, and I feel like his first 4 years there was a lot of stuff going on there that I don't feel like he really had an opportunity. And that's me saying this. I know you guys can disagree with it. He was tied up in the courts with a lot of stuff, and there was a lot of things going on. So I felt like, and then COVID hit, and I felt like it was an incomplete 4 years. And and we all know that most presidents need both terms to
Yeah,
actually
I
get
mean,
something
okay.
done.
I mean, you can say that, 2 terms, depending on your agenda. Yeah, okay, maybe. But whenever, like, to say, well, yeah, he just didn't get a fair shake. Like, I mean, at a certain point, dude, this is not like, you know, uh, somebody trying out for the football team and being like, well, you didn't give him a fair shake. You didn't give him a good tryout. This isn't like, this is the most powerful position on the planet, the most stressful job known to man. That's what it's supposed to be. That's what he is applying for whenever you're running for president. And if you can't hack it because the opposition party is like investigating you, or is running and saying that you're bad because of these reasons, that you're not cut out for it. Like, the person who is supposed to occupy that office is supposed to be able to handle all sorts of things. All sorts of things. They're supposed to be able to handle that shit. And I mean, what you're telling me, like, well, the Democrats investigated him. Okay. I mean, shit. Bill Clinton, they started investigating him in 1994. That's when the Whitewater shit started. And that turned into the Monica Lewinsky thing. Like, they investigated him his entire presidency basically, and he was able to balance the budget. We had surpluses for 3 years. We had surpluses under Bill Clinton, and like, I mean, really, whenever it comes to Obama, the dude was universally hated by Republicans, had the biggest news channel in America for 24/7 was saying that Obama was evil and fucking up and talking about tan suits and fancy mustard. They were talking about that constantly, and Obama got the Affordable Care Act through, which was fucking incredible, and managed to advance us in a lot of good ways. And I'm saying this as
Yeah.
somebody who I am critical of Obama, but hot damn, in my lifetime, especially my adult lifetime, he has been the best president ever. And
Yeah.
like,
And Trump golfed 30% of his first presidency, so I don't buy the whole like tied up with stuff. MAGA can't govern. They force shit through. He does a bunch of executive orders. He still can't. I mean, the big beautiful bill almost didn't make it. It was so bad that you had Republicans coming out and just being like, whatever, committing political suicide. Be like this is so bad. They're probably going to be primaried.
Yeah, getting back to, can I just say, getting back to the Clinton era, I didn't have a problem with Bill Clinton. I really didn't. But I can tell you this, I was laid off. I had a manufacturing job building semis, and I was laid off due to NAFTA because they started generating these factories in Mexico, and they even built one up in Canada, which I don't see how you save that much money by building one in Canada, but Canada, because they have a decent wage, you know what I mean? So I didn't understand that either. But manufacturing, that's why I say manufacturing jobs, that's important to me, because I remember losing my manufacturing job because our jobs went to other countries.
So, okay, fair enough, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why you're putting that on Clinton though. Like, this is a thing. This is a common thing where people blame Clinton for that. Did Bill Clinton support NAFTA? Yes, but NAFTA was put together under George Bush Sr. It was put together, like Reagan and Bush Sr. are the reason why NAFTA existed, and Bill Clinton, like, I guess, signed it into law or whatever. So, yeah.
But he did. But still, he's responsible in history. He signed it into law. The thing is his second term is when I got laid off, and then I thought when like China got allowed in 2003 into the World Trade Organization, then it seems like jobs leaving the country accelerated, and that's from my position. That's what I noticed, in my life, experience. My experience locally.
I hate to cut you short, Patriot. Somebody paid to have you move on to the next guest. We've had you up for almost 2 hours. I appreciate you coming up. You're welcome to come back anytime. All right, bud. Yeah, you're nice to talk to.
I appreciate the conversation, guys.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
Chat, thank you so much, Jennifer and Jason. Much love. Yeah, it was an hour and 40 minutes, y'all. I'm so sorry. All right, we're gonna get to the next guest, guys. Tap the screen. We'll set 200K. Chat, follow. Give me a follow if you enjoy debates. What's up, bro?
Thank you, Josh, for the memo. You said, ironically, America being the manufacturing powerhouse is the reason why we didn't move away from U.S. standard imperial measurements. We didn't get on metric. That's part of the reason why.
Funny. What's up, Danny?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing
Tried
good.
to get in here early. That was longer than I expected.
Sorry about that.
No problem. So I was kind of trying to get into some stuff that was said earlier. Well, first off, I'm 23.
Okay.
I did vote Trump. I'm not for Trump, like pro-Trump. I think he's actually not a very good politician. I just feel he's better than the other option.
Okay. What, you said you had some stuff you wanted to debate?
Yeah, I was trying to pull up. Well, it looks like the other guest left. Misha, she made a claim earlier. I thought it was interesting, but she's not here, so I don't want to bring that up. But I did want to get into the border thing. I think that's important. So first off, let me get your side. What do you think about Trump and Biden's border policies?
I think that Biden's border policy first 3 years of his presidency was pretty much the same as Trump's first 3 years of his presidency. We just had a bunch of people come. I think that Trump has lied to most of the country, confused most of the country for 4 years, told them that the border's wide open. There's no evidence to substantiate that besides maybe some YouTube videos. I think that he has raised panic to make people feel threatened by immigrants, that this is the most biggest thing that we need to focus on right now. I think it's just a huge waste of money. I think we could just give amnesty to these people instead of spending hundreds of billions of dollars trying to hunt them down and fuck up our own economy and in the process, and also villainize them and cause a bunch of white supremacy to skyrocket in the United States.
Gotcha. Okay. So I know earlier about the people that were deported during that time. I can't remember who made that exact claim, but someone mentioned that earlier. I think they said something around Biden deported more people. Is that correct?
Month by month, Biden has deported more people last year versus this year. Yes.
Okay, so you're talking about last year versus
yeah. If we're just
his
comparing
presidency and his Trump's presidency, compare.
Sure. Biden absolutely did deport more people than Trump did, though. his first presidency.
Oh no, he did. See, I see a lot of people this data that he deported more people, but they leave out the fact that a lot more people were coming in during this presidency, and a lot of the right wings aren't saying Biden just opened the border. What I mean is, it was way more people coming in under Biden's presidency than
They were trying to come
Trump's.
in, yeah. So
Well,
Trump went around with a
I have the
graph.
DHS pulled up for the data.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have the DHS data pulled up right now, and it's actually month. I'm sorry, wait, month to month. Sorry, year to year each for Trump and Biden presidency. From 2017, we have 227 coming in. Trump 2018 is
Coming in is not a
337.
thing. What are you
2019 is
reading?
359,000.
Hold on. What are you reading? Coming in is not a thing. Is
This is,
that
I'm sorry, I said
encounters?
coming in. This is, I'm sorry.
Are those encounters? Are those illegal crossings?
I'm
Are
sorry,
those
deportation.
what?
Just formal deportations.
Formal
Just formal deportations,
deportations?
DHS.
You're just talking about deportations?
Yeah.
Flat out deportations?
Yeah, just flat out deportations.
Interior or exterior?
I mean by interior, exterior.
We do deportations at the border, and we do deportations from the immigration system from inside the United States.
I need to check to see that one second. Let's see. These are external.
Okay. So Biden had far more, and he had a higher percentage.
Yes, Biden did deport more people. What I'm trying to make is more people also in during that period.
Mm-hmm. So it wasn't
Trump
wide
had
open.
far less people cross border.
Trump had a 50-year high in
I'm not saying it was wide
2019.
open. I don't.
He had a 50-year high himself in 2019. He had a border crisis in a town where they had a wall too.
Sorry, could you say that again? That broke up.
Trump had a border crisis in 2019, the likes we haven't seen in, I think it was a 30 or a 50-year high. And it was, I believe, in El Paso, where they already have a border wall.
So you're saying in 2019 he had a record high.
He had a migrant crisis.
So I'm looking at that right now, 2019, comparing 2019 to migrant crisis. Okay, I see. But what I'm still trying to get at, I don't wait, sir. That like, why do you think so many more people have came in under Biden compared to Trump?
COVID.
COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like elaborate on that?
Yeah. So like if you're in a country and COVID comes and fucks up your economy, and Trump, I don't know, stops trading oil with you, and that was 20% of your economy as well, your country's economy is going to crash. And when there is poverty, there is crime. So gangs take over. They do shakedowns. They come threaten your family and tell you that you need to pay taxes or protection money, and that they're going to turn your sister into a prostitute or they're going to fuck your mom. So you just leave.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to all in.
That's why Obrego Garcia came. I don't know where you went, chat. Chat tapping is clapping. I love you. His connection's real bad. Danny, you're welcome to come try it some other time, okay? Yellow? Hello? Jody?
Oh, I was just writing a comment. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
You're fine. I got
contact
you. Much love.
Thanks. Bye, Pickles.
The U.S. are good at creating situations where people need to migrate. Agreed. We really fuck up a lot of countries. And then we go, why are they all coming here? These horrible people. And then Trump is going around kidnapping them and sending them back to their shitty situation that we put them in. Italian baddie, you're a troll. We can't do this anymore. You're not allowed to do that. Where did our pickle stickers go? I am so sorry. I will upload those as soon as I get off. David, what do you want?
I'm just up here so you could make $40.
Oh, David.
Is it a corgi? Is that worth $40?
No, ass shaking corgis. I think those are about $3.
What's a galaxy worth?
I think it's about $10.
Well, how do you get $40 then?
Through Cash App.
I'm worth $40. Oh, they give you cash.
Mm-hmm.
They actually Cash App you. You should bring me up every hour. You'd be making $40 an hour. Or are you not allowed to bring me up once you kicked me?
Once a day. Once a day.
Oh, once a day. So you're guaranteed $40 off me, but only once a day. What if I stop coming? That's serious damage to your payroll.
Well, I wouldn't have to.
I'm not going to be able to buy tacos.
It's true. Take a huge hit, but it might be worth it.
Did you
Mental
say
health.
The other day you were making $30,000 a month.
Mm-hmm.
What were you doing? Selling hugs?
Gaming.
No, you weren't gaming.
Yeah, I was.
You weren't gaming, making $30,000 a month.
Yes, I was.
You were on the corner distributing. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Right in the head. $30,000 a month, huh? So you're the luckiest. You're the best gambler on the planet.
Gambler? No, I was gaming.
Oh, video game.
Yes.
Oh, I forgot. Oh, Jesus. Yes. The Pew Pewer was a video gamer. Did you know him?
No, we don't all know each other.
Oh, you didn't talk to him in the Discord?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you did. What game would you make $30,000, and why would you stop?
When you're a gaming streamer, you can make a lot of money. You get brand deals. So at one point,
and then what happened?
Facebook went downhill.
Well, you got this. Go game on this and get brand deals.
I had kind of a good thing going on Facebook. It's hard to restart. This is what you're looking at. You're looking at me restarting. This is what you're looking at. Took about 6.
So a sponsor paid you that?
Yeah, I had OnePlus phones. They were paying me money to use their phones. I had the gaming company paying me to play their game 80, or I think it was 120 hours a month on Facebook. They would pay me to stream for my gaming, no matter what, just whatever. And then
how many months did you make 30K?
A little under a year.
And you threw this money away doing what?
I don't know.
Seriously, 30K a month for a year, and you don't have a pot to piss in?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's impossible. I mean, you can't possibly spend that on tacos.
Well,
we
did it, baby.
What did you buy, man?
I don't know, but someone just paid to kick you. Much love, Jennifer and Jason, for the kick. And no, I was sober. Well, towards the end, I wasn't sober because my career was going downhill. I was blackout drinking. Yeah. Hello? SoCal? Might be up here for an accident. If it's not an accident, you're welcome. Come back. Ashley with the kick as well. Ashley, I love you. Thank you. If you want, I can send you a refund. I feel bad when two people pay to kick. Much love, Ashley. Dave was a boomer. I think so.
Yeah. Dale is like a fart in an elevator. Like, it just, I don't know, it just makes everything a little bit worse. Like,
Dale, a lot of boomers don't know that you can make a ton of money gaming. People are shocked by it. Brand deals, game influence, that there is no ceiling for the money you can make in like being an influencer or content creator. We don't claim him. Much love, Ashley. Thank you.
I mean, shit, like, whenever it comes to political streaming, and I guess game streaming, whatever, Hassan, what is he? He makes, like, a ridiculous amount of money. It's
A couple million a month, I'm sure.
Yeah, like, he's
younger than me. That motherfucker's younger than me. And smarter. And more handsome.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen video game tournament with $1 million championship payout. The game that I played had a $7 million championship in Dubai. There were people, when I started gaming, the guy that I was my only competition on Facebook, he was getting 18 grand a month from Facebook alone just to stream 80 hours a month. And then you get brand deals. What game? PUBG Mobile. I found a quarter in return slot on the skee ball.
He said his uncle was Jang, so it kind of helped. I mean, I think that may have helped Hassan early on, like in the political space, maybe because Jake Uger is his uncle, and the Young Turks was like the big left wing outlet back in the day, but he kind of made his own thing after a while, like. I'm pretty sure that he is clearing far more than Jank at this point. Also, fuck Jank Uger and Anna Kasparian. They can burn in hell.
Why is the guest so small? I can't change the size.
I'm average, okay?
It's actually kind of big.
Yeah.
Hello? Maxine?
No.
Oh, that's okay. I know this. I know the sound of panic when I hear it. Is that why he takes hair growth pills, dude? Hair loss in men is I am fucking balding, dude. The reality of losing hair as a man, it sucks. It's depressing. Shaming men for hair loss sucks. I'm never for it. Unless you're fucking Steve Miller.
Yeah. Yeah, he deserved it. Have you seen clips of him when he was young?
Yeah, he was a prick.
Yeah, like somehow, like there was a clip of him. I think it was back in the '90s, and he's like in front of a crowd. And he's like talking about picking up trash or something like that. And of course, it's a racist rant. And somehow he doesn't look any different. It's like once he hit adulthood, the hate just like locked him in. I think he had more hair at that point, but he looks exactly the same.
Isn't it? It isn't easy. Yeah, that too. Yeah, I remember that rant. It was something like, I am sick of being told to pick up my own trash when there are people who get paid to do it. It was like,
yeah.
Oh my God, man.
One that's funny, it's the inverse of that, is I'll just show you the picture because it's crazy.
When he was running for student body president, that was his fucking speech? Oh my God.
That is such a Stephen Miller thing.
Oh. Yeah, I can't imagine
I'm running for student body president. What am I going to talk about? Immigrants.
God. Guys, we don't say that. Maddie, we don't say that in here. You're going to get muted if you say stuff like that. 30K a month. David, you're really bent out of shape about this. You want me to? I don't like to flex nuts too much, but I've done this. I'll show you these pictures again, David. Davide. I've deleted a lot of my comment or a lot of my stuff. This is Facebook. I was a Facebook partner. I was a partner for 4 years. It's a paid partner, one of the very few. My manager also managed Stone Mountain and Darkness 249. I did plenty of huge events for PUBG. I was partnered with PUBG as well. They flew me places. I was also partnered with a nutrition company. I was getting yoked at one point in time. This is when I did a huge gaming event with Megan Fox and Nikki Bella and Twitch. This is we raised $100,000 for the Amazon rainforest.
Hell yeah.
Rest in peace, Twitch. It's me on the red carpet. It's Hollywood. That's a steak. That's part of what I spent my money on. You see that, David?
I mean, honestly, like, was that peppercorn on top of it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. Yep, that's worth it.
Yeah. And
So
I eat it
I
rare
found
as fuck.
I found the picture. So this is what I'm talking about. Okay. This is Troglodyte McFuckface.
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones. Okay. This is Alex Jones today. All right. Or whatever. So, yeah. This is Alex Jones when he was young. And I gotta say, like, I mean, these are real, by the way. Like, it's, I mean, damn, like, dude was jacked. And the only thing I can think, because I don't know how old he is. He's probably like late teens, maybe early 20s. The dude's a drunk. We know that. We know he's an alcoholic. And then just probably the hate. Like, that's the only thing that can really explain it. Because guess how old he is? Like, looking at this picture, how old do you think he is?
55.
That's not too far off. So, I think he is right on the money. I think he's 50 now. He may be 51.
Steroids also make you age. Gray hair, like a motherfucker.
Yep, he's 51.
Yeah. He was definitely juicing a little bit back in the day.
Yeah. I mean, that also partially explains Joe Rogan. Like,
I have a friend that's like 6 years younger than me, and he looks 55. Full head of gray hair. And he's been taking that shit for the most of it, like his whole 20s. He used to look younger than me, like a motherfucker.
yeah, you gotta be smart with that shit.
Hello?
Yo, what's happening?
What's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I'll say that. I voted for him.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
What do I like about him? I guess he was, at the time when I was doing my research, the best option for what I was going through with what I needed in my family. I've been on here listening to you guys for about 2.5 hours now. You hadn't had anybody come up, so I figured, I'll just take a stab at it. Something I wanted to bring up with what has happened in the last week is, what is your guys' stance on gun control?
I think we could start cracking down big time on gun laws. Do a lot more red flag laws, universal background check laws, in the straw loophole. I don't know. I don't think we need to go around and take everybody's pew-pews away. I have pew-pews. Most liberals I know have pew-pews. I don't think we need ARs. I think we have evidence that the AR ban in 95 or whatever reduced gun violence, and I think it'd be fine. It'd be good.
Would you say ARs specifically, or would you say high-capacity magazines? Because you can have a high-capacity magazine on nearly any platform once modified, and you can modify them with legal parts.
Well, high-capacity magazine, high caliber, high speed, or high-velocity bullets.
Well, that would be every deer hunting rifle in the U.S.
High caliber? I mean, high mag?
Yeah, an AR is a 223. That's one of the smallest rounds actually on the market.
Not really. Like 5.56?
Yeah, 223, 5.56 is one of the smallest rounds that you can actually shoot. It's actually the smallest round that you're allowed to legally take a deer in almost all states, other than a couple have legalized 22 mags.
Yeah, but the gunpowder in them, right?
They move at a higher velocity, but
yeah, they're a higher velocity.
Guns are a higher velocity. A 22-250 shoots at 4,000 feet per second. For most of your ARs are shooting like 3,000.
Well, we're talking about things that could like penetrate like a few drywalls, like things that wouldn't be safe operating in like a even a suburban setting.
So that'd be every shotgun slug on the market. So would you start limiting ammo as well?
Sure, we can say slugs are you need a license for slugs. I don't want some fucking jackass next door to me firing a slug at me when I'm sleeping.
It just seems like there would be. And then what would you do about people that would you grandfather them in? I mean, you've had guys that have been stocking ammo for the last 20 fucking years.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
grandfather him in. My dad's one of those. My dad, he reloads ammo as a hobby.
Yeah, the assault weapons ban, the '94 bill, it had a grandfather clause in it too. Like they were grandfathered in. So any proposal that the Democrats would do, which a lot of them just say, hey, let's do the '94 thing again, there would absolutely be a grandfather clause. And even if they wanted to do something more strict, there would still be a grandfather clause because otherwise you would have to go and round them up, which no one is ever, not even Democrats are going to get on board with that.
but it'd be impossible too. Like,
yeah,
there's statistics that say that on opening day of deer season across the U.S., that we are the most armed militia in the world at that time. At that given time, there are more people in the U.S. with a gun in their hand on opening day of deer season than there is anywhere else in the world. So in order to round up something it would be an astronomical feat.
Yeah. Almost like what Trump's doing with ICE.
Yeah, it's impossible. What he's doing is he's just sticking his ass out there is what he's doing. I mean, I have my own opinion on immigrants and stuff as well. I think how it's been handled on both sides is wrong and inappropriate. After listening to you guys for the last 2 hours, I would say that you are correct, that Biden probably handled that better than Trump has. I'm very open-minded with how I believe and think that is one of the main ones is with that I've been focused on is gun control, and then where is all our money going? I mean, $3.8 billion to Israel every single year for what has it been 20 years now or something like that?
3.8?
3.8 billion every single year to Israel.
I mean, it's not a lot. If our federal revenue is like 5 trillion.
Right, but you're only talking to one source, just Israel. And what are we mainly funding them with? If we're not funding them with guns, we're funding them with artillery.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's every president across the board, not just Republican or Democrat. Every one of them's doing that.
I see the utility in having Israel as a friend. I think we need to start cracking down on their actions. But I think their government is completely fucked and out of whack, and probably having the same problems we're having right now. With
they are the
corruption.
same. I would like to. What would your idea be on who would you want to vote into office if money wasn't the issue? I mean, because we really don't get a choice. We really don't get a choice of who our president is. We get one of two options, and it's based on how much money they've had in their pocket, what those two options are going to be to us as a nation. So how can we better select somebody that we actually want in there and not just have to pick the less of two evils?
I don't know. The less of two evils, whenever I hear that from a Trump voter, it's just wild to me. Like when we say all these things and we can illustrate that Trump is far more harmful, far more, I keep losing the words, malicious than Kamala. I've never really heard anybody make a case for how Kamala was more evil than Trump.
Well, I don't know how you could say if she was or she wasn't. She never had a term in the office.
Well, neither did Trump before he was voted in.
Right, the first time. I'm talking about this one currently.
Yeah, and
because I was for Obama when Obama was in.
Yeah.
Who'd you vote for in 2016?
Who did I vote for in 2016?
Yeah.
I voted for Trump then.
Okay. Well, then, point stands.
I will preface that since then, I have way more educated myself in what politics are and what's actually going on in our world versus just voting the way my parents told me to when I was younger. I was always just told, you're a Republican, you vote red. You don't ever look at the other side. So that's why I voted for Trump the first time.
Well, why'd you vote for him in 2024?
In 2024, I didn't feel like Kamala had, for lack of better words, the balls to deal with like Russia and the stuff that we're dealing with currently with what they're doing in Poland. I think that she would have just take a paycheck and tried to play nice, and it's getting to a point where it's who's going to swing first, it seems like, and then you're looking at World War III. So we need somebody in there that's willing to have the hard conversations and actually go see Putin face to face.
Wait. So,
I've never heard Trump say a mean thing about Putin. I've heard Kamala though.
Yeah.
A mean thing?
Yeah, I've never seen Trump like be stern with Putin. He rolled out the red carpet. Putin is still committing huge. He's bombing the absolute fuck out of Ukraine this week.
Right, but I don't. In what I could gather, I didn't see Kamala attacking that head on, or even having those conversations to begin with, and more or less turning a blind eye is what I felt that she would do.
I don't know. Her and Biden got like 50 countries to rally behind Ukraine and fund it. She met with 150 world leaders. She was part of that.
Right, but that was for Ukraine. That wasn't addressing Putin himself. That was just trying to give aid and throw more money at him and try to help
because we all know that we can't negotiate with Putin. If you don't know this at this point, that's wild. But he's just former KGB. He's a very selfish, horrible person. He doesn't give a fuck who dies. We just know that he's been in power for 20-something years. We know him by now. We don't need to play niceys, call him brilliant, stroke his ego. If he wants to fuck around, he needs to find out.
Exactly. So do you think Kamala would have been able to do that if that's what it comes to? Or do you think you need an egotistical man like Trump who's just going to say, if you fuck around, you're actually going to find out? Where I don't think Kamala would have been able to do that if that's what comes to surface in the next 2.5 years, 3 years.
I think Kamala, she delivers. Like, she went after international gangs and stuff. She prosecuted international gangs. She knows how to deal with horrible people. She's been in the same room with very disgusting mass killers. I think that Trump, on the other hand, when he's faced with a hard problem, he freaks out. He goes ballistic. He goes haywire. He'll tweet about it 40 times in one night. He'll overreact. And he's also just more of a pussy when it comes to Putin, which is also very weird. We haven't seen him actually like buff up and be like, hey, you better do this or that. We've heard him say very nice things about Putin. So I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. But Kamala came out. She came right out and said, Putin is a dangerous killer. He'll play you. He'll string you along. And it just so turns out that's exactly what's played out. Trump has just been stringed along. He even used the same words in a tweet saying, Putin is stringing me along.
Mm-hmm. But I think we're missing the point that I'm trying to make. Is I agree with you up to the point is I don't think Kamala would have actually ever acted on it. That is part of my reasoning to where I think Trump's ego will get in the way, that if he is pushed too far, his ego alone will force him to act. And he has the money and the power within.
Yeah, I don't like him playing with our national. I would want somebody more calculated with a like calm, collected mind.
Right, I would think so, but at the end of the day, it doesn't come down to just his decision. It's everybody else that's behind him. If you,
I don't think that's true. He hires loyalists. It's his way or the highway. If you go against Trump, you get fired. 95% of his first administration fired, gone.
Right, but you don't think that any of those people that are behind him matter? You don't think that they have any kind of influence whatsoever in what decisions he's going to make? It's just Trump doing Trump, and then everybody else is just receiving a paycheck?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why he hired very unqualified people in most of those positions.
I kind of think that's a really black and white way of thinking, isn't it? I mean, there's got to be some gray in there. You can't have that amount of number of people and everybody be completely one-sided.
Yeah,
It's just
it's literally in Project 2025. It's part of their plan. They just gut the federal government, fire everybody, hire nothing but Trump loyalists. We actually have a thing that just came out. The FBI was actually caught and sued for part of their intake process for applying to be part of Kash Patel's FBI. You have to state if you're a Democrat or Republican. One of the questions is, when did you start supporting Trump? That's one of the questions.
That's crazy.
So, yeah, it absolutely is the truth that they don't want any sort of checks and balances. Trump is fighting tooth and nail with the Supreme Court and with Congress to have far less checks and balances. He fired all of the people who oversaw fraud and investigated all of that shit, the inspectors generals, the day he got in office.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Kash Patel's a joke. He was a YouTube personality that was a public defender. He had a hit list of people that he was going to politically persecute using the FBI before he got in office. Super dangerous ideology.
Yeah, the way he handled the entire Charlie Kirk thing was comical at best.
Well, also the Epstein thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been going to it's a Senate oversight hearing. He's been going to those for the last few days, and you may have seen some clips of him getting just grilled.
But he did write a children's book about Trump, about how he is king. That's cool.
Yeah.
So I think we're kind of getting away now from what I think I was trying to get. My original question is how can we get away from only having the two options that we do not get to select? Like, can you honestly tell me that if you could have anybody in the United States to be our president right now, that you would have singled out and chose Kamala Harris over anybody else, or is that your only option at the time?
I think that she was a fantastic candidate, very qualified. For anybody to be upset about our options on this side, I think is kind of wild. That she was a Juris Doctorate. She had 27 years of experience in the government. She had a fantastic career. Her whole career, she fought for the people. She fought on behalf of the people, won huge settlements against large corporations for the people of California. She has nothing but great things in her history, in her resume. And then we have Trump, a game show host who has been caught, denying rent to black people, saying that people don't look Indian enough to own a casino, has ripped people off and doing business with them in the Middle East and in New York and in every way. He just has a wake of destruction and absolutely no friends besides like the island guy and people that might share his very weird other hobbies. But he is not a good guy. Trump University, he stole from a children's charity. He can't even operate a charity in New York.
Mm-hmm. I'm just listening to you. Like I said, I originally voted the way I did because of how I felt for my family and for a few of the things that I was going for. And now, with the way that everything has gone this year, I'm very open to anything and everything to improve our country and to have conversations like this where you're not just calling me a piece of shit, bigot, MAGA hat wearing motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like I can actually talk to you and have a conversation and try to understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Because I can hear you. I've heard, like I said, I've been listening for 2.5 hours and I've heard multiple points that you have made that I'm like, he's absolutely correct. Where there's other times where you've said things I'm like, I don't quite agree with that, but it's something I could discuss. And I think it all comes down to is like, I don't think we really get to choose who that person is in office. It's money driven, and whoever wants to get behind it and throw enough money at it, that's who it's going to be.
It's not purely like a money thing. So and the reason why I know that for certain is because what's his face, Bloomberg, ran in 2020.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Bloomberg, like Michael Bloomberg, he's some billionaire dude. And he got knocked out real quick. And I'm still salty with Elizabeth Warren on some things, but hot damn, she nuked him single-handedly. It was amazing. So they were on stage. She looked at him, said, hey, Michael Bloomberg, you've got some, you talk about how you want to fight for women. You've got some non-disclosure agreements with a number of women. How about you go ahead and just, on stage right now, say that you will release them from those NDAs so they can talk about their experience with you. And he was out before the next debate. It was awesome. It was fucking awesome.
Right, but you're talking about he was a billionaire. Him personally was a billionaire, but who did he have backing him with that kind of money? Where Kamala and Trump both had not only their own money in hand, but everybody else pushing behind them that are these extremely wealthy politicians or people like Elon Musk or something like that. It's just an open checkbook to make sure that you get to the dance. And then it's on us to finally get to choose between the two people that were put in front of us because of how much money was spent on them.
So again, the thing is that so Bloomberg, I don't know how much his net worth is. I think it's in the tens of billions. I could be wrong on that, but I think it's in the tens of billions. And that is a blank check, right? As far as the amount of money that Kamala Harris spent on the campaign, I think, what was it? When all of a sudden to like about $1 billion.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a lot, but when you're Michael Bloomberg, you have multiples of those, you know? His net worth is about 70 billion. Okay. So, let's just cut that into, I don't know, 20% of that is liquid. He could have outspent them 10x.
Like, yeah, Trump's worth like 8, right?
Yeah.
And he got
so,
4 of that since January.
Money alone is not the determinant. Do I think that money has a lot to do with it? Yes. Is it the only thing? No. You have to actually be competent. Well, at least for the Democrats, you have to actually be able to, seem like an adult. To your point about how do we get away from just 2 options for lower office, you kind of already have that. That isn't a thing. You can, if there's an independent, it depends on your state, but if there's an independent candidate.
I'm in Texas.
Oh, okay. So, I know that like in Georgia, we had a Senate, but during the midterms, the Senate, was up, and the Libertarian candidate, the Libertarian candidate was on stage with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Marcus Flowers, I want to say, which that was a House race, but still they were there. And I think there was also a Libertarian candidate on stage with Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. So they were there and they definitely got votes. Like, in theory, you could vote for that person, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it is a thing. For lower office, it's a thing. You can do that. But whenever it comes to the presidency, the reason why it wouldn't work for the presidency specifically is because of the electoral college. Because I don't know how old you are.
34, about to be 35.
Okay. So back in the 90s, in 92, you had Bush Sr., Bill Clinton, Ross Perot. Those were the 3 that were running, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Ross Perot was an independent. 1 in 5 voters voted for Ross Perot. 1 in 5. 20% of all Americans who voted that time voted for Ross Perot. He got 0 electoral college votes. 0.
Right.
And that's because that's how the electoral college is structured. It's like an old system. And so you can have these situations where, You can win the popular vote and lose the electoral college, or you can 1 in 5 people can vote for you and you literally get 0 electoral college votes. I think that's dumb. The electoral college is an old, outdated thing. We should get rid of it. If we get rid of it, then independent candidates could actually have a shot at the presidency. Like, that's a thing they could maybe do. But right now, with the electoral college, it's impossible. It will go to one of 2 options. That's it. That's the only way that will work for the presidency specifically. Lower office, you can go ahead and do third-party candidates all you want.
Yeah. The electoral college is, like, I understand why it was put in place, and to try and even out, more or less, is to try and even out the U.S. so everybody's vote somewhat counts as the same due to population in the area. But it's not the popular vote. And if we're truly a democracy, shouldn't it be just the popular vote? Whoever wins, wins. It shouldn't go to another guy that's like, okay, I'm going to judge this and give you X, Y, Z.
Yeah, that's DEI.
Yeah. Like, the electoral college has been described as like DEI for Republicans. Because, like, the argument for the electoral college is, well, it's what you'd say, you want to kind of even out, you want to give representation to like Montana or whatever. And you don't want a handful of cities deciding the election. But here's the thing. The electoral college, a handful of states decide the election. Like 3 or 4 states, that swings everything, right? Mm-hmm. So that's the system that we have lived in, and that's a pretty shitty system. The idea that, oh yeah, but then they'll just campaign in big cities. They already do.
That's where everybody lives. Now they just campaign in fucking 7 states and leave all the other states to the wayside.
Yeah. Like, it's not like they're spending a shit ton of time in Montana, because I think Montana gets 2 or 3 electoral votes.
I think it's 2.
They're not spending a lot of time there. And they wouldn't spend a lot of time there in a popular vote system either. But at least then you get the actual representation, the one person, one vote. Like, I mean, you live in Texas, I live in Georgia. Let's say that you wanted to vote for a Democrat. Well, you live in Texas, so you're probably throwing your vote away, right? And I've lived in Georgia my entire life.
It was close between Houston, Austin, and Dallas. Was extremely blue.
Oh yeah.
There's more liberals in Texas than there are Republicans, by far.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Well, yeah, because a lot of California, which is predominantly liberals, has been moving to Texas because our cost of living is way lower compared to California. And with COVID happening and so many jobs going to remote, we have seen an astronomical increase in population here in those 3 cities.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like, the idea is, so if you're a Republican in California, you're probably not going to go out and vote because
it's worthless.
Why would you? Like, it's California.
Mm-hmm.
And the truth is that California has more registered Republicans than any other state in the country, except for maybe Texas. I've seen conflicting data on that, but every other state, there are more registered Republicans in California. And the reason why California is solid blue is because there's just that many more Democrats. That's how it is. So in a popular vote system, at least then a Democrat in Georgia can turn out and vote and know that, hey, I'm not just lighting this shit on fire. And a Republican in California can actually vote and be like, well, okay, maybe I make a difference. Yeah, the electoral college is why we get to, pick between 2. That's where it's at.
Because, I mean, I saw a comment go across the screen when that Daddy Patriot or whatever was up, that us Republicans are considered chameleons and we don't ever want to actually commit to Democrat or Republican or a side. And that's, I think it kind of conflicted with me, is because I can agree with some of the points that you guys make, but I also do not agree and lean more to the Republican side of things. So it's like, how do we get to a part where we can come together in a sense, which for the most part is what I believe Charlie Kirk was trying to do, and why he was taken out is because he was starting to make a little bit too much sense. Is how do we come together and agree on our differences and say that we're okay with that, but how do we move forward and make the changes that we need to make? Like with the gun control, I can completely agree. I don't think everybody and their brother should be allowed to pick up a gun, but you cannot also go round them all up. I don't think abortions should be legal at full term, but if it comes down to a woman's decision within the first trimester, I think that should be her decision. Do I agree with it in what I agree with religiously and what my personal beliefs are? But it's not me to decide whether or not the government should be able to tell you what you're allowed to do with your own body.
Yeah.
So I think there's differences across the board that all of us can agree on, but we're stuck at the end having to choose between two, and they're both going to take the radical of one side or the other. Like Kamala was going to say abortion's good to go.
Yeah, but
Trump is not. And it's like I can't choose in between them because neither of them is going to get in the middle.
We wanted Roe v. Wade back. That's what we want back. And for the late-term abortion thing, I don't know if I want to get into an abortion debate right now, but late-term abortions don't happen unless something like absolute, like they're not just elective. Nobody just goes, dude, you know what? I've picked out a crib. I've got a baby's name picked out. We know if it's a boy or a girl. But I had a bad week, and I think we're just going to go ahead and have it terminated. Like, nobody's doing that.
No, I'm not saying that, but we're talking about what needs to be written into our laws at that point.
Like, the reason why the laws are written in the way that it can look like, oh my God, they're allowing, abortions 2 days before delivery. The reason why laws are written so that there's no interference, even in the third trimester, is because the doctor should be the one making that decision, making those determinations and advising within medical logic, not consulting with a lawyer before advising the mother on, these are your options. Especially in the third trimester, which is like, if there is something wrong at that point where they would actually consider a termination, that is more than likely life or death. Complicating it with like, well, okay, that we have exceptions for if you're about to die, but what does about to die mean? Does it mean like, did you already code one time? Are you about to code? Like how certain are we that this is going to happen? How much blood has been lost? There's all this dumb stuff that it complicates everything. So laws are written in a way where it's like, hey, we are staying the fuck out of that. That should be the doctor, not us in the Capitol.
Right, because I agree to that because my wife and I were pregnant and she had a miscarriage, and we had to go in and prove that there was not a heartbeat even left for her to have the remains of yeah. And it just, that kind of stuff complicates things because the way that laws are written. That's why I think there needs to be a cutoff and to clear up some of that gray area. I agree with you. Not many people are going in at 9 months and saying, I just don't want to tomorrow.
Yeah, and the other part of,
but there is a lot happening at 4, 5, and 6 months where it's a baby.
Well, the other thing is, I don't know. You nailed it already. But when it's already somebody when it's somebody that late term as well, sometimes an abortion also could just be inducing like pulling the baby out and it's viable.
Yeah, and if you go down to definitional terms, if they are going into an induced labor, it's considered an abortion because you're aborting the pregnancy.
Yeah.
Whether the fetus is alive or whether it is passed, once it is delivered, that now determines what you call it next. But by definition, that's an abortion.
Correct. Yep. And so having these cutoffs. So like you live in Texas. Texas is an example of one of these extreme states that have ridiculous cutoffs. Georgia is another one. They both had heartbeat bills. And it's like, okay, we're cutting it off at 6 weeks. Okay. And what are you saying? You're saying that if something happens after 6 weeks, congratulations, you now have to hope and pray that you can navigate the legal system while you are also dealing with a potentially life-threatening situation, because a bunch of people in the state capitol wanted to feel, I don't know, morally superior or some shit. Again, the cutoff thing, that is what complicates it. The way to approach it is the inverse. It's to say, look, we are not involved. That, like, if the doctor says it's a thing, then so be it. We are not governing that. Texas wants to govern all of it. Georgia wants to govern all of it. Republicans, like the current iteration of Republicans, they want to stick their nose in the business of everybody. And it's crazy.
Yeah, because I mean, with the way birth control has evolved over the last 30 years, 40 years now, most women and their hormones are so fucked up to begin with, they don't even know if they're pregnant at 6 weeks. That most women aren't even finding out that they're pregnant till they're already past that cutoff date that most of these states are placing.
Yeah.
So they don't even get a choice.
Exactly.
And then you have
I think that's crazy. I think that's insane.
Into a lawyer whether or not that you can terminate if there's a complication. You find out that your child's going to have Down syndrome because you did the genetic testing. I mean, or any other type of genetic variant that could be out there. It becomes very complicated, and I think that's where the state or government needs to stay out of our own fucking business. There needs to be clear cutoff lines for morality. I think there is a moral justice that needs to be served to human decency, but there also needs to come to a point where we can make our own decisions. Otherwise, this whole freedom speech that everybody has, we're not really fucking free. We're living under a government, and we only get two choices.
Welcome to the left, Justin.
Like I said, I'm becoming very open to this shit. I'm tired of the way our fucking country's ran. I still don't agree with the radicalized left of really pushing really strong agendas. I'd like to be able to get to a middle ground to where we can agree and disagree and still be on the same page.
Well, I think you just nailed it, Justin. I was ready to jump in and like go a little crazy when you were saying, oh, things get really complicated in this situation, that situation, thinking you were going to say that's when we need the government to come in and legislate. But you said, right. You said exactly what I think is the common sense response, which is, oh my God, that's when, doctors and women and any other people that they, deem fit to be in the room should be able to make those determinations and do it, efficiently with the best interests of everyone, including the woman in mind, right? So I know you think that this is crazy leftist stuff, but it's not like this, that's just.
Well, another reason for my Trump vote was because what happened in the pandemic. I was forced to go home. I couldn't work. And then it continued on, and now it's you can't go back to work unless you have a vaccine. Or you can't go into a Walmart unless you have a face mask on. And I think that's where government is imposing rules where it's none of their damn business. If I want to risk myself, then I should be able to risk myself. If I want the vaccine, I can get it. If I don't have to. There's polio outbreaks, but if you choose to vaccinate your kid so that you don't get polio, then who gives a shit if your neighbor gets polio because they made their own decision? That's the part of
because vaccines are not 100% effective.
Herd immunity only works above a threshold. I believe it's like 93% or 83%. And when you start dipping below that is when you have outbreaks. And that's why this is very, very important.
Yeah, that's where you get the polio outbreak that we had this year.
Yeah.
We had the highest numbers in polio this year than we have ever because of all the non-vaxxers now. But again, who is it for you or I to decide what my neighbor does? Why is it the government that gets to step in and say, you have to because you have to, and I said so?
Some vulnerable people can't get vaccines, though, right? At least with certain viruses, that's the case, that there's some people ineligible for various reasons. And so they're reliant upon the people around them to maintain that herd immunity so that the virus can't penetrate through and cause an outbreak. And because vaccines aren't 100% effective, right? So it very much is a question of protecting other people around you and not just you know, determining for yourself, you know, how risk averse you are.
There's to that to an extent. Let me challenge you on this with polio. We know is established. What about COVID? That shit just popped up out of the blue. How do you know what's true and what's false and what the media pushed and what information you can trust with how much AI and bullshit's going on? Like, so now we're just.
I think that's a case.
Vaccines.
I think that's a case for us with when we're talking about like. Social distancing and quarantine and all that stuff. When there's a novel virus and a pandemic that is it took out like 1.2 million people. I have no problem with, as a society, figuring out how to stop people from dying by the millions.
Well, I mean, do I agree that a lot of people passed away from that? Yes, absolutely. Do I believe that that number was true? No. I think that there was a big money push there within the hospitals because they were getting, was it $15,000 stipend every time that they diagnosed somebody with COVID?
No.
Or something like that?
It's misinformation. You can just look at the excess death rates from the CDC. We have an excess death rate of 1.2 million people over the course of 3 years. And it's very easily seen on a graph. I'll just show it to you.
No, I believe that there's a graph. I'm saying who is documenting that and how are they vetted? That
he
this
said,
doctor
he
is
said
actually
excess.
saying it's actually COVID and they died from actually
whether
having
it's COVID or not,
COVID
extra people died somehow.
Right.
And it just so happened to line up with all the COVID stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Excess deaths. That's just like any reason. It's not because of like a specific, it's excess, like, hey, this person died. That's what we know.
Also,
that person died.
W to the infection measures that, those excess deaths really mean something because cases of the flu were way, way down because social distancing and masking and all of that turns out is quite effective at interrupting the spread of viruses. So the fact that on top of that, there were all these excess deaths tells you that it was in fact COVID.
Yeah.
Right. I will agree that social distancing, wearing masks, being cautious, limiting time around people or the distance that you're putting between them or the amount in a gathering. Yeah, absolutely. Let's do that. Let's limit that to slow down the process. But this stuff just out of the blue popped up and now we're just supposed to trust the first vaccine out of the lab and it's going to be mandatory? How do you know what's going into your body? We, like I said earlier, with what we're seeing with women and how birth control has affected their hormones, and you can even, if you want to look up those statistics on the amount of deaths and stuff that some of these birth controls have caused over the year, it's because it's all experimental stuff until you get a longer term data to analyze. Why are you going to force an entire population overnight? Hey, this is probably happening. Let's make sure everybody takes the jab.
That's the reason I requested a Pickles in the first place was that comment. So I'll go ahead and address the COVID thing here first, and then I can talk to him about that.
I already forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
You're good.
Yeah, we got a little sidetracked there. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Justin. So first of all, birth control and hormonal birth control really aren't anything that new. And in terms of messing up hormones, well, they only have an effect on hormones so long as they're actively being taken, and their safety profile is very well established. Doesn't mean it's not without side effects, but oh my gosh, they also prevent pregnancy, which could be hugely detrimental to a person's health. So for some people, it's a life-saving measure, and it prevents unwanted pregnancies, and we know what all that can lead to.
I was using it more as an example of when it started And in the 90s, how many women were dying, having heart complications, hormonal complications, because it was still new.
I
And
mean,
the fact
they've
that we're
come out
throwing
with
new drugs at people.
lower dose versions, but also, you know what messes with your hormones and can cause heart problems and all kinds of other health problems? Pregnancy. So,
Right. I get your point, and
yeah.
I know where you're coming from. I'm trying to say that I'm using this as an example only, that when you throw an experimental drug, that in the beginning you're going to have a lot more stuff that goes wrong first until it is cleared. And if you don't have the choice, like women had the choice, do I want to take birth control or not? We would not have the choice as a society if there's a mandatory vaccine that is brand new on the market they just came up with in the lab last month.
So that we need to be very specific on what was mandatory. So what was passed was a mandatory vaccine or a COVID test, unless you were subject to like the military, which you're already like required to do 17 vaccinations when you join the military. Your body is literally property of the U.S. government. But like the FCC, or I'm sorry, the FDA did a fast track of approving this, and it goes through the same rigorous testing as if it were not fast tracked, but they just do it in months. So they had enough patients and enough subjects to do the whole study in a matter of months rather than years. And we're just in 2025. We're not faxing things anymore. We're not doing things by pigeon. We can do things so much faster. And I don't think that we should continue to politicize medicine that saves lives. I think that was a very poor choice by Republicans.
I think you just made my point for me, though, is we're able to fast track these things. We have the technology. We have all these things in place that we can do this. Okay, great. But we've established over our entire conversation that we both, on both sides, believe that Republicans and Democrats in some way or form are corrupted in a way that how can we trust anybody to do something like that across an entire society?
I don't know, like the whole world agreed, like the whole world came together, like, hey, everyone's dying, this is what works, and we said, okay, this is what worked, and it turns out we were right. We were right, and nobody, like, we had very, very, very few people die from the vaccination.
And Operation Warp Speed was maybe the only good thing that Trump did in his first and current.
Yeah.
Right, but do you want to go off of that for the rest? I mean, we're talking about future issues that we're trying to solve. Is that the same mentality that we want to carry on? As we'll just trust our government. They fast tracked it. And
well, not anymore. Now we have Robert Kennedy, RFK Jr. When he came into office, he like fired a whole panel of people that decided the childhood vaccination schedule, for instance. And now he's making decisions not based on any science at all, just on weird hunches. I feel like that's far more dangerous.
Yeah, if I can put faith in anything, it probably would be the scientific community and the scientific method and the rigorous peer review and all of the methodology. And, you know, if anything, that is where I would put my trust, Justin, honestly. And I think it's a testament to how much, I mean, I don't know, I can ask you rhetorically, but I'll ask you, Justin, which side, if you're going to kind of just try to split it into sides, has done more to erode public trust?
I don't know. I've lost trust in both sides. I would say equally from my perspective alone. And that's just my perspective, so that doesn't count because that's not backed by data or anything like that. That's just my opinion and my perspective. I feel like we have been wronged by both sides for far too long.
I think being wrong by both sides is fair, and I think everybody on all sides probably shares that sentiment. But which candidate in recent memory launched campaigns specifically to instill doubt in our institutions, and especially, you know, our press? My God, we used to be able to believe that we could, you know, it's, of course, you're going to have bias in the press, but again, a systematic campaign to make it so that you know, like you're saying right now, how can I trust that these, you know, these scientists, international, by the way, like Pickle said, this international effort and all of this rigorous testing with huge sample sizes, et cetera, and you don't feel like you can trust that. I think there's room for disagreement, by the way, on the implementation of policies during the pandemic period. I think that's completely fair. But the fact that we're living in this post-truth world, and I put that blame squarely at Trump's feet.
Yeah. And he's doing things to sow even more distrust, firing the head of the BLS, removing all sorts of stuff, crime data on domestic terrorism in the United States off a government website this week. I don't know. Like when Biden was in office, he let Trump's little White House page stay online. Biden's shit was all deleted when Trump came up.
Oh yeah, I agree. Trump's ego is larger than anything.
I don't know if it's just all ego, but he's controlling the narrative. He's trying to control what people see and think and feel, and sowing distrust in places where we shouldn't, in science, removing things out of museums that doesn't line up with his political views.
De facto taking over our social media, having, Jimmy Kimmel fired Axe most recently, but certainly not the only example of that. I mean, that to me, that's terrifying. We should probably have more guardrails and legislation in terms of the government not being able to, we have it in the Constitution, right? But to me, that's a blatant First Amendment violation, or it ought to be,
Well, I mean, there's kind of a fine line there. Yes, you get to say whatever you want to say. You get free speech. I can come on here and I can say motherfucker and nobody can do nothing about it. But everybody has a consequence to the words that they use, and he was working for a company, a private company. It's a right to work. Like, if you want to run your mouth and your boss says that that doesn't align with what my company stands for, he has every right to fire you. You have every right to say it. You're not going to be criminally prosecuted.
Since when is ABC? Yeah, I was going to say, since when is ABC like some right-wing outlet? Why did they do it, Justin? They did it because of fear of retribution, and because there's like this merger forthcoming that they feel they need to protect, because they're afraid that the government that there will be reprisals. To me, that's terrifying. Also, I mean, look no further than PBS too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, y'all, I hate to do this to y'all, but I gotta drop everybody real quick and do something. It's very important.
Okay, bye.
All right,
Bye.
I love y'all.
Thanks.
All
Okay,
right.
you too. Bye.
I love y'all. Chat and email, Justin, Gemini. I love y'all. I'm so sorry that this has to happen, but listen. Johnny?
Hey, Grandma. How you doing?
What's up, bub? What are you doing?
Y'all here, Pickles got a new tattoo sleeve.
Oh yeah, I got new tattoos. It's still in process. We only have the outline of a cover up, but it's looking pretty sweet. Yeah. We got. Oh, hold on.
All right, come on, we got to compare.
Oh, you want one of these? One of those big guys?
Yeah.
Watch out! We don't have a permit. We don't have a permit, but it's constitutional carry in Texas.
W's.
All right.
Yeah, because guys on the left got tattoos, while guys on the right, they got relationships with their cousins. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I know somebody out there's going to take that personally. Don't call my manager. Anyway, you want to fight?
Yeah, bring it.
All right, throw the first punch.
Where is it? Oh, let me
Y'all,
take
if
my
you
thing
are
off.
just tuning in, welcome to the stream. Hola, aloha, ciao, namaste, konnichiwa, bonjour, guten tag. We're going to take a quick little minute intermission because we're going to need to get back to debating, but those on the far right are kind of hiding from me. So we're going to do a little battle. We beat Pickles the other day, and I would love to beat Pickles right now. Pickles, we should make a wager, though, to make this interesting. If I win, you put the tattoo Johnny on your forehead, yeah?
Oh, yeah, we're going to pass on that one. Chat, we're not doing forehead tattoos, but I am down to get a if I win, Johnny, you have to get a tattoo of a locket of the both of us in a heart-shaped locket. All right.
Dude, I don't
Hanging
even know how I
down.
would explain that to my future wife when I become straight someday. I mean, that's really difficult. You know what? Here's what I'm gonna wait. Oh wait, first we totally hold on one second. To everybody who doesn't know, this is a battle. If you haven't already, feel free to contribute a gift. Those gift are turns into points. The gift becomes points. If you contribute a galaxy, that's 1,000 points, and somebody right now should totally drop a galaxy to help us get ahead of Pickles. Drop a galaxy. What are we
Guys,
anyway?
I'm just going to mute Johnny, by the way. Johnny, you can mute me. Chat, we are going to be battling Johnny here. We're 400 to 2,700. Guys, the top 10 gifters, I will be giving them a follow back. Guys, this is one of the fun ways you can support me. If you don't have it, that's fine. Tap the screen or tell me you love me or tell me I'm pretty. Reagan with the glowing jellyfish. Let's fucking go. Guys, this is 3.5 minutes and then we're done. Thank you so much, y'all. Why are mom and dad fighting? Me and Johnny love each other very much, but sometimes we got to duke it out, settle ourselves. Reagan with the galaxy. Thank you so much, guys. I have a new galaxy sound and it's so satisfying. Thank you, 5-star player. Thank you so much. The galaxy sound is the Apple Pay sound and I fucking love it, chat. Pickles, you're so pretty. Thank you so much, Fataret. Thank you. In fact, I'm going to give myself a rose for that. Thank you. Is it our fault? Is it our fault? Chat, did anybody else have parents tell you it was your fault that we're fighting? Dana Smith. Dana, thank you so much. Julie, thank you so much. 5-star player with the money gun. Thank you, thank you, thank you, guys. It's 8,000 to 10,000. We are so close, guys. We are neck and neck. Do not let him win. We can't keep letting him getting away with this shit. I'm gonna kiss you on both lips. Don't you threaten me with a good time, Jason. Don't you threaten me. Ashley, thank you for the train. My birth was the reason my parents got. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you for the VR goggles, Reagan with the meteor shower. Let's go. Solo under construction. Thank you for the follow. My birth was, oh my god. I just watched Game of Thrones and thank you for the cat mustache. Thank you, all of us. I just watched Game of Thrones and I can't get Tyrion's words out of my head. Who keeps hitting galaxies? Oh my god. 5-star player Reagan with the galaxies. Chat, that's my favorite sound right now. Chat, we are fucking destroying Johnny. Let's fucking go, guys. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Do not let him win this. Jason with the galaxy. Let's go. Guys, if you have any more ideas for sounds we could use on our things, tell me. Gonna save the rest for Snipe. That's fucking brilliant. Let's fucking do this, baby. Let's do this. Let's make him purchase some fucking I don't know. Make him purchase some Burt's Bees because we're gonna chap his lips real bad. You're better than Johnny. User 1245262. I love you. Someone drop in a glove. Someone drop in a glove. Julie, thank you for the roses. Thank you for the friendship necklace, Dom. Thank you, thank you, thank you, chat. 30 seconds on the clock. He's 6,000 ahead. He's 6,000 ahead. That's just a handful of things. It's just a handful of things. Jerry with the air dancer. Thank you, thank you, thank you, guys. Let's fucking go. 25 seconds. 23,000 to 27,000. Jason with the galaxy. A galaxy is 1,000, chat. Leon, Kristen with the Leon! Let's go! Don't let him snipe back. He's sniping too. Let's go crazy. Chat! Don't let him get ahead. He's 3,000 ahead. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Chat, he's only 3,000 ahead. Do not let this mother effer win. Do not let him win! No! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I love y'all so much. Jonathan Blow with the fucking galaxies. Thank you so much. I'm screaming. My neighbors are probably wondering what the fuck is going on. Oh my God, chat! I love you so much. Thank you so much, Jonathan Blow. Thank you so much, guys. I'm giving everyone a follow back in my top 10. Kristen in first place with 5.8K. 5-star player in second place with 5K. Reagan in third place. 3.1K. Jason, of course, in fourth, etc. in fifth. I'm giving you a follow back. Dana, thank you so much for seventh place. Jerry, eighth place. Almost there. Ninth, and Boss Lady, much love, y'all. Thank you so much. Let's hear what Stupid Face Johnny has to say.
Do it again. Do
What?
it again. Do it again. You won by 1,000 points. Do it again. We'll kick
All
your
right,
ass.
go.
You're gonna do it?
Do it.
Wait, seriously?
Go.
You promise you're not gonna quit halfway
Bring it.
through when we start kicking your ass?
Dude, bring it.
Okay.
We got it. We got it.
I'm so stoked.
Shut, dude. All
Okay.
right.
That.
Yeah, bring it. We muted him. Guys, I'm sorry. Absolutely not. He's so upbeat about what he's got on his place. Absolutely not. He's got double the numbers, chat. We have so many fewer people, but we're just that much more cooler than Johnny. So we win. We just win these. So sorry, Johnny. Sorry, Johnny's community. Love y'all. You don't know who you're freaking with. You pretty much have no idea who you're freaking with. He has 800 people. Windows will take this back to court. What are we? J-Blow with the meteor shower. Let's go. He's getting destroyed, chat. Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. We can't get too cocky though. We can't. Oh my God. Winning by 3K this early is wild. Thank you, Kaylee. Thank you for the marvelous confettis, Kaylee. Susie, thank you for the hand hearts. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He's spiraling. Look at him coming up with excuses. Look at him coming up with excuses. Guys, he's like, listen, guys, I know that I'm losing, but it's the economy. I don't know. What is he saying over there? Jerry, thank you for the lives. Thank you for the super live star. That's kind of cool. Kaylee, thank you for the feathered tiara. Tay-Tay with the corgi. Julie with the puppy kisses. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Does anybody else thank their dog for kisses? I tell my dog thank you every time she gives me kisses. Forever my Reaper Roulette bub. J Blow, love you, man. Look at Johnny over there sucking in air like a dying fish. Look at us. We got snorkels. We got flamingo groove. Dana, thank you. Where's Mini Pickles? She's sleeping right here. You can see her head just barely. Hold on. Right here. She's sleeping right here. Guys, if we win this, I'm giving Pickles a treat. If we win this, Pickles gets a big, huge, fat treat. And I will show Pickles on camera. Yep. Didn't have time to re-up. It's all good. It's all good. Chat. We have 2 minutes left. We're 8,000 to 6,400. Thank you for the You're Awesome KCDC. Let me get my card out. I need to see her. Oh my God. What? Why is he at 40,000? Excuse me? What is going on here? Did Make-A-Wish Foundation finally visit Johnny? Did he fucking call Oprah? Did he call AOC? Chat. We can get back. We can come back from this chat. Absolutely not. Oh no, chat. Tammy with the Viking hammer. Guys, let's go. Guys, we've got this. We got this. Keep chipping away. He called Trump. I knew it, dude. I knew it. I knew it. He paid out his damn self. Dude, Johnny signed into his alt and he gifted himself. I call BS, dude. Does someone have a glove to drop at 30? I can't believe somebody came through with that. I can't believe he just did that to me. We need an audit. A recount? Yeah. We're gonna call in for a recount. He's saying he's shocked. Yeah, that's what they all say. Tammy with the pool party. Thank you so much. Holy shit, that pool party is huge. Oh my gosh. Chat. It was a good run. I'm going to give everyone a follow back. I'm going to follow my MVPs back. Tammy, I love you so much. Thank you so much for the 6.4K. Jonathan Blow, I can't believe I wasn't following you already. Dana, thank you so much. Kaylee, thank you. Love you. Jerry, thank you so much. Hannah, Julie, I'm giving you a follow back. Tay, etc. And Lou. Thank y'all so much. Are we going for a rematch? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We can't do this anymore. Unless you guys want to do one, I don't feel like y'all do. I don't think we will. 43 to 15,000 chat. 43 to 15,000. Yeah. Okay.
Pickles.
Oh.
Pickles.
Oh.
This is what Shop Girl just did to you. We were all sitting back here, quiet, chilling, just vibing, thriving, and then Shop Girl walked in and said, "No, no, 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 no." Okay. Broke my phone.
Oh.
My camera broke.
I think that's called karma, Johnny.
So that's pretty much what Shop Girl just did to you.
Okay. Well, we're never going to shake these violence accusations when you act like that, Johnny. Okay?
Wow. Listen, all I'm doing is vibing and thriving. I know that losing is sometimes hurtful. It's not fun. And I want to take right now to say, in the arms of the angel, Pickles lost. Whoa.
I'm getting out of here. Johnny, get out of here.
Wait. I want to show you something.
No, get the fuck. No, I know what you're about to do.
I'm going to show you. Don't leave. No. Hold on.
God damn it, get me out of here. No.
Yeah, you can't do anything about it. Yeah, hold on. Wait for somebody to take.
He's trying to set me up with another host. Dude, I can't believe he does that against my will. I can't believe you feel so violated when he does that too. With no consent, just throws you in a room with somebody. He doesn't understand consent. You can do that? Yes. He throws me into he throws a random person in here after we battle, especially after I win. He'll just like it's like some random person from the other part of the world. And they like look at you, they're like, "Hey, you want to battle?" No, Johnny 2025. Chat, we are gonna go back to debates. If anybody else wants to debate, tell me why you like Trump. Hop in the box. Tell me why you voted for the orange man. Yeah, it's the same thing. I can't really condemn people asking for money. The ones in Syria, though, are sketch. You gotta be careful. Yellow?
Yo,
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
yeah.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
So far right now, I like the no tax on tip, overtime, child tax credit. I like how he's making NATO pay their fair share. I like his deportations.
His
I mean,
deportations.
wherever you want to start.
Well, how do the deportations help you?
Yeah. So being that this is stolen land that you guys stole from my people, the fact that you want to let more people come into my land, I'm not okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do
So,
do you
um,
think that some of these people who are Hispanic might also be native?
I don't know, and honestly, I don't care.
Wouldn't they have more native rights than us?
How do they have more NATO rights, native rights
Native,
than us?
because
Native rights than us? How?
where did Hispanic people come from, bro? Do you know? I'm in Texas. Where did Texas come from?
So are you saying this is their land too? That's your whole
Yeah,
argument?
yeah.
Wait, so wait, are you categorizing everybody now and saying that they're all from the same place?
No, I said that some of them are though, right?
Oh,
If you're
some of them.
Latino, yeah. So you're kicking native
Oh.
people out of their own land?
No, I'm just trying to close my borders and secure them because their country right now is not ran the greatest, and you will agree.
Yeah, but when they come here, they contribute, and they don't really. It doesn't really carry over,
Yeah,
right?
but that also comes with crime.
No, it
Did you
doesn't.
not know that?
Almost no crime. Yeah,
Well, how would you know that?
because they track it.
They track the documented crime, correct?
Yeah,
What
if
about the
you
undocumented crime?
they could. So when a crime happens, the victim documents it, right? They say, "Hey, I was a victim of a crime."
Yeah, like that cop that got beat up by those two illegal immigrants and got away. How did they track that?
They definitely tracked it. They wrote that down, and that's part of the undocumented crime rate.
And then they got away, right?
Sure, sure.
Oh, okay.
There's
So they
a
could commit
percentage of
crimes and still get away, right?
they're not invisible. Just because you're undocumented doesn't mean you're undocumented everywhere, right?
You pretty much are though.
No, you're not.
That's my argument.
You can get a
You
fucking
kind of are,
driver's
though.
license in a lot of
As an
states.
undocumented immigrant?
Yes.
Really? Where's that?
Yes. California is one state.
Of course, a Democratic ran state.
Yeah,
Good
we're
job.
smart.
Hey, good job.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, when you give them licenses, the hit and run rates go down. You guys are too bigoted to do that. You enjoy hit and runs.
Well, you would also agree that Obama did that too, though, right? Was he
He
bigoted?
deported people? Yeah, he deported
Was
people.
he bigoted?
No, he didn't drag them in the media
no,
all
of course
day.
not.
No,
Of
he
course
didn't
not.
drag
Of
them in the
course-
media.
of course
He
he
didn't cause fucking violent terrorist groups to start popping up and taking their mask off and
Yeah, because
sig
he was a
heiling.
Democrat. Yeah, because he was a Democrat.
Okay, but
If
now
he was
he's
a
your
Republican,
side.
it would have
Now
been
he's
a
a
whole,
Republican.
yeah. If he was a Republican, it would have been a whole different story. And you will agree.
What do you mean?
Don't lie. Be
What do you
good
mean?
faith.
If he is a Republican, Trump is a Republican.
If Donald Trump was Obama during that time, would the world have flipped out just because they
Yeah,
don't like
because
Trump?
Obama didn't go around saying they're poisoning the blood of the country. He said Obama didn't go around saying that they have
Well, you
bad
just
genetics.
conceded, so it doesn't matter. You conceded
No,
anyways.
I didn't concede any of this,
Yeah,
right?
yes, you did. Yes, you
Sorry,
did.
but sorry, Ronan. No,
You just did though.
the violence happens when Trump says these horrible things. That's what we have a problem with.
Oh, you care about presidents saying horrible things, right?
Yes, yeah, things that
What
cause
about
violence.
so what about when Biden called half the population trash?
Trash,
Garbage.
garbage. When
Yeah.
did he do
and
that?
Then Trump went, and right before Trump went and got in the garbage truck and started trolling him.
Okay,
Remember
Trump
that?
calls half the country radical, leftist,
They are.
Marxists.
That's true.
There you
That's
go.
true.
No,
And
we're
you can see
not.
it now.
We are
You
center
can see it
right.
right now.
We
You
are
can see
center
it
right.
going on. You could see it going on right now.
See what
A
going
perfect
on?
example of when Charlie Kirk got unalived. Look how you guys started flipping out.
The one of the very
Look how
few
you guys
people.
started. Look how you guys started mocking him. Look how you guys started
He's a
kicking
horrible
over his
person.
memorial. Look how you guys started cheering.
He's a horrible
We
person.
got Charlie in the neck, in the neck.
We are not doing that. I'm not doing that. I don't condone that.
Oh, of course you're not. Yeah, but your side of the aisle is the.
Yeah, you guys literally are always doing that. You guys always have Nazis.
We go cheer. When did we
You
go
guys have
cheering that-
Nazis all the time since
Wait,
they
who-
were inception. Since their inceptions, you guys have Nazis all the time.
Hold on. Whose party started the KKK?
The conservative,
was that?
the conservative party. What party
Really?
still condones?
Really?
What party does the KKK vote for right now?
I don't know. What party condones
They
violence?
all vote
Yours?
Republican. They all vote Republican.
Yeah, you must not have been watching any kind of videos lately.
Yeah?
You must have been just tucked under a rock somewhere.
You get your information from videos?
Have you seen? What do you mean? What's wrong with that?
So you're not gonna look at the statistics?
Hold on. Do I need a statistic that says, "Hey, look at guys, this percent of the left they're acting wild right now and saying that this guy deserved it and is mocking this guy"?
Yes,
What
you would
study?
need statistics. You would need violent
Right.
crime rate statistics.
Right.
It's called
If it
domestic.
it happens right in front of your face. You don't believe it. Oh.
It's not that we don't believe it. It's that how common is it, right?
Oh,
It
so
just
you would
because.
believe it.
So
So you would believe it, right?
you got to let me finish, okay? Here are the statistics. All right. Here are the statistics. This is how often you guys kill people versus how often we kill people because of our political beliefs. And it's far more often. I'm sorry to spoil it for you. It's far more often for right-wing domestic terrorism.
When did a leftist get assassinated from someone on the right? In front of
Last month, Melissa Hortman.
In front of thousands of people. When,
Melissa
where?
Hortman. I don't care who was in front of you guys. Don't give a fuck about kids.
Of course you don't. Of course you don't.
That doesn't make it any better or worse. You guys assassinated 2 people, and the whole nation saw
Yeah,
it.
did we go kicking down her memorial? And
No,
screaming
but
that we
she
got
wasn't
her?
racist.
Hearing that we got her.
She wasn't racist. Is your side so sympathetic to racists that
Kirk wasn't racist either.
no?
No, he
No,
wasn't.
you don't think people who
He actually
espouse
said-
the great replacement theory are racist?
There's actually people of a minority group who are actually fans of his.
That's
what do you
cute.
think about them?
There,
What do you
there's
think about
also
them?
it doesn't prove anything.
Oh, of course not. Of course it doesn't.
There's people minority groups that love
Doesn't
Nazis.
prove anything.
Does that prove anything?
Ooh, where?
The minority groups that love Nazis?
Ooh,
You don't think that
where?
happens?
Show me. Matter of fact, since you're showing statistics, show me the statistic, Mr. Statistic guy.
Gotcha.
See it. Let's see the statistic.
The ideologies behind political violence in America. You see all the red? That's right wing.
Wait, whoa.
You see that?
I thought we were you're just talking about racism, guy. What do you mean?
Yeah. So
You literally
political.
just said, oh, there's minority groups that support racism all the time. Where?
Yes.
Where are they at?
What do you mean? Where are they at?
Ooh, give me an example right now.
Okay. Let's see. The Enrique Ontario, the head of the Proud Boys. They are a white supremacist group. He is literally Puerto Rican. Well, he's not white. Presenting.
Oh, he's not white.
No.
What is he?
What is he?
You don't
Cash
even know
Patel.
what he is.
No, I don't.
You don't even know what he is. Right?
No, I
Of
don't.
course.
I don't make
You're
assumptions.
spewing shit out of your ass, right?
Uh-huh.
Cool, good job. And what about this guy? He was supporting the KKK?
He's the leader of the Proud
Is that
Boys.
what he was doing?
Enrique
I don't know
Enrique
what the Proud Boys-
Tarrio. Here you go. Enrique Tarrio, is that a white name?
Who are the Proud Boys?
It's a white
What is that?
supremacist group.
Never heard of them.
When Trump said, "Hey, Proud Boys, stand back and stand by," that's who he
Wait,
was
I
talking
remember a few
to.
months I talked to you. You also said you were inherently racist.
Sure.
Remember that?
Mhm.
Oh, cool. So you're talking about racism, but you're racist.
Yeah, I'm willing to learn and accept that racism is everywhere, and I'm willing
You haven't
to
learned-
try to be
You
better.
haven't learned by now. You haven't learned by now to not be racist, or what?
No, there's a
How old are
lot
you?
of deconstruction. I'm 37. There's a lot of deconstruction, my friend.
You're going to be waiting your whole life to not be racist, huh?
I guess so,
That's
man.
crazy. That's crazy. A person speaking on racism who's literally racist right now makes perfect sense. That makes
Okay.
perfect sense, bro.
Tario is
You have no room to talk.
Afro-Cuban. Tario is Afro-Cuban. So
You have
there's
no
my
room to
proof.
talk. You're racist.
Okay, there's my proof. You guys are violent though. So y'all are
You're
violent.
racist.
When y'all are racist, you're unwilling to unlearn. You're unwilling to
You're a racist,
deconstruct
bro.
this, and you guys actually do the violence. So
are
if you
you.
see
So
all
are
of
you.
this, you see all of this,
So are
you
you,
want
though.
the data. Here's the
Hold
data.
on.
Here's the data. You see all that red stuff?
So,
That's all of y'all
bro,
doing bad stuff.
hold on. But so are you, unwilling.
I'm
So are
sitting
you.
here willing to say these things. You're making fun of me for admitting it. You're closing your
I'm
ears and
making fun
eyes.
of you for being racist.
Yeah, you're making fun of me for admitting that there are
And
flaws
you're
in my thinking, the inherent
and
ways that
your
I
whole
was taught
topic
and
right
brought
now
up.
is racism.
No, my topic is political violence.
We should ask Schmittler how to not be racist too, huh? Does that make sense?
No, that
Does that
doesn't
make
make any
sense at all?
sense.
Oh, it doesn't. Right. Right. Why not? We can talk. We can hear from you. A
I'm not
racist
trying to
himself.
tell
How
you
does
how
that
to
make
not be
sense?
racist. You're not making a very good point right now. I'm trying to show you how
Okay.
your line of thinking causes violence, and it's in the numbers, it's in the data, and that's what you
Coming
wanted to see.
from the
So here it
racist.
is. This is
Coming from the race.
this is coming from the prosecution
That's crazy,
project.
bro.
This is coming from Brookings. It's coming from
You're just
FBI data.
So hold on. So being a proud racist.
Tammy, thank you so much for the kick. Deport the racist. Thank you so much, Tammy. Tammy's in the chat. I love you. Oh God. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I like a lot of things that he's done. I align with his line of thinking instead of the Democrats. But this is on the topic of political violence. And I was listening on the last guy there, and everyone's talking about the Kirk thing. Just really wanted to real quick get your thoughts on Kirk and just ask you if you thought the world was a better place without him.
If I think the world is a better place without him, I don't condone violence. I'm not happy that he's dead, but I do think that what he was doing was harmful. You're not going to catch me saying in the world.
Place without him.
I won't say those words, but I think that what he was doing was harmful.
All right. Well, a simple yes or no question would be like, do you think you think that the world is better without him? Yes or no? Instead of just diverting the question.
You know what? I'll just say yes.
All right, perfect. Because a lot of people also say yes, like yourself. And my question is that, the qualities that he has, such as the racism, the homophobia, and all that stuff, those are the negative qualities that you would say that, well, that's the reason why the world's a better place without him, because of those negative qualities.
No,
and so
because he was preaching those things, because he was spreading those things and championing those things, and doing that to children in their formative years.
Sure, fair enough. Now, if there was another person or group of people who are doing those same things, such as the Palestinians, would you also say that the world's a better place without them as well?
No, because those people aren't trying to come over here and spread that here. They're just trying to exist.
Are they homophobic?
Yes, and we're not fighting
Very
for
much,
their.
right?
Yeah, we're not fighting for their ability to come over here and say these things and indoctrinate our children. We're just fighting for their ability to survive.
Over there to their children.
We're just trying to let them survive.
Right. No, I understand that, but they do indoctrinate their children, and 95% of the country is not friendly towards the LGBTQ community. But the Democrats want to defend Palestine and say, well, if you say the world is a better place without Kirk because homophobia and racism, on the same token, the Palestinians also have those same traits. You would have to be consistent and say, well, the world's a better place without them as well. Because there are Palestinians with influence who do purport that stuff, and there's only 5% of that country that is friendly towards the LGBTQ community. So you got to be consistent. It's a test of logic.
It's not a test of logic when you're talking about the way of doing that, right? So I don't believe that we should go erase people like Charlie Kirk, and I don't believe that we should go erase anyone in Palestine. All right,
that's not what I was
the false
saying. You believe that
equivalency.
the world's a better place without them.
Yeah.
Okay, therefore, you believe that the world is a better place without Palestinians because they hold the same values as Kirk, such as the racism and
No,
homophobia.
I believe in the sovereignty of Palestine, and they can do
So
what they
can
want
stay,
there.
but Kirk can go.
Yes. Yeah, if they're doing that in their nation, if that's their country, if that's their country, if that's their culture, then do that, sure. I'm not here to decide what they can do with their sovereignty of their nation.
Well, if there's an
when
influencer
I'm talking about
who's
my
Palestinian
nation,
who's purporting that.
okay, if there's an influencer that's Palestinian and he's trying to purport that here, I would say the world would be a better place without that person doing that here.
Oh, but it's okay over there.
Yeah.
Because it's a different country.
Yeah, they
you
have
see
their
the
own
logical
sovereign
inconsistency there?
That's the logical, consistent position I have. If it's in your own country, then go for it.
It's inconsistent. That's why I just proved
If you go do that
now.
to your own, you go do that in your own country. That's their culture, their ideas, and
you would have
country
to say,
coming
hey,
here.
These people believe also this stuff. Go ahead.
If Kirk wants to come here and start selling young children on the ideas of hating more people, I think that's a bad idea.
First of all, he didn't even do that. But second of all, the people on the left are saying that he did that, has this hateful rhetoric, the same rhetoric that a Palestinian influencer would have over there in their country. And you're saying, oh, it's okay over there because it's their country, different culture. But at the same time, they do have the same negative qualities as Kirk, such as the homophobia and racism. They're very ethnocentric and very
on the left?
homophobic over there. So, no, I'm not. I'm
Are
more
you-
in the middle. But
You're in the middle. The
Yeah,
liberals
sure.
would be
Is that
center.
okay?
Liberals would be center right. Where are you in relation to a liberal?
You could center right around there. Makes sense for me. Yeah, sure.
So you're a liberal?
No. I voted for Trump, and I side with a lot of the values that he has compared to Harris did.
Yeah, like grabbing women by the pussy.
No.
Like what?
Have you ever said some shit in a locker room when no one thought you were? No one was.
Never.
You didn't think
If
anyone
someone
was
said that to
recording
me,
you?
I wouldn't hang out with them at all, ever.
You never hung out with your bros and said some shit about chicks.
No, maybe you have, not me. No.
Yeah,
Not like that.
most dudes do. It's a normal thing. But
It's not just some
guys
things.
Don't, apparently.
I don't
It's
brag
weird.
about how I can go around because I'm so influential and I'm an influencer. I don't go around saying, "Hey, I
I'm
can
not
just walk
condoning
up to
that
people."
behavior, by the way, that Trump did. I'm
You
not
are.
condoning that, but at
You
the
are.
same time,
You're minimizing it.
No, that's just locker room talk. That was like 30 years ago, and he didn't know he was being recorded. He was just sitting there with his friends, bullshit.
He was
They
mic'd
try
up.
to say this. Oh,
He had
look
a
at that,
microphone
yeah.
on.
All right, bro. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't take away of the fact of the things that he's done now. And just because he did that 30 years ago,
He's espousing hateful
there's
rhetoric,
plenty
too.
of things that. All right, Bill Clinton, he was at the DNC speaking with all those people, and let's not forget what he did too. So let's.
What did he do?
No one's perfect. No president was perfect.
What did
okay?
he do?
Or did we forget Monica Lewinsky?
A consenting adult?
Bro, was that right to do that while married?
I mean, Trump cheated on all three of his
yeah.
wives.
Yeah. So he did something bad. So did Trump. Blah blah blah. It's
That
all
is
personal
literally
shit.
like
Had
kicking
nothing
a
to do with
puppy.
politics.
That is nothing. What do you mean? You're saying that just because he?
So Clinton with Monica Lewinsky, that was okay for him to do that?
I'm not saying it's great, but you're likening it to Trump.
Oh yeah, it was bad, right? It was.
It
bad,
was literally
wasn't it?
nothing. It was nothing.
He spoke at the DNC, by the way. They try to give Trump shit about being a misogynist, and he went and did that to his wife.
Trump's cheated on all of his wives.
Hypocrisy is
Trump
insane
has
with you
cheated
guys.
on all of his wives. He has different. When he had Barron, when Barron was months old at home with
Sure, I'll
Melania,
agree
he
with
was
all that. Sure,
he
yeah, he
was
was a
banging
terrible
Stormy
person.
Daniels. You can't even.
Whatever, who cares?
So yes,
Okay,
he
but
literally.
I just brought up Clinton.
Yeah,
I
Clinton.
just brought up Clinton. What do you have to say?
Clinton on the Richter scale is a 1, and Trump is a 12. Sorry.
And you said, but she was consenting over 18. Monica was consenting. He was
Yeah.
still married
Yeah.
to the first lady.
He cheated on somebody, so he did something to horrible.
Yeah, the
to
first
Hillary.
lady, bro.
To Hillary.
Cheated on the first lady. That's a big deal.
Ooh, dude, you know Trump does that consistently still.
Oh yeah, but no one brings up Clinton ever because he's on the Democrat
No one
side.
cares.
You guys
No
are
one cares.
the
No one's trying to
hypocrisy is
vote
insane
for
with you guys.
Clinton. Nobody's trying to vote for Clinton right now.
He spoke at the DNC.
Dude, you guys had a adult film star speak
God.
at yours.
If he was young enough, and could run again, you guys would vote him back in too.
Yeah, actually, I would.
Okay, well, even though he cheated on his wife?
Yes, because it's literally on the Richter
so
scale.
There you go. There you
on
go,
the Richter
bro.
scale,
you apply it to both people.
On the
it's
Richter
okay
scale,
if Clinton did it.
he
His
cheated on his
policies are a little bit
he
better.
cheated on his wife
Fucking
once.
inconsistent hypocrites, guys. I can't believe you have 300K fucking followers.
He cheated on his wife once. Trump has cheated on all of his wives. Also, paid an adult film store.
By the way.
I did that for you. And he cheated on all of his wives. He's been caught doing fraud. He's stolen from children's cancer charities. He's been
Clinton
caught
cheated
denying
on his
black.
wife too, bro.
He did it once. We're talking about Trump, who has made a habit of this.
Make it right.
Trump is the worst.
Ah, yeah. See, this is bullshit, dude. How do you have 300K?
Because I'm not like you. You can't keep talking over me. We have Clinton, who kicked a puppy, and then we have Trump, who's like the worst in every way. I'm sorry, no. Chaunch says, "Can I come next?" It's the grape. Yeah. 200K followers. I don't have 300K followers, by the way. I have 70K. But I could have 300K followers if you guys followed me. Guys, I'm starving and I've been live for 5 hours. I might take a break and eat really quick. Actually, no, I'm going to an event here in a little bit. Yeah, the likes are not follows. Guys, I got to go to an event. I will be streaming from this live event. So be sure to have your notos on. I don't want to tell you where I'm going though yet because I don't want to have some weirdo dox me or some shit. How's the ladybug tattoo? The event probably will be getting tacos. Am I walking? No. Here's the update on my tattoos, y'all. So the center we didn't do. My arm was so raw because we did 2 days in a row. But this is red 13. And the whole thing will be colored red. So it's a cover up and it's only the outline of the cover up. The rest will be filled in red. That's why you can't really tell what's going on. And then this will be finished maybe in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, we'll do this. This was just really sensitive. And I was like jerking and shaking because I was in pain. Final Fantasy fan. Yes. Yeah. He's flying their $2 billion jet. Yeah, I love it. I'm so excited. This guy does amazing work. So please send me more money so I can get tattoos. Thank you, chat. Chat, don't worry. Your money's going to good use. Did Pickles finish her nuggies after tacos? She did. Quick opinion of Rebirth. I liked it. I'm actually like 70% done with it. Melanie, thank you for the $40. Cover your drinks around Zach. Well, that was a kick anyway, Zach. That was a kick anyway. W Melanie's. Rebirth was fantastic. I actually streamed it when it came out, and there were a lot of first-time Final Fantasy viewers watching it, and they fell in love. I loved it. The battle system was great. Like the mixture of real-time combat and turn-based combat, so good. The materia system was way better. The weapon system was dope. I loved the weapon system, and it made you use all the weapons and earn, I think, your limit breakers. Loved that. OG7 will forever be the GOAT for me. Same. I have a Final Fantasy 7 Buster Sword on my neck too. Tell me the story about Pickles. I thought that was you. So I named my dog Pickles, and then on my PlayStation, I made an account for her, and it was like Pickles Adventures. Ooh. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much for the Dragon Crown. And yeah, I started using her gamer tag when I was gaming, and I also became a content creator, and that was just the name I stuck with. 9 was really good too. The card system, the cards in 8 were really fucking badass. 9, they ruined it. Or no, it was like 11 or something, they ruined it. No, 11 was the MMO. Why did I name her Pickles? I really don't know. I thought Pickles had an upset tummy with the nugs. She was coughing a lot. She had a bunch of weird fucking coughing going on. Pickles, you're losing me now. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I want a Sephiroth tattoo so bad. Oh my god, Sephiroth tattoo would go hard as fuck. I used to have a badass Sephiroth figurine. I lost it in a move. Inverted sneeze. It could be. It sounds like she's like hacking something up like that. Is that an inverted sneeze? Yeah, that's what she's doing. Sephiroth tattoo. Guys, I am so excited for my sleeve to get done. But we're on a break. 2 weeks, and then we're back to tattooing, and I gotta make rent too. So we're gonna be doing debates quite a bit. Allergies, they're bad this year. It could be allergies too, yeah. A Sephiroth silhouette katana. I would do a Sephiroth like stomach tattoo or something. Like the scene of him with like one wing and like my sleeve is Alice in Wonderland. My next one is gaming. Hell yeah. I need to venture out. I just have my 2 sleeves and my chest done and a little bit on my leg, but I feel like my back and my stomach are just so empty. Wait till the end of Rebirth. It's perfect. Oof. Advent Children style design. You'll get matching Cephis. Let's do it, Taylor. Let's go crazy. I wanted a VV and Mog for forever. VV is so good. The new VV card in Magic the Gathering had to be banned because it's so good. Or it's going to be banned. It's got to be banned soon. It's just way too insane. It hasn't been banned yet? It's too good, though. Bro knows ball, though. Hello, Pickles. Don't mess with Texas. That's what I'm talking about. I'm getting Mr. Clippy next week. Labubu tattoo? Chat, I'll get a Labubu tattoo. Discord does have a tattoo section. I pulled the borderless VV and it immediately went into my Izzet EDH deck as the new commander. Oh, snap. It's one of the best commander options, period. Crazy powerful card. Really? Black Chocobo yelling Wark, black metal font. That would be sick too. That would be way badass. A metal black Chocobo. I actually have an artist that would do really good. There's an artist near me that does really like gothic, like Tim Burton. I would love for him to do a Chocobo with like a heavy metal. Get an Oslo tattoo. Are we talking about Magic? Who wants to talk about Magic? Gonna log off. I'll wait for event notification. Love you. All right, Hannah. Chat. I am gonna eat and take a little break. I'm losing Magic right now. Did I play Catan? No, I don't. American traditional Chocobo. That's solid. Dude, we have a lot of nerds. My channel is like a neurodivergent magnet too. I think it's like the way I talk, and that I am also neurodivergent. Domestic violence in my household. You want me to bring your back account right now? No, I actually, I'll get off, guys. I'm probably killing my algo right now with the low viewers. Guys, I will see y'all in just a little bit, maybe in like 2 or 3 hours. Give me 3 hours. I'll see y'all soon, chat. I love ya. Peace out.